Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 3601, Planetary Will, Devouring Origin of Life Energy, Physical Body Enhanced Void Will. Wang Teng's gaze was sharp. He used his spiritual kinesis to control the sharp teeth of the great black devil horn python and the python to open a path in front. They cut through the ground with a loud bang. Finally, all the obstacles in front were swept away. He rushed out and arrived at a huge underground space. This space was much bigger than the lightning lava pool. This should be the core of this planet. Wang Teng glanced around and realized that there were bolts of lightning all around him. It was like a world of lightning. The origin of life's energy core was right in the middle of all the bolts of lightning. It was protected. If he wanted to get close to the origin of life, he needed to pass through the layers of lightning protection. Swoosh! The ball of origin of life energy core gave off a thick purple glow. It was restless. No one had ever reached this place. Yet it attracted a threatening presence because it was greedy and wanted to devour the lightning element creature outside. The lightning calamity just now was more terrifying than the lightning calamity he grasped. It gave him a bad feeling. His consciousness was born not long ago, so he was still in a daze. He hadn't interacted with the outside world, so his knowledge was limited. He acted based on his instinct, sensing that the lightning element creature was beneficial to him, so he wanted to devour it. When he sensed that the higher-level lightning calamity was more threatening, he felt a little uneasy. Unfortunately, it was too late. It's you. Wang Teng looked at the origin of life core some distance away and smiled. He walked forward step by step. The fifth-rank lightning spirit physique had been activated. Bolts of lightning shot towards him, submerging him. However, all of them became his nourishment and nourished his body. Boom! At the same time, a whirlpool appeared above his head. It was pitch black and deep. The moment it appeared, it spun at high speed and released a powerful suction force. Divine power, world devourer. This was the Devour Nihility Beast's divine ability, world devourer. Wang Teng had already used it to devour the origin of soul and origin of life of many dark apparitions. Hence, it was able to devour the origin of soul of this planet. In an instant, wisps of origin of life energy were sucked over and merged into the whirlpool. Roar! The origin of life energy core panicked. The lightning around it congregated quickly and turned into a huge and divine lightning dragon. It roared as it charged towards Wang Teng. This lightning dragon was on par with the 9th calamity lightning of the lightning spirit. Wang Teng frowned slightly. He didn't dare to be careless in front of this desperate attack. The heaven-earth calamity lightning in his body surged out. Boom! The ultimate purple lightning erupted instantly and turned into a purple lightning dragon. It wasn't as big as the lightning dragon, but it gave off a majestic aura. This was the power of the ultimate purple lightning. Roar! The two lightning dragons roared in the underground space. The space wasn't small, but it was a little crowded for them. The next instant, Wang Teng's ultimate purple lightning dragon charged forward and collided with the first-rank calamity lightning. Dazzling bolts of lightning shot out. They moved their bodies in this underground space and bit and devoured each other. Every time they bit, a huge piece of flesh would be bitten off. However, these two lightning dragons were formed from lightning. They could be replenished at any time and their bodies would return to their original state. especially the lightning dragon formed by the first-rank Calamity Lightning. With the help of the lightning force in the underground space, it could last longer. On the other hand, Wang Teng's ultimate purple lightning was a little weak. This was related to his Calamity Lightning. He picked up many attribute bubbles, but the ultimate purple lightning was rare, so there wasn't much of it stored. Go. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He noticed that the lightning dragon formed by the ultimate purple lightning was showing signs of weakness. He waved his hand, and another dark red Calamity Lightning shot out. Blood Devil Lightning. It was the same third-rank lightning calamity. What's more, there was more energy in the Blood Devil Lightning than there was in the ultimate purple lightning. At first, Wang Teng didn't plan to use it. However, he didn't expect the first-rank Calamity Lightning to last so long. He had no choice but to use it. Roar. With the addition of the Blood Devil Lightning, the purple lightning dragon underwent a mutation. Dark red appeared on its body and merged with the purple lightning. It didn't seem out of place. Instead, it gave off an evil aura. The power of the lightning dragon increased exponentially. Even its body had doubled in size. It opened its mouth and bit the lightning dragon. Crack! The bite almost bit the lightning dragon's body off. It screamed in pain, and countless bolts of lightning exploded. Roar! The lightning dragon formed from the combination of the ultimate purple lightning and the Blood Devil Lightning roared in anger. It pursued its victory and kept biting the first-rank Calamity Lightning. The other party was at a disadvantage. Even with the replenishment of the lightning force around him, it couldn't stop the lightning dragon formed by Wang Teng's third-rank Calamity Lightning. Third-rank Calamity Lightning had a suppression effect on first-rank Calamity Lightning. If the lightning force here wasn't thick enough, it wouldn't have lasted so long. Iceath was flabbergasted. Any other martial warrior wouldn't be able to take care of this place so easily. However, this guy met this monster, Wang Teng. The result was obvious boom. Wang Teng stood amidst the lightning with his hands behind his back. The black whirlpool above his head expanded continuously and sucked the energy from the origin of life core over frantically. Chapter 3602, Planetary Will. Devouring Origin of Life Energy. Physical Body Enhanced. Void Will, 4. He could feel a thick vitality entering his body and flowing through his limbs after it was refined by the World Devourer. In an instant, his physical body was nourished. This nourishment even carried a hint of the tempering power of the lightning calamity, strengthening his physical body. After activating all his physiques, his strength had reached the 11th level of the realm power. The 10th level of the realm power was the limit of the cosmos realm. The 11th level broke this limit and reached the heaven realm. Even among the heaven realm martial warriors, his strength was enough to fight with most heaven stage martial warriors. After all, most martial warriors couldn't reach the limit of the cosmos realm. Even if they broke through to the heaven realm, their strength would only be at the 8th or 9th level realm power. But there were side effects of having such a powerful strength. Wang Teng's cosmos realm body wasn't able to withstand this frightening strength and would collapse. However, he felt that his body was slowly reaching the limit of being able to withstand the power of a 10th level realm. This is good stuff. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the origin of life here to have the same effect as the lightning force sap. It could strengthen his physical body. It looked like he didn't need to use the lightning force sap. The toughness of his physical body would skyrocket, and he could save the lightning force sap for other people. Devour, Wang Teng immediately activated his World Devourer and started absorbing the origin of life energy in the distance. Roar. The first-rank lightning dragon roared furiously as it tried to break free from Wang Teng's grip and bite. It charged towards Wang Teng. "You still want to attack me?" Wang Teng snorted. He stood on the spot without moving. He didn't believe that the lightning dragon could come closer. Roar. The lightning dragon formed from the combination of the ultimate purple lightning and the Blood Devil Lightning opened its mouth and bit the lightning dragon into two. Half of its body was swallowed. The lightning dragon was stopped instantly. It couldn't get any closer to Wang Teng. Dead end, even if lightning force kept gathering around it, It couldn't change its fate of getting devoured. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion was heard. The ball of origin of life energy in the distance exploded and turned into numerous branches of life. They escaped into the distance. Trying to run, Wang Teng squinted. The consciousness of this planet wasn't stupid. If it couldn't win, it would turn into numerous branches and run away to this special life form. As long as it could keep a trace of its origin of life, it would be able to stay alive. Wang Teng stomped his feet, and an explosion occurred on the spot. He turned into a ray of light and chased after the enemy. The whirlpool above his head spun furiously, devouring the origin of life that was escaping. After dispersing, the origin of life couldn't resist the terrifying suction force of the world devourer. It got sucked into the whirlpool before it could run far. Also, the whirlpool was expanding infinitely, gradually encompassing the entire underground space. A large amount of origin of life energy was absorbed, and there was no way to escape. Boom! Suddenly, the entire underground space vibrated violently. Numerous broken rocks fell. Wang Teng looked up uncontrollably and saw countless cracks spreading in all directions. It was as if the entire ground had cracked. "Fuck, you're a sore loser. You're burying me alive," he cursed uncontrollably. Then he rushed towards his head without thinking too much. Most of the energy of the origin of life had been absorbed, and the rest had seeped into the ground. It wouldn't be easy to devour them for the time being. There was no point in staying here. He should leave quickly, or he would be buried alive. The will of this planet was forced into a corner. It would be a huge loss if it decided to perish together with him. After all, this was the other party's body. No one knew what accidents might happen. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sharp teeth of the great black devil-horn python shot out again. They turned into drills and dashed towards the top of its head. Wang Teng was using it as his spiritual kinesis weapon. It was inconvenient to forge it in the Darkland. Otherwise, he would have forged the fangs of the great black devil-horn python into a convenient spiritual weapon. Boom! The ground split open and Wang Teng shot out from the ground. He came to the surface of the planet. Roar! Angry roars came from the sky. The battle between the lightning dragon and the lightning spirit had reached the crucial moment. As the origin of life of this lightning element planet got destroyed by Wang Teng, it wouldn't have the time to devour the lightning spirit. The lightning dragon couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. The scales were tilting. Gurgle. The lightning spirit's voice came out from the lightning dragon's body. It was high-pitched and excited. Boom. The next instant, a huge hole appeared on the lightning dragon's body. It was obviously heavily injured. It raised its head and howled in pain. Squeak, squeak. The lightning spirit shouted. It flew out from the lightning dragon's body and circled in the air for a while. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning dragon. Gulp. After swallowing this huge lightning dragon, the lightning spirit's body started expanding. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that it would explode. "Looks like it succeeded," Iceth said. "I wonder where the will of the planet went." Wang Teng smiled. He disregarded the lightning spirit and looked down at the planet below. "Are you trying to absorb it completely?" Iceth asked. Chapter 3603, Planetary Will. Devouring origin of life energy. Physical body enhanced. Void will 5, of course. "How can I let go of such a good thing?" Wang Teng asked. The origin of life energy he absorbed was circulating in his body, slowly transforming his physical body. Once he assimilated it completely, he would be able to reach the physical strength needed for the 10th level realm power. At that time, he would be able to use the 10th level realm power at will. He wouldn't have to worry about his body collapsing. He immediately sat down cross-legged in mid-air. He released his spiritual kinesis and swept it towards the planet below. Wang Teng's spiritual power turned into a huge and invisible net, enveloping the entire lightning planet. "Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you split up?" He sneered in his heart. He used his powerful spiritual kinesis to sense the entire planet and found the wisps of vitality. Devour. The world-devoured divine power was activated furiously. It sucked the wisps of life force out without any intention of letting them go. Boom! The ground was shaking, and cracks could be seen everywhere. The desolate ground seemed even more barren now. This desolation seemed to have lost all its vitality. As the wisps of origin of life energy were sucked out, the planet seemed to be losing its vitality. It was like the apocalypse. The dark clouds in the sky were dissipating, and the power of lightning was decreasing gradually. What a frightening talent. Iseth looked at the pitch-black whirlpool with a hint of fear in her eyes. The will of this planet had scattered the energy of the origin of life everywhere. Normally, a martial warrior would need a long time to refine it. Also, not all martial warriors could refine the energy of the origin of life. Normal martial warriors didn't have this ability, but in Wang Teng's hands, this planet was like a toy. He could absorb and refine it however he wanted. Squeak. At this moment, the lightning spirit had completely suppressed the lightning dragon's energy. It flew over from afar like a little fatty who had eaten too much silence. Iseth was speechless. The master and his spiritual pet were the same. Their table manners were poor. Squeak, squeak. The lightning spirit didn't dare to disturb Wang Teng when it saw his state. It rolled its eyes and circled him curiously. Suddenly, wind blew and clouds gathered. The dark clouds that should have dispersed gathered together and floated above Wang Teng's head. They gave off a terrifying pressure. Iseth's expression changed. She stared grimly at the dark clouds in the sky in disbelief. What did she feel? In the dark clouds, she felt a powerful will dawning on her. This consciousness didn't come from this lightning element planet. It came from the void. There was a consciousness in this void. Wang Teng. Iseth couldn't remain calm anymore. She looked at Wang Teng and shouted, "Swoosh?" Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly and looked at the sky. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Void consciousness. A consciousness was born in this space. Boom! The dark clouds rolled and gradually split apart, revealing a huge vertical pupil. There seemed to be all kinds of strength circulating within it. Countless runes flickered. It looked divine. His gaze landed on Wang Teng. Gasp! Wang Teng felt his blood running cold. The hairs on his body stood up and his head turned numb. He felt that he had caused a huge disaster. It was like hitting someone's child. In the end, the parents came back and saw his evil deeds for a moment. Wang Teng wanted to explain to him, but when he saw the cold and indifferent gaze, he knew that it was useless to explain. Run, before he could think further. This thought appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He put it into action and dashed towards the void. He felt a little bitter. If he knew that there was a consciousness here, he wouldn't have touched the planet's consciousness. After fighting with the young one, the old one came based on the power of the void conscious. He couldn't possibly win. Hurry up and run. Why is there such a terrifying void conscious here? Iseth was in disbelief. Even as a divine-level martial warrior, she was flabbergasted by the vast consciousness of the void. "How would I know?" Wang Teng replied angrily. "If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Why do I feel that the aura of the will of the void is similar to the will of the planet?" Iseth was still in deep thought. Her eyes were shimmering. Similar aura? Wang Teng was stunned. He was puzzled and sensed his surroundings carefully. He seemed to have discovered something astonishing then. A thought flashed through his mind and he understood something. No, that's not the will of the planet. It's just a wisp of the will of the void scattered here. The will of the planet didn't exist. It was the will of the void. No wonder. It wasn't easy to create a planet's consciousness. What's more, there was a planet's consciousness and the consciousness of the void. How could there be so many consciousnesses? This didn't make sense. I see. This place is strange, Iseth said in astonishment. Chapter 3604, Terrifying Void Will Restriction, Opportunity. 1. The void gave birth to a consciousness and even scattered it around the planet. Didn't that mean that the consciousness of the void permeated the entire void, and everything in this void was under its control? Esythe was experienced, but she still felt a chill in her heart. Wang Teng had thought of this too. He turned serious. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to escape from the consciousness even if he escaped to the void. This was a huge trouble. He couldn't sit and wait for death. Even if he was going to die, he had to struggle. Boom. At this moment, an explosion was heard behind him. Wang Teng felt a chill down his spine. A strong sense of danger surged into his heart like a tsunami, almost engulfing him. He turned around uncontrollably, his pupils constricted. Numerous runes congregated in the giant vertical pupil. The power of heaven and earth was brewing inside, giving off a gorgeous and dangerous purple glow. "Let's go," Esythe exclaimed in astonishment when she saw this scene. Damn it. Wang Teng's expression turned ugly. He felt that he had been locked in. The space around him seemed to have frozen, and his speed had slowed down. Fifth rank space physique, activate. He roared in his heart and immediately activated his fifth rank space physique to the maximum. He didn't have any hope. Boom! In an instant, the space power in his body surged out. He didn't hold back. A shadow-like black battle sword appeared in his hand. The power of space congregated on it and turned into a strange sword glow. Boom! At the same time, the light in the vertical pupil behind him seemed to have reached its limit. It stared at Wang Teng indifferently. An explosion occurred. The light turned into a terrifying ray and shot towards Wang Teng. Crack. Wherever it went, space would be torn apart and terrifying dimensional rifts would appear. Wang Teng felt goosebumps on his head. He slashed his dark shadow sword out. The second move of the Godslayer sword scripture, Void Shatter. Boom! A strange and powerful sword glow erupted with the power of space. Numerous sword glows shot out and cut through the air, creating loud explosions. Crack. The sealed space gave off a cracking sound as if it couldn't withstand the pressure. Then it shattered with a loud crack. Wang Teng felt relieved. The feeling of being locked on had disappeared. Boom. At this moment, the beam of light from the vertical pupil was right in front of him. It was less than 1,000 meters away. The dazzling light reflected in Wang Teng's eyes was glaring. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. He immediately executed his space flash without any hesitation. Boom. The next instant, the dazzling beam of light engulfed him entirely. However, at this moment, the space started distorting and a figure dashed out. It was Wang Teng. What a close call. I was scared to death. He patted his chest uncontrollably and looked at the lightning planet below with lingering fears. "Stop fooling around and leave," Esythe urged him. Wang Teng knew this too. He immediately dashed into the distance. This entire space was enveloped by the consciousness of the void. It was important to leave this place as soon as possible. As for opportunities, he would think about them after he saved his life. While Wang Teng was running away frantically, the vertical pupil in the lightning planet remained indifferent. It didn't seem angered by Wang Teng's escape. It was so cold that it didn't seem like a life form. He looked down at the ground below. Wisps of vitality seeped out from the vertical pupil and merged into the planet, restoring a trace of vitality to this dried-up planet. If Wang Teng was still on this planet, he would realize that this lightning element planet had resumed its original appearance. There was vitality everywhere. Even the origin of life energy core at the core was congregating again. It was no weaker than before he devoured it. This was undoubtedly terrifying, mind you. He spent much effort before he managed to devour the origin of life on this planet. In the end, the vertical pupil healed it in a blink of an eye. Without the boundless origin of life, how could he do this? After restoring the origin of life core of the lightning element planet, the vertical pupil gradually disappeared. Swoosh. Wang Teng was running for his life in the void. However, he was too deep in the void and there was colorful mist everywhere. He couldn't find his way out. After all, everything here was working silently. The original path had disappeared. This discovery caused Wang Teng's heart to sink. "Esythe, can you find the way back?" Wang Teng had one last ounce of hope. No. Isith shook her head grimly as she glanced around her. Silence, Wang Teng felt helpless. He could only spread his spiritual kinesis out and search for the most likely path. Although there were changes, there were still some traces left behind. If he followed these traces, he might be able to find his way out. Also, he had left void mayflies on the ice planet. Now, he could find the location of the ice planet through his connection with the void mayflies. After finding the ice element planet, he could confirm the direction he went in. Chapter 3605, Terrifying Void Will. Restriction, Opportunity, 2. Boom. However, at this moment, the mist above his head suddenly rolled and gathered towards the center. Wang Teng was shocked by this change. His expression changed slightly, and he had a bad feeling. Boom. As expected, before he could think further, an explosion occurred in front of him. Wang Teng stared intently at the mist. He was extremely vigilant. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape. The mist around him was churning and engulfing him. It was as if the entire area was sealed off. Even the space around them froze once again. Wang Teng clutched his dark shadow sword tightly. His expression was grim. As expected, this space was his opponent's territory. No matter where he went, his opponent would be able to lock onto him easily. How was he supposed to escape? Roar. Suddenly, a strange roar was heard. It's here. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. Then he saw an astonishing scene. A colorful behemoth was slowly emerging from the mist. This giant beast was enormous. It couldn't be compared to the lightning dragon above the lightning constellation. Just its body alone was a few hundred times bigger than the lightning dragon. It was like a real universe behemoth. Even the lightning element planet seemed a little small in front of this giant dragon. Wang Teng had never seen this giant beast before. It was formed from mist and had no fixed shape. Every part of its body was squirming and shimmering. There were runes carved on it, too. It was a strange sight. The giant beast stared at Wang Teng coldly with its cold and indifferent eyes. Wang Teng immediately felt a majestic will similar to the vertical pupil. This behemoth represented the terrifying will of the void. The giant beast opened its mouth slowly without saying anything. Lights started congregating inside. Once again, Wang Teng felt the threat of death. He didn't dare to let down his guard and slashed his dark shadow sword out again. It slashed through the air and cut through the surrounding space. Then he ran in the opposite direction. Boom! Beams of light shot out from the giant beast's mouth and shot towards Wang Teng. Space flashed. Wang Teng evaded the attack and continued running for his life. The human and the beast started a chase in the void. The giant beast didn't seem tired. It chased Wang Teng relentlessly and kept attacking him, wanting to kill him. This fellow is really vengeful. Wang Teng complained as he ran for his life. Could it be that the lightning planet has some special use? Is it very important? Isith guessed. Is that why he hates you, because you want to devour the origin of life's core? Now that you mention it, it's possible. Wang Teng had a sudden thought. Did you notice that the attack of this giant beast has always been maintained at the universe level? Also, the power of the space seal is within the universe level, Isith said. I noticed it a long time ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to escape until now. Wang Teng looked at the giant beast behind him and frowned. The will of void was indeed majestic and terrifying, but its methods were limited. It had always been using the power of laws of origin to attack, and the power wasn't very strong, of course, to a normal cosmos stage martial warrior. This power was already terrifying. However, to Wang Teng, universe-level martial warriors were powerful, but they could still be evaded and resisted. This gave him a chance to breathe. If not, just like what he said, the void would be enveloped by the will. The other party would be able to kill him with a single strike. He wouldn't be able to escape until now. Could it be that the will can only release this much power? Or is there some restriction? Many thoughts went through Wang Teng's mind as he conversed with Isith. She was at the immortal level, so she knew more than him. She might be able to see something. That's possible. Isith looked at the behemoth behind her and suddenly realized something. Look, it's absorbing the energy around it. It doesn't seem to be absorbing too much every time. There's a limit. Limit. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and released his spiritual kinesis. He didn't care if he would be discovered and scattered it around the giant beast to sense it carefully. Just like what Iseth said, every time the giant beast absorbed energy, there was a limit. It seemed to have some qualms. If the energy wasn't enough, it wouldn't be able to release its full potential. A smart woman can't make a meal without rice. Sometimes having a strong vitality didn't mean that this living creature possessed a powerful attacking ability. This might be the case for the will of the void. He probably thought that Wang Teng was much weaker than him, so he could kill him easily. That was why he appeared and chased after him. But he probably didn't expect this result. Wang Teng was only at the peak of the cosmos stage, but he was able to escape from the space blockade again and again and evade all the attacks. He wondered if this high and mighty presence would feel frustrated. It looks like my life is temporarily saved. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was an attack from a universe-level martial warrior, he could still handle it. The space lock wasn't a problem for him. After all, his space physique had reached the 5th rank. Along with his powerful space battle technique, the Godslayer sword scripture, it wasn't difficult for him to destroy the other party's space lock. Even the consumption of space power could be replenished by picking up attribute bubbles from the void. There was no need to worry about it being exhausted in a short time. This was a bug. When he executed his space battle technique, space attribute bubbles would appear in the void. That way, he could replenish some of the space power he used up. As long as he was given enough time, he wouldn't have to worry about using up all his space power. Of course, he still had to be careful. That attack was much more powerful than his. If he was hit, his body would explode on the spot and he would die. He was just using his space skill to evade the attacks. He didn't receive any direct blows, so he didn't suffer much damage. You should be careful. If you force it into a corner, it might be able to release more powerful attacks, Iseth reminded him. I know, Wang Teng nodded. His gaze flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. He evaded the giant beast's attacks while observing its changes. Iseth provided him with an idea. As long as he monitored the energy absorbed by the giant beast, he would be able to understand the power of the attack and evade it in time. Also, Wang Teng felt that the energy in the giant beast's body was circulating in a special way. He wanted to observe it carefully. He didn't forget the purpose of this trip. The uniqueness of this void might be the key to his breakthrough to the heaven realm. The appearance of the void conscious might be an opportunity. This was an opportunity for him to explore the deeper secrets of this void. Wang Teng's gaze turned firm. The idea in his mind gradually took shape. He waved his hand and starlight flew out. These were the void mayflies. After these void mayflies appeared, they immediately merged into the surrounding mist. The giant beast was silently absorbing the energy around it. The void mayflies merged into the body of the giant beast, too. The spiritual power that was entrusted to the void mayflies seeped into the body of the giant beast silently. Wang Teng was confident in his spiritual skills. The will was powerful, but he wouldn't be discovered if he evaded it. As expected, the spiritual power merged into the giant beast's body remained intact. It wasn't expelled. Wang Teng carefully allowed the spiritual power to flow around the giant beast's body. He observed the changes and the circulation of the energy. Huh? Suddenly, Wang Teng noticed something and was astounded. What is it? Iseth asked. I think I sensed something similar to an ice or lightning element planet in its body. Wang Teng hesitated. Chapter 3606, Mystery of the Behemoth's Body, Planet of Light, Improvement of Light, Domain and Origin of Light. 1. You can sense the presence of ice and lightning planets in the behemoth's body. Iseth was stunned. She didn't manage to react to Wang Teng's sudden words. What did he mean by there was an ice element planet and a lightning element planet in the behemoth's body? Was there a planet in its body? However, she was an immortal-level martial warrior, so she reacted immediately. There was a strange expression on her face as she asked, Are you sure? That's right, I sensed it 3 times. It's indeed similar to the ice constellation and the lightning constellation, Wang Teng said firmly this time. Could it be that the body structure of this behemoth is modeled after this piece of emptiness? Iseeth hesitated. I can't think of any other reason, Wang Teng said. What do you plan to do? Iseeth frowned. This discovery didn't seem to have any effect. Even if he knew that the body structure of the giant beast was imitating the void, what could Wang Teng do? Excitement appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. There's much we can do. He didn't say much, and continued to sense the structure of the giant beast's body. He only sensed a portion of it just now, so he planned to search the entire body now. If his guess was right, he would be able to understand the entire structure of this void very soon. He might even be able to find its secrets. He got even more excited when he thought about this. Phew, however, he still took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He mustn't let the void conscious discover his intention. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't be so simple. The void mayflies could enter the giant beast's body, which meant that the void conscious couldn't control every corner of the giant beast's body. This was another limitation. At the same time, it meant that the consciousness in the behemoth's body wasn't strong. It could only absorb a limited amount of energy to attack. This was a restriction. Only a small amount of willpower was released into the giant beast's body. It was another restriction. Wang Teng and Iseeth had gradually found the weak points of the void conscious. The other party wasn't omnipotent in this void, or rather it had its scruples. Boom, at this moment another explosion came from behind. After absorbing the energy, the giant beast locked onto Wang Teng again and launched its attack. Wang Teng regained his senses. He activated his space flash and disappeared on the spot. Then his eyes flashed and he dashed in a certain direction. Swoosh! He turned into a ray of light and shot through the sky at the speed of light. He was holding back a moment ago, but now he had released all his potential. A pair of pure white wings formed from light spread out on his back. As he flapped them, his speed increased multiple times. Wings of holy light. Even if it was just a first-rank wings of holy light, it was enough for his speed to increase exponentially. Along with the light bolt and the space flash, Wang Teng's speed was comparable to a universe-stage martial warrior. Roar. The giant beast didn't expect him to be so fast. It gave a roar and chased after him. Wang Teng turned around and smiled. The human and the beast continued the chase. Nothing seemed to have changed. However, only Wang Teng knew that the tides were turning. After some time, a patch of white light suddenly appeared in front of them. Even in the colorful mist, it was dazzling. It was hard to open one's eyes. Ha 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 ha! Wang Teng burst out laughing. His guess was right. This was where the light element planet was. This was the route he found in the body of the giant beast. At first, he was a little nervous. He was afraid that his happiness would be in vain. Now that it was finally confirmed, he was naturally happy. Iseeth glanced at Wang Teng in surprise. Roar! The roar of the giant beast behind him seemed a little hasty. Then another explosion was heard. The beam of light pierced through the colorful mist and shot towards Wang Teng. Trying to stop me? It's too late. Wang Teng scoffed. He used his space flash again and dashed towards the area where the white light was. Boom! The mist was torn apart by his brute force. A passageway was formed. It went right into the depth of the white light. The path ahead opened up. Iseeth and Wang Teng finally saw the source of the white light. It was a light element planet. Thick light constellation force filled up the air. Wang Teng, who possessed the divine light physique and the saint-level light talent, immediately felt refreshed. It felt like a fish returning to the sea. At the same time, he saw a large number of attribute bubbles floating around him. He was elated. He released his spiritual kinesis and collected the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Light 1200. Constellation Force, Light 1500. Light Constellation Force, 2000. Magnetic Domain, 15. Magnetic Domain, 100. Huh? There's a magnetic domain here too, Wang Teng was surprised. It looked like the magnetic domain was everywhere in this void. Did it have some special effect on the operation of the void? Wang Teng didn't think too much and immediately rushed towards the light planet. After some time, he arrived in front of it. This light planet was different from the lightning planet. It gave off a holy white glow, and the entire planet was glowing. Thick light force intertwined around it, giving it a holy feel. Chapter 3607, Mystery of the Behemoth's Body, Planet of Light, Improvement of Light Domain and Origin of Light. 2. As Wang Teng arrived, white light started congregating on the light planet. It seemed to be preventing him from entering. Are you trying to stop me? Wang Teng's body was emitting white light. He activated his divine light physique and turned into a ray of white light. He shot towards the light planet like an arrow. Boom! The white light that gathered around him was destroyed instantly. It couldn't stop him at all. Roar. The giant beast roared in anger and came near the light planet. It stared at the planet with its cold and indifferent eyes, but it couldn't get close. Its body was too big, so it couldn't enter the planet. It could only stay in space. Wang Teng didn't look back. He charged towards the light planet and swept the entire planet with his spiritual kinesis. Gotcha. After some time, he smiled and dashed towards the ground. Boom. The ground was cut open and a huge hole appeared. You want to devour the origin of life core of this planet? Iseeth was flabbergasted. At first, she was puzzled and didn't know what Wang Teng wanted to do. Now, she knew. This fellow wanted to continue after devouring the origin of life of the lightning element planet. How bold was he? Didn't he know that he was still being hunted? Who knew what would happen if he continued provoking the will of the void? Roar. The giant beast roared and the entire planet started trembling. Numerous rays of light congregated and swept towards Wang Teng. The rays of light were still holy, but there was a hint of killing intent in them. Every ray of light contained a powerful force. If they landed on him, he would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered as he shouted in his heart, "Light domain activate." Wang Teng activated his 7th level actualization phase light domain and turned it into a strange domain. It twirled around him. Boom. The light force from the light planet crashed into Wang Teng's domain and caused it to vibrate. However, it couldn't break the light domain. Wang Teng continued charging into the ground. The ground cracked and couldn't stop him at all. Finally, a huge underground space appeared in front of him. He had entered the core of the light planet. A dazzling ball of white light appeared in his eyes. It was similar to the origin of life core on the lightning element planet. It gave off a strong vitality. World Devourer, activate. A black whirlpool appeared above Wang Teng's head and started devouring the origin of life core furiously. Boom! Multiple rays of light gathered again and bombarded Wang Teng's light domain, attempting to break it. Wang Teng's light domain hadn't reached the integration stage, but it was still at the 7th level of the actualization phase. It wasn't easy to break. His gaze was cold as he scanned the underground space. He saw many attribute bubbles and picked them up immediately. Light Constellation Force 2500. Light Constellation Force 3000. Light Constellation Force 3000. Light Constellation Force 123,000. A large amount of light constellation force surged into Wang Teng's body again, allowing him to last longer. He didn't have to worry about running out of light constellation force at this moment. The light constellation force started changing too. It gradually turned into a strange domain and crashed towards Wang Teng's light domain. Boom! A sea-shattering explosion occurred. Wang Teng's light domain started vibrating violently. There was a cracking sound as if it couldn't withstand the pressure. Oh my God, the will of the light planet has a light domain too. He widened his eyes in surprise. In the past, the lightning element planet could release calamity. Lightning, but this planet could release domain. Strength. No one else could do this. Wang Teng didn't understand how these planets developed. It was like the parents who gave birth to children with different talents. In the end, they would also grasp different skills. It looked like all the planets in the void were different. They couldn't be underestimated. Wang Teng didn't dare to let down his guard. He immediately executed the power of laws of origin with the origin of light. Wisps of strange power swept out of his body and merged into his domain. They turned into strange light runes and were etched on it. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Teng's domain underwent an incredible transformation. It collided with the light domain and caused a violent explosion, but to Wang Teng's surprise, light runes appeared on his light domain too. From the power of laws of origin, it was at least at the 3rd rank. Wang Teng's origin of light was only at the 2nd rank. Good riddance, you're forcing me to use other methods. Wang Teng felt a little helpless. He wanted to use light force to solve this issue, but from the looks of it now, he had to use other methods. In an instant, the light domain around him shrunk and turned into another domain. This domain was completely different from the light domain. It gave off an evil aura. Dark domain. This was Wang Teng's dark domain. Light countered darkness. Darkness was the nemesis of light too. It all depended on who was stronger. Wang Teng smiled gently. Not only did he release the 3rd-level integration phase dark domain, but he also released the power of laws of origin and the 4th-level origin of darkness. Boom. A terrifying force spread out instantly. The light domain seemed to have encountered something terrifying. It shrunk and retreated instantly. Chapter 3608, Mystery of the Behemoth's Body, Planet of Light, Improvement of Light Domain and Origin of Light. 3 sizzling sounds were heard continuously when the 2 domains collided. It's too late to leave now. Wang Teng released his dark domain and slammed it on the light domain. Boom. The light domain finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered instantly. Attribute bubbles dropped one by one. Wang Teng released his spiritual kinesis and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Light Constellation Force 3500. Light Constellation Force 3000. Light Domain Actualization Phase 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 3400. Origin of Light 2400. Origin of Light 3200. Origin of Light 3200. Origin of Light 3800. So many. Wang Teng was surprised. These attribute bubbles merged into his body. One part turned into Light Constellation Force and flowed through his limbs and meridians, while the other part turned into enlightenment and merged into his mind. Wang Teng's Light Constellation Force was replenished instantly. The exhaustion was replenished. There were many Light Constellation Forces here. It was enough to replenish his force. His light domain was improving too. Relevant enlightenment kept appearing in his mind, allowing his grasp of the light domain to become sophisticated. Light domain. 2600 9000 9th level actualization phase. The 9th level actualization phase. Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw the attributes board. It rose by 2 levels from the 7th level actualization phase to the 9th level actualization phase. It hadn't reached the integration phase, but it wasn't easy then. Another enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It was the enlightenment of the power of laws of light. This enlightenment was more profound than the domain enlightenment. However, to Wang Teng's enlightenment and talent, it was nothing. He quickly absorbed it and turned it into his own enlightenment. Origin of Light, 7,500, 30,000. 3rd rank, Wang Teng was surprised. The power of laws of origin of the origin of light rose from the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank. What's more, his attributes reached 7,500 points. This was a huge increase. All of this sounded long, but it happened within a few breaths. The origin of life core on the light planet seemed to know that it couldn't resist Wang Teng, so it started retreating furiously. It turned into wisps of branches and wanted to escape. Huh? Wang Teng suddenly realized a problem. Wasn't the origin of life core controlled by the consciousness of the void? Otherwise, it would have escaped long ago. It wouldn't have waited for him to arrive and started devouring it. What was the difference? Isith noticed this problem and looked at Wang Teng. They exchanged glances and saw the same confusion in each other's eyes. This place was eerie. Before this, they thought that the planet's consciousness was part of the void's will, but from the looks of it now, there seemed to be a slight difference. It was like the true form and clone of a martial warrior. Let's not care about this first. Wang Teng charged towards the origin of life that had escaped with the doubts in his heart. The situation was almost the same as the one on the lightning planet. With the world devourer, most of the origin of life energy couldn't escape his grasp. However, some of them had already merged into the planet, so it was impossible to absorb all of them. Wang Teng didn't have any regrets. He felt the origin of life flowing continuously in his body and was extremely satisfied. He dashed towards the ground. Boom! The ground split open and he glanced at the emptiness. A normal person wouldn't be able to see what was happening in the void. However, Wang Teng could clearly see the terrifying behemoth eyeing the planet like a tiger watching its prey. It was like a god watching over the world. Light started congregating in the giant beast's mouth. It was ready to explode at any moment. The moment Wang Teng appeared, he would have to face an even more frightening killing intent than before. However, he just smiled and moved his body. He turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. The giant beast's eyes shimmered. Just as Wang Teng was about to appear, the light in its mouth was already aimed at him. Then, the next moment, a situation that stunned it appeared. The beam of light split into 9 and escaped in different directions. There seemed to be a huge series of question marks on the giant beast's head. It was stunned. It looked at the 9 rays of light and didn't know which one to attack. Wang Teng had already left in a blink of an eye. Roar! There was finally a hint of anger in the roar of the giant beast. This was the first time such emotions appeared on the giant beast, or rather, on the consciousness of the void. It immediately aimed at a ray of light and the light in its mouth shot out. It wanted to stop him from moving forward. Unfortunately, Wang Teng was well prepared. His figure flashed and disappeared. The beam of light missed its target. Blood, ghost, footwork. This was Wang Teng's blood, ghost, footwork. He fooled many people, and he managed to fool the consciousness of the void, too. It was hard to differentiate them. Come and chase me. Wang Teng's remaining 8 figures appeared in different directions in the void. They hooked their fingers at the giant beast behind them. Isith. This fellow must be getting arrogant. A moment ago, he was still being chased everywhere. Now he dared to provoke the will of the void. He completely disregarded her reminder. Roar. The giant beast looked at Wang Teng's 8 figures and roared again. Then its body started to split and turned into 8 similar giant beasts. However, these 8 giant beasts had shrunk greatly and didn't look as big as before. Bang! The 8 giant beasts dashed out at the same time. They were like a giant battle fortress, crushing the air as they chased after Wang Teng and his companions. Really? Wang Teng widened his eyes in disbelief. He immediately dashed away. The main body was heading towards another planet in the void. This was the Dark Planet. Chapter 3609, Dark Planet. Primordial Dark Consciousness. Special Domain. 1. The 8 figures flew in 8 different directions at a frightening speed. However, the 8 giant beasts behind Wang Teng weren't slow either. Dazzling rays of light shot out of their mouths like beams of light. In an instant, Wang Teng's 8 figures were submerged and dissipated. Only one figure appeared in the space on the other side and evaded the beam of light. That was where the main body was. After Wang Teng evaded the beam of light, he dashed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, only his back could be seen. The scripture just now bought Wang Teng some time, allowing him to widen the distance between him and the giant beast. After the 8 giant beasts destroyed Wang Teng's clones, only one giant beast followed behind Wang Teng. After destroying Wang Teng's 7 clones, the other 7 giant beasts glanced coldly in Wang Teng's direction before dissipating and merging into the emptiness. They turned into colorful mist again. Wang Teng didn't see this scene. He only saw the giant beast behind him expanding again. As it chased him, it gradually transformed back to its original size. A terrifying pressure spread out. He's back to normal. his pupils constricted. He was surprised and speechless. This giant beast is everywhere in this void. As long as the consciousness of the void exists, it can change at will, Iseth said grimly. Wang Teng nodded. He knew that Iseth was right, but he didn't panic. As long as the giant beast continued attacking at the universe level, he could deal with it for now. Boom. The wings of holy light behind him flickered furiously. He turned into a ray of white light and shot in a certain direction. This time, he didn't fly for long before the space in front changed. The void previously was a patch of light, and one could see through the colorful mist from afar. The space here turned dark. All the light seemed to have been devoured. It was pitch black. If you entered this void, you wouldn't even be able to find your way. You would lose your way entirely. Roar. The roar of the giant beast came from afar. There seemed to be a hint of surprise in his cold and ethereal eyes. It seemed to think that this fellow was looking for death since he dared to enter the dark zone. From his previous performance, it knew that the other party's dark element mastery wasn't low, but it was confident in its own dark element mastery. Among all the attributes, his grasp of the dark force was the strongest. However, Wang Teng didn't notice this. He had already dashed into the dark area to search for the dark planet. Heart of Darkness activate. A shout resounded in Wang Teng's heart. Mysterious and strange energy gathered around his heart. His heart seemed to have turned into a strange heart of darkness, giving off an evil and dark aura. His heart had truly turned black. With the help of the second-rank Heart of Darkness talent, Wang Teng's sense of the dark force became extremely sensitive. At this moment, he was like a part of the darkness. He was born from the darkness and was connected to it. Among all the dark talents that Wang Teng had grasped, the Heart of Darkness was the purest dark talent. The other dark talent physiques, such as the Nether God physique and the Blood God physique, weren't as pure as the Heart of Darkness. Thus, when it came to dark perception, Wang Teng's first thought was the Heart of Darkness. What's more, he had the help of the divine-level dark talent. Wang Teng's perception of dark force had reached an inhuman level. Even devil titans couldn't be compared to him. Almost instantly, Wang Teng sensed a place with extremely thick dark force. His eyes lit up. That should be where the dark planet was. He didn't hesitate. He immediately changed direction and dashed in that direction. As he got closer, more attribute bubbles appeared around him. Wang Teng released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up. Dark Constellation Force 2800. Dark Constellation Force 3000. Dark Constellation Force 3000, Magnetic Domain 100, Magnetic Domain 120. These were all Constellation Dark Force and Magnetic Domain attributes. This was within Wang Teng's expectation, so he didn't pay much attention to them. He continued dashing towards the dark planet. Amidst the layers of darkness, he could already see a huge dark planet floating silently in the void like a terrifying dark behemoth. It gave off an evil, chaotic, and indescribable aura. Honestly, Wang Teng didn't see any similar dark planets in the Darkland. Yet he saw one here. Fate made a fool of him. At this moment, when Wang Teng got closer, he frowned uncontrollably and stopped. He felt a sense of danger from this dark planet. This was strange. A planet was giving off a dangerous aura. What was on it? He glanced behind him and was even more surprised when he noticed that the giant beast didn't chase after him. It looked like the will of the void was very confident in this planet. "Are you playing a game with me?" Wang Teng smiled. He suddenly understood the intention of the will of the void. The failure of the first two planets must have angered it. Chapter 36-Den, Dark Planet. Primordial Dark Consciousness. Special Domain 2. "In that case, I'll have some fun with you," Wang Teng muttered to himself. "Wang Teng, I can't be of much help here. I'll go back to the hornless ice dragon Pearl," Iseth suddenly said. Wang Teng glanced at her and saw a hint of discomfort in her eyes. He immediately understood and nodded. "Great. Be careful," Iseth reminded him. Then she immediately entered the hornless ice dragon pearl and disappeared. From her expression, one could tell that she didn't want to stay a second longer. Even as a divine-level martial warrior, she was disgusted by the pure dark force. Wang Teng stretched out his hand and put away the hornless ice dragon pearl. Then he dashed towards the dark planet without any hesitation. He wanted to see what the void conscious had up its sleeve. The sky above the dark planet was filled with thick black clouds enveloping the entire planet. The ground was pitch black and there were cracks everywhere. Occasionally, dark aura would drift out from the cracks and merge into the clouds in the sky. The entire planet gave off a strange and evil vibe. If an ordinary martial warrior entered this planet, he would be contaminated by the dark force and turn into a dark apparition. Wang Teng had already appeared on the dark planet and was floating in mid-air. He looked at this scene with a serious expression. He had already activated his real eye, but he didn't see the origin of life core of this planet. Different from the other planets, the origin of life core of this dark planet had completely merged with the planet. It was similar to some special creatures. They merged their soul and physical body, making them indistinguishable. That way, their physical bodies would become extremely powerful. Cultivating the soul was cultivating the physical body. Both were cultivated at the same time. However, there were disadvantages. If the flesh was heavily injured, the soul would be heavily injured too, compared to a normal life form. It was hard to say which was better and which was worse. It could only be said that everyone had their merits. Wang Teng snorted. He sneered in his heart. Do you think you can stop me like this? World Devourer, activate! A black whirlpool appeared above his head. It spun at high speed and kept expanding. It spread out and seemed to be enveloping the entire ground. In front of the World Devourer, even if the life force core merged with the planet, it could still be sucked out and devoured. The Void Conscious underestimated his World Devourer divine ability. Boom. The black whirlpool kept dropping under Wang Teng's control. It was about to touch the earth of the planet. A terrifying suction force erupted above the earth, and the ground seemed to be shaking. A large amount of dark force was swallowed by the black whirlpool. If the Devour Nihility beast was here, it would have long left this place in the face of this thick dark force, much less devour it. However, Wang Teng wasn't afraid. He possessed extremely powerful dark talent, so the dark force was nourishment for him. There was nothing to worry about. It wouldn't be wasted either. He would absorb as much as he devoured. Boom. The dark planet was infuriated. It started vibrating and the ground trembled. It was like the apocalypse. A powerful aura rose from the ground. Evil, dark, ancient, boundless. It was as if a terrifying dark presence had stepped down from the ancient times and appeared in this world. This is... Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. His pupils constricted. Primordial dark consciousness. He was right. This was the primordial dark consciousness. This was because he had already grasped the power of will. It was exactly the same. However, the primordial dark consciousness here was stronger than the one he grasped. I didn't expect this planet to contain the primordial dark consciousness, and it's so powerful. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm down. He wasn't afraid of the primordial dark conscious. However, the appearance of this consciousness was too sudden. It astounded him. But why is this ancient power of will born on this planet? Wang Teng looked down at the ground with regret. He frowned uncontrollably. He didn't understand. This dark planet was born in the same space as the lightning planet and the light planet. The first two planets didn't have such an ancient aura. Why did this dark planet have such an ancient aura? Was there something special about this place? Was this what the will of the void relied on? Boom! Before he could think further, the powerful primordial dark consciousness had already landed on his body. It slammed on his head like a terrifying mountain filled with dark force. Wang Teng's body fell down uncontrollably. However, there was no signs of panic on his face. A faint smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he spoke slowly. primordial bloodlust conscious activate. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Blood, malicious, ancient, boundless, it was like a murderer who had revived from the ancient times and landed in this world. It circled above Wang Teng's head and blocked the primordial dark conscious for him. At the same time, the dark clouds above the dark planet dispersed, revealing a huge hole as if someone punched it. Boom! The two wills collided in the air and resounded in the sky like thunder. The entire planet was in turmoil. Thick cracks appeared on the ground as if it couldn't withstand the impact of the terrifying will. On the other hand, Wang Teng stood in mid-air without moving. The primordial dark consciousness couldn't affect him anymore. Roar. The giant beast roared in anger. It rolled over and could be heard clearly even on the dark planet. Do you think you can win against me with this little aura? Wang Teng looked up at the sky and smiled as if he could see the giant beast. Boom! The next instant, the black whirlpool started spinning furiously, sucking the origin of life in the dark planet. Wisps of dark aura floated out from the planet, mixed with vitality. This dark planet couldn't resist Wang Teng's world devourer. Boom! Suddenly, the entire dark planet started trembling again. A terrifying black light erupted from the ground. Huh! Wang Teng frowned. He immediately felt an extreme threat from the black light. He didn't dare to be careless. Dark force surged out of his body and formed a special domain around him. This was the dark domain. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was a black glow above his head, too. No, it should be said that there was a black glow sweeping over from all directions, enveloping Wang Teng entirely. In an instant, the darkness around them became even darker. It swallowed everything like water, suffocating everyone. Is this the power of domain? Wang Teng felt a strange and extremely dark domain. Boom! In an instant, the darkness swept over. He felt his dark domain vibrating violently. Crack! Cracks appeared on his dark domain instantly. Wang Teng's pupils constricted. He was dumbstruck. This was unbelievable. His dark domain was at the third level of the integration phase, yet this strange domain caused cracks to appear in his dark domain. Sizzle, however. Before Wang Teng could regain his senses, he suddenly heard the sound of the domain getting corroded. That domain is corroding my domain? Wang Teng was flabbergasted. He was in disbelief. He could tell that his opponent's domain was a dark domain, too. They were both dark domains, but this planet's domain was able to corrode his domain. This was terrifying. Wang Teng understood where the confidence of the void conscious came from. As expected, this dark planet was a little strange. It couldn't be viewed with common sense. Chapter 3611, Enlightenment, Dark Corrosion Domain. A huge face in the void. 1. Sizzle. Boundless darkness enveloped Wang Teng. He couldn't see what was happening outside. Wang Teng's dark domain got corroded continuously. It gave off a hissing sound, and the area it covered got smaller and smaller, but he didn't panic. He was as calm as a dog. Wang Teng carefully observed the power of domain outside, peeking at its secrets. He had mastered many domains, but he had never seen a dark domain like this. He couldn't help but get interested. If he could grasp this domain, his dark domain might rise to another level. His blood sea domain and bloodlust domain had reached the integration phase, and they were extremely powerful among the other domains. However, these domains weren't the real dark domain. They were just blood domains. Wang Teng grasped many blood domains, so he understood the difference between blood and dark force. On the surface, blood attributes seemed to belong to the dark force, too. However, they merged in a special way, just like the mixed bloods. The 5 elements attribute merged with the dark attribute, and they became semi-dark creatures. However, blood was a special branch. If it was classified separately, it would still be different from the real dark element. The vampires always claimed that they were dark apparitions, but they knew clearly that they were actually blood element creatures. On the other hand, the devil moth race, the giant devil race, and the sheep head devil race were different. They were real dark creatures with extremely thick dark blood flowing in their bodies. Of course, this wasn't important. Wang Teng didn't care if the vampires were real dark apparitions. What he cared about was the improvement of his dark domain. This would help him. Sometimes he needed to use the strength of darkness to deal with dark apparitions. Thus, as long as it was of help to him, he would farm attribute bubbles. Even if it was a planet, he would farm it. At this moment, wisps of spiritual kinesis swept out from his forehead and spread to the surrounding dark force. There was a thick dark force in his spiritual kinesis. It resisted the corrosion of the darkness around him and probed into its secrets. Sizzle, even so, his spiritual power was still corroded by the dark domain. An excruciating pain entered his mind. He frowned uncontrollably. He felt as if his hand was stabbed by needles, his fingers were connected to his heart. It was so painful that he gasped. The corrosion of the dark force is so painful. Wang Teng frowned. He didn't have the time to think too much and immediately started enlightening himself. His eyes were shimmering with spiritual light. This domain seems to be corroded by extreme dark force. When the dark force is extremely thick, it possesses the ability to corrode other forces. He sensed the dark domain outside while analyzing the power of domains based on his understanding of different domains. Oh, right, it's compression. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wang Teng's mind. He understood something. Magnetic domain activate. A strange domain erupted from his body and merged with the dark domain around him. Terrifying power surged out of the magnetic domain and compressed the dark domain furiously. Wang Teng's magnetic domain had reached the 5th-level integration phase. It was stronger than the dark domain, so the power it released was enough to affect the dark domain. Boom. The next moment, he felt his dark domain vibrating as if it was being compressed by a pair of hands. More and more dark force was compressed, making the darkness in his dark domain thicker and purer. It was pitch black, and the evilness of the darkness was apparent. Crack. A strange sound was heard. The corrosion of the power of domain paused for a moment. It seemed to have stopped. It felt like a big dog gnawing on a bone. The bone suddenly became hard and it couldn't bite anymore. It really works. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. Sizzle. But the next instant, the sound of his dark domain getting contaminated was heard again. It continued to shrink. What's going on? Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He frowned again. He was surprised. He thought that he had grasped the secret of the corrosive power, but from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. Could it be that it's not just a simple compression? Wang Teng was puzzled. When he wanted to continue sensing the power of the domain outside, the spiritual power that spread out was cut off. It was completely corroded by the domain outside. Gasp. The sudden pain caused Wang Teng to gasp again. However, his spiritual body was powerful after all. He forcefully bore with it and dispelled the pain. Wang Teng's dark domain continued shrinking. It was originally a few hundred meters wide, but it was gradually shrinking to 30 meters. If this continued, he would be devoured and corroded by the domain outside. Troublesome. Wang Teng remained calm, he muttered in his heart, and immediately activated the power of laws of origin of the origin of darkness. Boom. His dark domain vibrated instantly. Strange black runes appeared in his domain and formed chains. The dark domain gave off a powerful and strange power. Chapter 3612, Enlightenment. Dark corrosion domain. A huge face in the void, too. 4th rank, origin of darkness. The power of domain outside was blocked. Even the corrosive power couldn't affect Wang Teng's dark domain, however. Black runes appeared on the domain outside, too. They were evil and dark, making the corrosive force stronger. Fortunately, Wang Teng's power of laws of origin was powerful enough. It was on par with the power of laws in the outside world. Both parties were at a standstill. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard continuously as the two domains collided. They echoed in all directions. What kind of strength is this? Wang Teng looked at the domain outside. Many thoughts went through his mind. his spiritual kinesis swept out again and entered the domain outside. He disregarded the pain from the outside world. If he couldn't withstand this pain, he wouldn't need to cultivate anymore. Compared to the pain he had experienced in the past, this pain was a little different. It was directed at his spirit, but it wasn't unbearable. When he was at the Illusion Heart Pagoda in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, he forcefully pushed his spiritual power to the heaven realm while he was at the cosmos realm. The pain he suffered was many times worse than this. Oh, right. My light erosion domain is similar to the corrosive power of the dark domain. A spiritual light flashed in Wang Teng's mind. The light erosion domain came from the sunlight slug. He just received it not long ago and hadn't used it much. Now that he met a dark domain that possessed the power of corrosion, he finally remembered it. Wang Teng slowly closed his eyes. The knowledge of the light erosion domain flashed through his mind, and he seemed to have understood something. Since the power of light can corrode, the power of dark can too. Compressing the power of dark is a change, and allowing the power of dark to possess the power of devour is another deeper change. Wang Teng appeared to understand something and opened his eyes abruptly. Swoosh! A sharp glint shot out from his eyes and turned pitch black. His dark domain underwent an unimaginable change. There was a qualitative change, and it possessed the power of corrosion sizzle. There was a hissing sound between their domains again. This time, it wasn't Wang Teng's dark domain that got corroded. It was the domains outside. The scales tilted. After Wang Teng released the fourth-rank origin of darkness, both parties were at a standstill. However, Wang Teng understood a slight change in the corrosive power, so his domain became stronger. Still, the corrosive power was still weak. It was like an ant biting an elephant's skin. It couldn't even break the skin. It wouldn't cause any real damage. It was almost impossible to use this corrosive power to corrode the domain outside. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry. His eyes lit up and he saw attribute bubbles appearing in the collision of the two domains. This was because his domain became stronger and affected the domains outside. Naturally, attribute bubbles would drop. This was his plan. He needed to collect the attributes in the right way. That was the only way he could get the essence of the attribute bubbles. Pick them up? He released his spiritual kinesis and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Dark Corrosion Domain 300. Dark Corrosion Domain 500. Dark Erosion Domain. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. As expected, it's similar to the Light Erosion Domain. Even the names are the same. Special enlightenment appeared in his mind. His grasp of the Dark Corrosion Domain rose quickly. He just grasped it a moment ago, but with these attribute bubbles, his Dark Corrosion Domain would reach a high level soon. It might even catch up with the domains on this dark planet. Using the other party's strength to strengthen himself was the essence of farming attributes. As expected, as Wang Teng's Dark Corrosion Domain got stronger, more and more attribute bubbles dropped in the domain outside. Wang Teng's domain had already shrunk to 30 meters in radius. Now, it was finally time for a counterattack. The area covered by the domain kept expanding, causing the domain outside to shrink. A roar came from the void. Wang Teng raised his head and smiled. You're too naive to think that you can use this dark planet to block my path. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, his domain seemed to have strengthened tremendously. It expanded a few hundred meters. At the same time, without the obstruction of the domain outside, his world devourer activated furiously and started devouring the origin of life on the dark planet. This feels amazing, Wang Teng felt the strange energy flowing in his body. His physical body was strengthening at a visible speed. He couldn't help but shout in his heart. Boom! The dark planet shook violently. More and more cracks appeared on the planet, and the thick vitality was slowly dissipating. This was the result of Wang Teng devouring the origin of life. If this continued, this dark planet would follow in the footsteps of the light planet and the light planet. Roar. The angry roars became more and more violent. They pierced through the air and the thick mist on the dark planet. They shook the sky and echoed on the entire planet. "Why are you shouting?" Wang Teng dug his ears and said calmly, "I will definitely absorb the origin of life from your planets. Let's see what you can do to me." Roar. The guy was everywhere in this void, so when he heard Wang Teng's words, his roar was filled with anger. Suddenly, a change occurred. Boom! The entire space seemed to be trembling. Numerous dimensional rifts appeared. Even on the dark planet, there were many dimensional rifts. This is... Wang Teng was shocked when he saw this scene. Did I force him into a corner? He felt a little guilty as he looked into space. At this moment, outside the dark planet, the giant beast dissipated and merged into the colorful mist. Then the mist started churning violently and congregated again. It was thicker and heavier than the mist released by the giant beast. It turned into a huge face in the void covering the sky and the sun. All kinds of strength appeared in its huge eye sockets. Strange runes representing different forms of energy flickered. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, light, dark, all the attributes were congregated in his eyes. They followed a special trajectory and formed a special equilibrium. The pair of eyes pierced through space and darkness and landed on Wang Teng. Gasp. Wang Teng gasped. For some reason, even though he was a distance away, he could still see the pair of eyes clearly. They seemed to be right in front of him. They stared at each other. What kind of terrifying gaze was this? Cold, indifferent, majestic, wholly ethereal. Wang Teng didn't know how to describe this gaze. He felt that the vertical pupil in the eyes of the giant beast from before weren't as scary as this. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, he felt his body turning stiff. It was as if he was being stared at by a divine-level presence. A sense of horror rose from the bottom of his heart. Is he really going to kill me at all costs? Wang Teng felt a little guilty. I told you to take it easy. How can he not be worried when you're so fearless? Isit's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind, although she didn't appear outside. She had been paying attention to the situation outside. Thus, she naturally noticed the giant face that appeared in the void, especially the willpower it gave off. It was even more terrifying than the giant beasts. It was obvious that the void conscious was forced into a corner. What do you know? I just wanted to force him out. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm down and said in a meaningful tone. He felt a little weak, but since he had already reached this stage, he had no choice but to continue. The success of the Heaven Lord level Chaos Constellation scripture would depend on this. Chapter 3613, Anomaly on the Planet. 11. Land of the Fallen Ancient Dark Behemoths. 1. A terrifying face appeared in midair. A pair of cold and distant eyes looked down on the world. Wang Teng stood on the dark planet and gazed into its eyes. The World Devourer divine power was still activated. It had been activated to the maximum and was frantically absorbing the origin of life energy on the dark planet. Boom. The dark planet vibrated violently then. It started moving at a fast speed in the universe. Its speed got faster and faster. Finally, it shot into the depth of the universe like a meteorite. A powerful force suddenly appeared on Wang Teng's body, almost throwing him off the dark planet. Boom! The gale howled and formed a terrifying sonic boom. It exploded beside his ear. If Wang Teng's physique wasn't strong enough, his ears would have been crippled. His expression changed slightly. He had already been thrown out, so he immediately exerted the magnetic domain on himself without any hesitation. The magnetic domain plummeted to the ground with a loud bang, creating a deep hole in the ground. At the same time, his spiritual kinesis swept out and protected his ears, blocking the sonic booms outside. What does he want to do? Isit asked in astonishment. How would I know? Wang Teng raised his head and stared at the sky. He saw the dark planet rushing out of the dark zone and moving away from the giant face in the sky. This strange behavior confused him. He didn't know what the void conscious wanted to do. I don't care what he wants to do. Let's absorb the origin of life first, Wang Teng said. Boom! The world devourer divine power was activated furiously. The black whirlpool expanded again and almost engulfed half of the planet. A terrifying suction force erupted. This was undoubtedly terrifying. A whirlpool engulfed half of the planet. It was no different from the apocalypse. As the black whirlpool expanded, a terrifying suction force pulled the origin of life from the dark planet and sucked it into the whirlpool. Wang Teng felt the thick origin of life energy merging into his body. His physical body kept changing and became stronger. Swoosh, his blood was flowing and he could hear it clearly. It seemed to contain a terrifying energy forming tides that surged through his limbs and bones. Boom, after some time, an explosion occurred in his body. He achieved a breakthrough. An invisible physical shield was broken. It had reached a certain limit. This was the limit of the cosmos realm. In that instant, Wang Teng felt that even if he activated his 10th level realm power, his physical body would be able to withstand it. This is a breakthrough. Wang Teng stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. There was happiness in his eyes. After absorbing almost 2.5 planets' origin of life energy, his physical body finally broke through the limit of the cosmos realm and reached the strongest state of the cosmos realm. This was unbelievable. Among the countless cosmos stage martial warriors in the light universe, there were very few martial warriors who could reach the 10th level of realm power. Over the years, there were only a few martial warriors like him. Even in the Darkland, such presences were rare. One might not even appear in a million years. Dark apparitions were known for their strong physique. Even so, there weren't many dark apparitions who could push their strength to the limit of the cosmos realm. This proved how hard it was to reach the limit of this power. This was the ultimate path. What's more, he had broken through the limits of his physical body and was able to withstand the frightening power of the 10th level realm power. He had reached the limit of the cosmos realm. Physique and strength were different. Some martial warriors could temporarily release terrifying strength with their powerful physique talent, but their physical bodies might not be able to withstand it. They would need to pay a high price to release such a powerful force. It would cause damage to their bodies, just like Wang Teng. If he didn't have the origin of life and eternal matter to heal his body, he might have suffered many hidden injuries. Only when one's physique reached the limit could one release the same amount of strength. They complemented each other. Now, Wang Teng had reached this stage. He could already use his physical body to release 10 levels of realm power. Even if he activated all his physiques to release a frightening power that exceeded the 10th level realm power, it wouldn't cause as much damage as before. This body could be called a human treasure vault. To the dark apparitions, this body was the best food. If they could devour it, it would be of great help to them. Will the dark apparitions lay their eyes on my body? Wang Teng touched his chin. He felt that he was about to become delicious meat. What a terrifying physical strength. Isith seemed to have noticed Wang Teng's change. She was astounded. In her eyes, Wang Teng was like an awakening giant beast. He gave off a terrifying aura. This is all thanks to the planets here. Wang Teng looked into the sky and smiled. It's too early to be happy. You should think of a way to solve this problem first. I wonder what the Void Will wants to do. Isith doused his enthusiasm. Cuff. Wang Teng retracted his smile and looked at the space seriously. Boom. At this moment, the dark planet started to collapse. A large amount of origin of life energy was sucked away and the planet was about to wither. Chapter 3614, Anomaly on the Planet. 11. Land of the Fallen, Ancient Dark Behemoths. 2. Is it going to collapse? Wang Teng looked down. You absorbed a huge amount of origin of life energy and it's moving at such a high speed. It's normal for it to collapse. Isith rolled her eyes secretly. Wang Teng didn't reply to her. He stared into space with shimmering eyes. After a moment of happiness, he had calmed down and started to deal with the situation seriously. Time passed slowly. He temporarily slowed down the devouring of the origin of life on the dark planet. There wasn't much left, so he decided to observe the situation first rather than watch the planet collapse. Also, he felt that no matter how much he devoured, a new origin of life energy would appear on this planet. It wasn't too much, but it was enough to maintain the planet's existence and prevent it from collapsing entirely. This discovery caused Wang Teng to give up devouring the origin of life of this dark planet. He guessed that this dark planet must have an important role in this void so the consciousness wouldn't let it get destroyed completely. Huh. Wang Teng suddenly noticed something and exclaimed softly. "What is it?" Isith asked. "Did you notice that this planet seems to be circling the giant face?" Wang Teng hesitated. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the giant face was facing the dark planet. That was why he was always able to see the front of the giant face. His gaze was fixed on Wang Teng. The feeling of being stared at made Wang Teng uncomfortable. Isith was stunned for a moment. Then she looked up and saw the giant face too. After Wang Teng's reminder, her expression turned serious. Boom, boom, boom! At this moment, an ear-shattering explosion was heard. Wang Teng and Isith were shocked. "What's going on?" Wang Teng was stunned. He looked in the direction of the explosion and widened his eyes in surprise. He saw the lightning and light planets that he had previously landed on while flying over from the void. There was still a long distance between them, but Wang Teng could already see them. This was unbelievable. These planets flew over from the void automatically. What did the void conscious want to do? Oh my God! Isith's expression turned grave too. She stared grimly into the emptiness. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions didn't stop. They came from different directions. Wang Teng was astounded. He looked in other directions and saw a few different planets flying over at high speed. They were like meteors, leaving a long trail of light in the air. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the planets representing the 5 elements appeared in Wang Teng's vision. These planets didn't appear in the past, so he didn't have the time to look for them. He didn't expect them to appear in front of him in this manner. Just as he was thinking about this, a few more explosions were heard. Boom, boom, boom. 3 planets of different colors were closing in quickly. They were the ice blue planet, the dark green planet, and the green planet. The ice blue planet was an ice element planet. The other 2 planets were obviously poison and wind element planets based on their colors. Just like what Wang Teng guessed, there was 1 planet for every attribute in this universe. There were 11 planets in total. He guessed the start, but he didn't guess the process. He didn't expect these planets to appear in front of him in such a manner. What did the enemy want to do? Wang Teng got more and more curious. He was the cause of everything, but he didn't know how far he would force the consciousness of the void to go. He didn't know what it would do either. Everything was unknown. He was just making a bet. He was making a bet for himself. As long as he raised the Chaos Constellation scripture to the Heaven Realm, he would be able to enter the Heaven Realm successfully. His future would be smoother, and he wouldn't be stuck at the Cosmos Realm. Wang Teng's mind worked furiously. At the same time, he waited for the Void Conscious's next move. At the same time, he realized that a large number of attribute bubbles had dropped on the dark planet due to the collision of the domains. Without thinking too much, Wang Teng released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up. Dark Corrosion Domain 2500, Dark Corrosion Domain 3000, Dark Corrosion Domain 3000, Dark Corrosion Domain. Primordial Dark Consciousness 4200. Primordial Dark Consciousness 4000. A large number of attribute bubbles gathered from all corners of the Darkland. They swarmed into Wang Teng's body like swallows returning to their nest. Many thoughts appeared in Wang Teng's mind. His dark corrosion domain rose quickly. His normal domain, the dark corrosion domain, reached the actualization phase in an instant. It continued to rise until it reached the integration phase. It was so fast that even Wang Teng was flabbergasted. Dark Corrosion Domain 1200 4000 4th level integration phase. 4th level integration phase. Wang Teng looked at the attributes board in surprise. He didn't expect the Dark Corrosion Domain to reach the 4th level integration phase directly. This speed of improvement was amazing. It wasn't just the Dark Corrosion Domain. Wang Teng felt that his understanding of the dark domain would rise to the fourth-level integration phase soon. After all, the two had the same effect. Then, an even more profound enlightenment appeared. Origin of darkness. This was the enlightenment of the origin of darkness. There seemed to be many dark runes shimmering in Wang Teng's eyes. He looked divine, and there was a hint of evilness in them. He looked a little evil too. Origin of darkness, 13,500,000, 4,000, fourth rank. The origin of darkness was still at the fourth rank and hadn't broken through. However, it rose by a few thousand points. This was already not bad. After some time, the dark runes in Wang Teng's eyes disappeared gradually. The enlightenment of the origin of darkness had been completely absorbed by him and turned into his own enlightenment. Then, a third enlightenment surged over like a tidal wave. This enlightenment was special. In an instant, a strange scene appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It was emptiness. In the emptiness, there was a colorful mist that gathered into the shape of a palm. Looking down from above, the palm was slightly clenched. The colorful mist on the palm formed a whirlpool that was spinning slowly. Different planets could be seen in the colorful mist whirlpool. They seemed to be spinning around the whirlpool. He didn't know how long he maintained this state. At a certain moment, a giant beast suddenly fell from the sky and landed on a black planet. Time passed slowly. The ground cracked and swallowed the giant beast's body as if it had merged with the planet. From then on, the black planet underwent some changes. The dark power on it became thicker and purer. There was even a hint of ancient majesty, giving the black planet an ancient feel. It was different from the other planets. The appearance and evolution of this ancient aura was etched in Wang Teng's mind and turned into his enlightenment. Sigh? The image stopped. Wang Teng let out a long sigh. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes. So this is the origin of the primordial dark conscious, Wang Teng muttered to himself in surprise. From the start, he felt that there was something strange about this dark planet. It was more powerful than the other attribute planets. He almost fell for it. From the looks of it now, it was because of that dark behemoth. Without a doubt, this was an ancient dark behemoth in the picture. It was extremely old. Chapter 3615, Appearance of the Origin Energy of Chaos. The first form of the chaotic uncharted. 1. Ancient dark behemoth. Wang Teng couldn't see the appearance of the giant beast, but from the obscure aura it gave off, he could tell that it was a real dark behemoth. It was on par with the universe behemoth. Such presences were rare. He didn't expect one of them to appear on this dark planet. This was the creation of the void. It was Wang Teng's luck, too. Since he came here, this opportunity belonged to him. Wang Teng lowered his head and looked at the ground of the dark planet. He scanned the planet inch by inch, searching for the body of the giant beast. He had observed it briefly in the past, but he didn't discover the body of the giant beast. Since he knew about its existence this time, he couldn't let it go. After a long time, the body of the giant beast had merged with the dark planet. It might not be able to remain intact. However, if there was a part that could be preserved, it must be an extremely precious treasure. With the help of his real eye, he saw the situation inside the dark planet. Suddenly, an extremely obscure aura attracted Wang Teng's attention. Found it. Wang Teng smiled and activated his devil rock divine physique. This special earth and dark element physique was suitable for this planet. Boom. The next instant, the ground vibrated. Wang Teng didn't do anything, but some strength seemed to have invaded the ground. Wang Teng stood on the spot and waited quietly for some time. Then, the ground started trembling again. The soil rose and turned into a huge black hand. There was a pitch-black bone in the palm of the hand. Wang Teng stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The pitch-black bone flew up automatically and landed in his hand. He sized it up carefully and was a little surprised. If this bone was placed on the ground, it would be inconspicuous. It might even be similar to the black stone on this dark planet. However, Wang Teng could feel the thick energy emanating from it. He smiled. The power of darkness appeared in his hand and surged into the bone. Buzz, instantly, the bone gave off a dazzling black glow. Strange black patterns and runes appeared on it. It looked dark and divine as expected. It's a star bone. Wang Teng was surprised. From the intensity of the energy, it should be the star bone of a Titan-level star beast. He was overjoyed when he determined the level of the star bone. The star bone of a Titan-level star beast, the star bone of any Titan-level star beast, was extremely precious. Also, this star bone gave off an ancient aura. It must be an ancient star beast. The older the star beast, the more extraordinary it was. This was a widely acknowledged fact. Wang Teng didn't know what kind of star beast the ancient dark creature was, but he knew that it wasn't an ordinary star beast. With this Titan-level star beast's star bone, I should be able to forge a dark element saint-level weapon. Wang Teng thought to himself in the past. He planned to use the sharp teeth and horn of the great black devil horn python to forge a weapon. With the help of the divine sea-sinking iron, he had a high chance of creating a divine-level spiritual kinesis weapon. With this star bone, his weapon would definitely reach the divine level. He might even be able to reach the second-level saint level. Until now, Wang Teng had only forged the Nine Dragons Lightning Le Furnace. It was a first-level, divine-level weapon. It was obviously lagging behind his alchemy level. Now, he could already make a second-level, saint-level pill. What's more, he could make two of them at once. The efficacy was at 100%. His smithery had to catch up. Wang Teng was in a good mood. He played with the star bone lovingly before keeping it. Since it was in his hands, it was his. No one could snatch it from him. Then he looked at the attributes board. Primordial Dark Consciousness, 3,550,000. Fifth rank. Fifth rank. Wang Teng was surprised. The Primordial Dark Consciousness rose from the first rank to the fifth rank. This was a huge leap, so he didn't have the time to react. Just now, he was completely attracted by the image in his mind and was immersed in the ancient conscious. He didn't notice any improvement in his enlightenment. When he saw his primordial dark consciousness rising to the fifth rank, he closed his eyes and felt it again in an instant. All kinds of enlightenment flowed into his mind. At the same time, an ancient dark conscious emerged from his body uncontrollably. It was like a dark presence from ancient times. It was exceptionally terrifying. No one dared to look at it directly. Iseth was already a little numb. She felt the aura emanating from Wang Teng's body, and her body was in a bad state. This fellow was really evolving inhumanly. A moment ago, it was like a giant beast released from its cage. Its physical body was exceptionally terrifying. Now, this terrifying primordial dark consciousness aura appeared. It was like a real dark apparition. If she wasn't familiar with Wang Teng, she might have thought that he was a dark apparition that had revived from the ancient times. She wondered how many things this fellow was hiding in his body. It was a little hard to understand. Within a few breaths, Wang Teng gradually opened his eyes. He retracted the ancient dark aura around him. Iseth heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Teng's aura made her a little uncomfortable at this moment. Wang Teng suddenly felt something and looked up. The giant face's gaze turned colder as if it was staring at him. It gave him a chill. Chapter 3616, Appearance of the Origin Energy of Chaos. The first form of the chaotic uncharted. 2. Wang Teng smiled and raised his middle finger at the giant face. He didn't know what this action meant, but he could feel the contempt in Wang Teng's eyes and face. The gaze in his eyes turned colder. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions in the air became even more violent. The planets were closing in on them like shooting stars. Wang Teng was shocked. He turned his head and realized that he could see the planets clearly without using his real eye. This meant that the planets were extremely close. For some reason, Wang Teng felt a terrifying pressure boring down on him. The space around him seemed to have tensed up. However, at a certain distance, the planets stopped moving and gradually stopped. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. There were 11 planets circling the void. They weren't too close to each other and were some distance away from each other. They circled the giant face. A strange power spread out in this space. It seemed to be the power of the magnetic domain. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Spiritual light flashed past his eyes as if he caught something. This magnetic domain is the external strength that maintains the operation of the planet. He thought to himself, boom. As the 11 planets spun, the space started trembling. An invisible and terrifying aura spread out from the 11 planets. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Wang Teng was dumbfounded, dazzling light erupted from the 11 planets simultaneously. Thick force erupted from within the planets. Boom! Wang Teng's expression changed. He stomped his feet on the ground and shot into the sky like an arrow. This scene exceeded his expectation once again. The will of the void released all the forces on the 11 planets. Was he planning to destroy them? In Wang Teng's eyes, as the force exploded, the 11 planets started collapsing at a visible speed. Numerous broken rocks cracked, rose, and floated in the air. However, under the control of the force, the broken rocks were still bound around the planet. They didn't turn into meteorites and float into the emptiness. Even so, the 11 planets were heavily damaged. They would have to pay a huge price if they wanted to recover. This was like a martial warrior releasing all his origin of life. He only had a little left to maintain his life. A single mistake could result in death. Boom! The frightening force formed an impact force. A violent explosion occurred behind him. Wang Teng turned around and his expression changed. He activated his wings of holy light and his speed increased exponentially. At the same time, he executed his space flash and disappeared on the spot. In an instant, Wang Teng rushed out of the planet. Force swept over and exploded behind Wang Teng. He didn't have the time to think too much. He formed a defense behind him to block the impact of the force. Bang! The next instant, Wang Teng felt as if he was hit by a meteorite on his back. With a loud crack, his force defense shattered. He flew out uncontrollably. The force on the entire planet was terrifying. Wang Teng might be able to resist it if it wasn't released to its maximum potential. However, now that it was fully released, even a martial warrior at the peak of the universe stage might not be able to resist it. Fortunately, he reacted in time and rushed out of the planet's envelopment. The force impact on his body was only a small portion. That was dangerous. Wang Teng stabilized himself in the void and looked at the dark planet behind him with lingering fears. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This void conscious must be crazy, a sore loser. How could he do something like this? He killed 1,000 enemies and harmed 800 of his own. Despicable. Wang Teng immediately turned around and looked at the giant face in space. He had a feeling that this was just the start. It wouldn't be so simple for the will of the void to release the force of 11 planets. He wasn't injured, so the other party wouldn't let him go easily. However, there was no expressions on the giant face. Its eyes remained cold and indifferent. Nothing could be seen. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded in the air. It was deafening. With the planet as the foundation, force formed pillars of light that rose into the sky. It was like a pillar supporting the sky. It was a majestic scene. 11 pillars of light rose and circled the giant face. Thick force fluctuations swept out from the planets, forming visible fluctuations. The seriousness in Wang Teng's eyes got stronger. He felt that something big was about to happen. He immediately remembered the scene he saw when he was understanding the primordial dark consciousness. This space was actually a huge palm formed by the colorful mist. There was a whirlpool formed by the mist in the palm that was slightly clenched. It was similar to the current situation. If one looked down from a high place, there would be a whirlpool here. The 11 planets were spinning inside. This was the first time Wang Teng saw the entire emptiness. At first, he didn't know that the void was actually a huge whirlpool. It wasn't spinning at a fast speed. A person was too small to feel anything inside. However, the appearance of this scene allowed Wang Teng to unintentionally see the true appearance of this void. In addition, he sensed the orbit of the planet in the behemoth's body. Wang Teng understood something. The operation of the entire void was based on these 11 planets, covering every force attribute. Then, with the magnetic domain as the external strength, it followed a specific method and trajectory, forming a delicate balance under the control of the will of the void. Suddenly, Wang Teng understood something. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes. That's why the void conscious doesn't dare to use too much energy. It's afraid of breaking the balance here. He looked at the giant face and scanned the 11 planets again. What the other party did was to use all his force attributes to maintain the balance. At the same time, he was able to release more power. But the price is not small. A mocking smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. However, he put it away quickly and turned serious. If he was right, the space he was in was completely sealed. There was no way he could escape from here. The will of the void had created such a huge scene. They wouldn't stop until they stopped him. If it was other cosmos stage martial warriors, no, even universe stage martial warriors, they would be facing a dead end. They wouldn't be able to escape. However, Wang Teng was different. In terms of force control, no martial warrior was more comprehensive than him. He even grasped dark force. This was his greatest advantage. Since you want to maintain the balance, I'll break it. Wang Teng sneered. Boom! At this moment, the 11 pillars of light merged above the giant face. Different colors of force intertwined and merged in an unimaginable way. They turned into a special and strange energy. Origin. Energy of chaos. Wang Teng's pupils constricted. He immediately recognized the strange and special energy. He was shocked. He didn't expect the void conscious to be able to do this. When he was at the 7 stellar academies, he had entered the chaotic uncharted. There were many origin energy of chaos inside, and they could be seen everywhere. However, the evolution of the chaotic uncharted required countless years and a huge opportunity. The probability of it appearing was too small. Once a certain period of time passed, it would continue to evolve into the primordial uncharted, the universe uncharted, the cosmic uncharted, and the apocalyptic uncharted. Now, the consciousness of the void in front of him was able to form the origin energy of chaos. Didn't it mean that it was about to step into the ranks of the chaotic uncharted? Was this the initial form of the chaotic uncharted, Chapter 361,000? Anger of the will of the void, divine level battle techniques? Black Tortoise Divine Armor 1. In the past, Wang Teng only knew the 4 uncharteds, but he didn't know much about how they would appear, especially the chaotic uncharted. It was the most mysterious presence among the 4 uncharteds. There were many different opinions regarding the appearance of the chaotic uncharted, but not many people could explain it clearly. After all, many chaotic uncharteds had already completed their evolution when they were discovered. Many living creatures could only sense the process of the upcoming evolution and not the mysteries of the previous evolutions. What's more, chaotic uncharted was extremely rare. Among the 4 uncharteds, it was the rarest. Thus, the evolution process before the birth of the chaotic uncharted was extremely rare. It didn't even appear in the universe. The 4 uncharteds were linked to Wang Teng's original universe. There seemed to be a connection, yet this piece of space existed in the vast emptiness of the dark universe. It wasn't connected to the original universe and seemed to be detached from it. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to discover this strange presence. Unless there was a martial warrior like Wang Teng who went deep into the void and was extremely lucky. He might even be able to touch it and discover its secrets, otherwise everything would be useless. But then again, even if he discovered the secret behind it, it was still extremely dangerous. Now, when the consciousness released the origin energy of chaos, the true face of this void was revealed. However, it was accompanied by the danger of death. Even if a martial warrior at the peak of the universe stage came, it would be a dead end. How many people could bring the news back? Boom. As his thoughts went through his mind, the explosions in the void became more and more violent. More and more origin, energy of chaos, merged and congregated, filling this space with an extremely dangerous aura. This aura was spreading at a fast speed. It enveloped the area sealed by the 11 pillars of light and spread towards Wang Teng. I can't let the origin energy of chaos continue to spread. Wang Teng squinted and made his decision. He had entered the chaotic uncharted before, so he knew how divine the origin of chaos was. Once the entire void was enveloped by the origin energy of chaos, no one could predict what would happen. Boom. The next instant, forces of different elements erupted from Wang Teng's body: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, light, darkness. 11 different constellation forces surged out of his body and merged into the emptiness. They shot towards the spot where the 11 light pillars were congregating. At this moment, there was a hint of astonishment in the eye sockets of the giant face. He seemed astounded. This weak-looking life form possessed all the elements of the force just like him. He couldn't understand this situation. Boom! At this moment, Wang Teng's force had already slammed into the spot where the 11 pillars of light were congregating. The equilibrium in the 11 pillars of light was broken. The forces inside turned violent instantly. This balance was extremely delicate. A normal martial warrior would only be able to grasp 3 forces. 5 forces were extremely rare. The addition of these forces would only disrupt the balance. It wouldn't be broken so easily, but it was much easier for Wang Teng. They were both masters of all attributes, and the density of Wang Teng's forces was comparable to a universe-stage martial warrior's. Thus, when Wang Teng added his forces, there was an additional change that couldn't be ignored. Before the consciousness could react, this attack had the effect of catching them off their guards. Boom. At this moment, 11 different forces were surging in all directions like a tidal wave. This was a terrifying scene. The forces on these 11 planets were vast. Only the consciousness of the void could control the forces inside. Once it went out of control, it would be a catastrophe. At this moment, the balance of the 11 forces was broken and swept out. The entire space seemed to be sucked in. Boom. Force waves swept over from afar. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly, and he retreated immediately. The force in his body formed layers of defense in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. However, under the sweeping of the force, the defense shields shattered one by one. It only stopped after 7 to 8 force protective shields were broken. A furious roar erupted from the giant face's mouth, shaking the air. He was infuriated. This was an extremely confident attack. He didn't hesitate to gather the forces from 11 planets to seal this space. He even gathered the origin energy of chaos, but it was still destroyed by that puny creature. He felt that his dominance in this void was being provoked. Anger. An unprecedented anger rose in his emotionless and cold heart. He couldn't control it. In an instant, an indescribable power of will erupted from the giant face and rushed towards the 11 pillars of light. He attempted to restore the balance of the forces in the 11 pillars of light, and he really did it. Under the control of the terrifying consciousness, the out-of-control force started converging and constraining again. It started congregating into the origin energy of chaos. Wang Teng snorted. The force in his body surged out continuously and crashed into the spot where the 11 light pillars were congregating. Boom! Forces collided and residual impact swept through the area. It was terrifying. Chapter 361:18. Anger of the Will of the Void, Divine Level Battle Techniques, Black Tortoise Divine Armor. 2. After some time, Wang Teng's expression changed. He felt that the force in his body was in a weak state. The consumption of force was too much to destroy the balance of the forces in the 11 pillars of light. His opponent's force was much more powerful than his, so he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Fortunately, he just wanted to break the balance. He didn't want to fight the other party head-on. Also, Wang Teng scanned his surroundings, including the 11 planets. The Will of the Void might not know that the eruption of force from 11 planets would give birth to a large number of attribute bubbles. Pick them up. The corners of Wang Teng's lips lifted up. Without any hesitation, he released his spiritual power which had been accumulating in his mind for some time. It swept towards the attribute bubbles around him in an instant. A large number of attribute bubbles gathered from all directions and merged into Wang Teng's body. Constellation Force, Fire 2500, Constellation Force, Fire 1800. Constellation Force, Fire 1816 Force, Constellation Force, Earth 2000, Metal Constellation Force, Earth 2000. Metal Constellation Force, Earth 2200, Constellation Force, Earth 2000, Metal Constellation Force, Earth 1800, Metal Constellation Force, Earth 2200. Lightning Constellation Force, Earth 2300. Lightning Constellation Force, 2300. Lightning Constellation Force, Earth 2500. All 11 forces were present. All these forces appeared in Wang Teng's body. They flowed through his limbs but didn't enter his inner cosmos. Instead, they exploded and struck the spot where the 11 light pillars were, using the spear to attack the shield. If the will of the void knew that Wang Teng used his force to disrupt the balance it had been maintaining, it would be even more frustrated and furious. Both parties were at a standstill. The balance wasn't so easy to break with the help of the void, conscious. However, Wang Teng was able to release his force continuously and break the equilibrium of the 11 light pillars. Hence, it wasn't easy for the void conscious to merge the origin energy of chaos again. The cold and indifferent gaze in the eye sockets of the giant face stared intently at Wang Teng. It didn't understand how this weak creature's force could last for so long. The other party was so weak, much weaker than the living creatures he had seen in the past, but he had more skills than the living creatures in the past. This was unbelievable. The durability of this guy's force also exceeded those living creatures in the past. Wang Teng looked into his eyes and placed his hands behind his back. His body was indeed a little small compared to the giant face, but the strength he released shouldn't be underestimated. Time passed slowly. No one knew how much time had passed. It felt like a long time, but it also felt like a short moment. The giant face seemed to be waiting for Wang Teng to exhaust all his force. However, no matter how much he waited, the result he wanted didn't appear. Wang Teng continued to persevere. There was no signs of tiredness or weakness on his face. Pick them up, he chanted in his heart. Streaks of spiritual kinesis swept through the air, especially towards the giant face. He used up much of his spiritual power to pick up attribute bubbles, so he needed to replenish his spiritual power. However, the will of the void was too powerful. He would be easily discovered if his spiritual power kept getting closer. That was why Wang Teng was extremely careful. He turned his spiritual kinesis into thin strings and stretched them out like tentacles. Once they touched the attribute bubbles, he retracted them. Heaven Realm Spirit, 750. Heaven Realm Spirit, 850. Heaven Realm Spirit, 8200. Origin of Life, 200. Origin of Life, 180. Origin of Life, 260. Origin of Soul, 150. Origin of Soul, 250. Origin of Soul, 230. So many spirit attributes, Wang Teng was surprised. He just wanted to replenish his spiritual power, but there were so many of them now, he didn't have to worry about not having enough spiritual power. Besides that, there were also Origin of Life and Origin of Soul attributes. These two attributes weren't obvious, but they were of great help to Wang Teng. With the help of these two attributes, Wang Teng's spirit and body seemed to know no fatigue. He didn't feel tired at all. While Wang Teng was picking up attributes nonchalantly, the void conscious was stunned. Was this fellow provoking him? Was this a provocation? He released and retracted his spiritual power. Wasn't this a provocation? The void conscious didn't know what Wang Teng was doing. He could only feel Wang Teng's spiritual power spreading over continuously. Then it retracted, spread over and retracted in an instant. The void conscious got angrier. He was already infuriated by Wang Teng, so he couldn't hold it in anymore. Roar, the angry roar came from the giant face again. He opened his mouth abruptly like a whale sucking water. The origin energy of chaos around him congregated in his mouth. He launched his attack in advance. At first he wanted to condense more origin energy of chaos, but he couldn't wait anymore. Boom! Explosions came out of his mouth and resounded in the air. Terrifying fluctuations swept out. Fuck! Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. What was wrong with the void conscious? Why did it suddenly go berserk? He didn't understand, but there was no time to think too much. His pupils constricted uncontrollably when he saw the fluctuations sweeping out of the giant face's mouth. This attack wasn't comparable to the one the giant beast released. Also, based on the size of the face, the range of this attack had exceeded the distance he could evade. With the 11 planets behind him, he had nowhere to hide. A chill went up his spine. Danger, danger, danger. The giant face didn't release its most terrifying attack, but this attack was enough to threaten him. What should I do? Wang Teng's gaze flickered. Many thoughts went through his mind. He immediately scanned the attributes board. The black tortoise divine armor. A special battle technique appeared in his vision. This was an immortal-level defensive battle technique. During the battle at the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, a giant tortoise carrying a pagoda appeared from the abyss. The pagoda was suppressing the terrifying presence of a dark apparition. Unfortunately, the dark apparition broke the seal and couldn't be suppressed anymore. The giant turtle and the pagoda were born too. This giant tortoise was the legendary ancient universe behemoth, the Heaven Mountain Spirit Devouring Turtle. The black tortoise divine armor was a divine-level defense battle technique executed by the Heaven Mountain Spirit Devouring Turtle. Its defense ability was extremely strong, and it could resist the suppression of the dark giant and the dark altar. It was extremely sturdy. Wang Teng was flabbergasted when he thought about it. However, if he used this immortal-level battle technique here, it might be the best way to break this stalemate. Boom! The next instant, a dazzling glow erupted from the giant face's mouth. The origin energy of chaos had already congregated in one spot and turned into a terrifying attack. Terrifying attacks blossomed in the air, covering half of the void, just like what Wang Teng expected. This attack blocked all his paths of escape. He had no other paths of retreat. Black tortoise divine armor. Wang Teng's eyes were filled with light. He roared furiously in his heart. The force in his body started circulating using the chaos constellation scripture and congregated into the origin energy of chaos. Then it exploded. The outline of a gigantic tortoise shell appeared in front of Wang Teng. The tortoise shell was divine. It was covered with strange patterns that looked like the patterns of the Great Tao. There were also some complicated and occult words. Their meaning was unclear. They seemed ancient and gave off an ancient aura. The instant they appeared, the space around them vibrated slightly, and all kinds of strange patterns appeared. They interacted with the runes on the tortoise shell. However, Wang Teng knew that this tortoise shell couldn't be compared to the tortoise shell that the giant tortoise had executed. The difference was huge, whether it was its size or the aura it gave off. His work couldn't be compared to it. Boom! The instant Wang Teng congregated the black tortoise divine armor, the attack from the giant face slammed into it. A violent explosion occurred, and the tortoise shell vibrated violently. Chapter 3, 6-19, Weakness, 50%, Confidence, Gamble, 1. Boom! In the area sealed off by the 11 planets. Dazzling light engulfed most of the space. Violent explosions resounded in all directions. This scene was like the birth and death of the universe. The terrifying explosion was about to annihilate everything. Wang Teng and the image of the tortoise shell had been submerged. No one could see their faces anymore. Some distance away, the giant face seemed to have gotten weaker after this attack. It wasn't as solid as before and started to turn illusory, but he didn't disappear. His cold eyes were still fixed on the explosion in front of him, waiting for the result amidst the endless light. The divine tortoise shell was shimmering furiously. The runes on it were getting destroyed one by one, and the strange patterns were breaking one by one. Crack, crack. Clear cracking sounds were heard within a few seconds. Cracks started to appear on the sturdy tortoise shell. It was about to collapse. Wang Teng's pupils constricted as he stood behind the tortoise shell. He didn't have the time to think too much. The force in his body surged out continuously and merged into the tortoise shell, repairing the cracks that kept appearing. At the same time, he released his spiritual power without any hesitation and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. The endless rays of light caused great damage to his spiritual power. However, he couldn't care about that now. He could only withstand the frightening energy and pick up the attribute bubbles. Bang, bang, bang. The invisible tentacles formed by spiritual kinesis broke instantly. They didn't even have the chance to touch the attribute bubbles. Wang Teng frowned. He immediately thickened his spiritual kinesis and twisted it into a rope. Then he swept it out again. Finally, after a portion of his spiritual power broke, he managed to pick up some attribute bubbles. Fortunately, his spiritual kinesis was strong and durable enough to resist the impact of the energy. It didn't break immediately. Otherwise, picking up attributes would be a luxury. This showed how difficult and dangerous the current situation was. Constellation Force, Earth 350. Constellation Force, Earth 4000. 4000 Force, Metal Constellation Force, Earth 4000. Metal Constellation Force, Earth 800. Metal Constellation Force I-800. Water Constellation Force 350. Water Constellation Force I-800, Metal Constellation Force I-800 Hunton, Water Constellation Force 3500. In an instant, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and exploded. They merged into the tortoise shell. The runes and patterns on the tortoise shell stabilized a little. When they collapsed, new runes appeared. The explosion of the void conscious might have caused him to pick up more attributes than before. This gave Wang Teng a chance to breathe. If not, with the power of the origin energy of chaos, his black tortoise divine armor might not be able to withstand it. After all, he couldn't be compared to the Heaven Mountain spirit devouring turtle. He was only at the peak of the cosmos realm. Even so, Wang Teng knew that the current situation couldn't last for long. If he didn't think of other ways, he would still die under the bombardment of the void conscious. He frowned and activated his real eye. He scanned his surroundings. After passing through the layers of energy, the giant face appeared in his vision. Suddenly, he noticed something and his eyes lit up. That attack just now exhausted much of his energy. The illusion of the giant face could be seen at a single glance. Wang Teng could tell the difference at a single glance. He had a guess. He's getting weaker. This might be the time to use that move. It's just a little risky. I'm only 50% confident of success. Wang Teng's gaze flickered continuously. He had already thought of a way to break out of this situation. Otherwise, he would only be seeking death. Now, he was just perfecting this method to reduce the risk. The thought in his mind grew stronger when he saw the illusion of the giant face. This method was a little crazy, but based on Wang Teng's style, he had to give it a try if he had the chance. Never mind, I can just spend a large amount of resources to condense my true form. I won't die with my clone around. A normal Cosmos stage martial warrior would probably be dead by now. However, Wang Teng had many skills, and some of them were a little strange. As long as he kept a trace of his blood, he could be reborn. However, the process would definitely be more arduous and his cultivation would be affected. But if he succeeded this time, he would be able to advance to the heaven realm. If you wanted to gain something, you needed to put in the effort, especially a martial warrior like him. Other people couldn't give him much help. He could only rely on himself. Even if it was a risk, he had to try. In an instant, Wang Teng's gaze turned resolute. He looked ahead and fixed his gaze on the giant face. The cold and indifferent gaze in the eye sockets of the giant face flickered. It seemed to have sensed something. However, the area where Wang Teng was at was covered with layers of energy. Even it couldn't sense anything. This made it suspicious. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to move. He stared intently at the giant face and released his spiritual kinesis continuously to pick up the attribute bubbles around him. He needed to be well prepared and face the void conscious in his best state. Chapter 3, 620, Weakness, 50% Confidence, Gamble, 2. All kinds of attribute bubbles flew over. There were force attributes, spirit attributes, origin of life, and soul of soul attributes. This made Wang Teng even more certain that the void conscious had weakened. If not, it wouldn't have dropped the origin of life and origin of soul attributes. This was the most important power of origin of any living creature. Normally, it wouldn't drop. It would only drop when you were seriously injured or when you released your power of origin. The consciousness of the void wasn't heavily injured. It had released its power and wanted to kill Wang Teng in one go. It felt uneasy because of Wang Teng's presence. At the same time, it felt a sense of opportunity. If not, it wouldn't have spent so much effort to chase Wang Teng and even gather all 11 planets for an eruption. To it, this was a self-destructive move. Even if it killed Wang Teng, it would need a large amount of time to recover before it could return to its original state. However, if it wanted to get something from Wang Teng, it needed to pay a price too. You could say that the void conscious was thinking the same as Wang Teng. Both parties were making a huge gamble. Also, they were extremely confident in themselves. That was why they dared to take this gamble. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the light started to dim. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. The attribute bubbles around him were almost all collected. Crack, crack, crack. Cracking sounds were heard continuously from the black tortoise divine armor. Most of the tortoise shell had collapsed. Only a fragment that could protect Wang Teng's body was left. However, he wasn't moved. He roared in his heart. Devil, armor, divine physique, activate. A black shadow that wasn't huge appeared outside Wang Teng's body. It formed a hideous armor with sharp thorns hanging down like steel blades. The armor gave off a cold metallic glow and was around 4 to 5 meters tall. Wang Teng's body seemed to have grown taller. The defensibility of the devil armor divine physique was astonishing. It wasn't weaker than a saint-level battle armor. This was Wang Teng's second protective shield. Boom. The next instant, he stopped hesitating. He controlled the remaining black tortoise divine armor fragment and hurled it at the giant face in the space in front. His body followed closely behind the black tortoise divine armor and turned into a ray of light. It broke through the light of the explosion and cut through the air like a shooting star. It was dangerous. The giant face was waiting for Wang Teng to die, but it sensed a ray of light shooting out. The expression in its eyes changed. It didn't expect the weak little creature to block its attack. He even dared to retaliate. It turned grim when it saw the beam of light closing in on him at a fast speed. Roar. An angry roar was heard. A large amount of force gathered in the giant face's mouth again. However, this time, he didn't have the time to gather the origin energy of chaos. He could only use the attributes on the 11 planets. The constellation Fire Force arrived first and merged into his mouth. A crimson beam of light shot out and slammed towards the beam of light Wang Teng had turned into. Boom! Wang Teng's beam of light collided with the beam of light. His advancement was stopped instantly. Cracking sounds were heard continuously from the black tortoise divine armor before it collapsed. He expected this, but he didn't panic. He continued dashing forward. The crimson pillar of light landed directly on his hard and pitch-black armor. This time, the beam of light was blocked. Wang Teng resisted the scorching heat from the pillar of light. A ball of black flame swept out of his body. It was the dark flame, in front of a divine flame. All flames had to bow down to it. The scorching heat in the crimson pillar of light couldn't hurt him anymore. At the same time, he had already executed his light bolt battle technique. The pure white wings behind his back flapped furiously, providing him with great motivation. Boom! The crimson pillar of light was destroyed. Wang Teng's body turned into a beam of light again and shot towards the giant face. At this moment, he was wearing a pitch-black battle armor. His entire body was engulfed in black flames, giving off a dark aura. However, there was a pair of pure white wings behind his back. They were holy and bright. It was a stark contrast. If anyone saw this scene, they would widen their eyes in shock. Light and darkness appeared on a person at the same time without any conflict. It was unbelievable. There was a hint of surprise in the giant face's eyes. Although he could use light and dark force simultaneously, he couldn't do it as easily as Wang Teng. This made him yearn for Wang Teng's secrets even more. Boom! At this moment, a few other colors of light gathered in his mouth. They were yellow, gold, green, and blue. These represented the four forces, along with the constellation Fire Force. He had all 5 elements now. The instant the explosion occurred, a 5-colored beam of light shot out and landed on the armor around Wang Teng. Bang! A dull thud was heard. It sounded like 2 pieces of metal colliding violently. Wang Teng immediately felt a huge force coming from the front and invading his body. The armor around him vibrated uncontrollably. Bloody wounds appeared on his body. Fresh blood flowed out. Fortunately, he was still wearing the saint-level battle armor he snatched from the Devil Emperor. After the defense of the Devil armor and the saint-level battle armor, most of the strength was gone. Also, he had just absorbed origin of life energy from a few planets to strengthen his body, allowing it to reach the limit of the cosmos realm. Even a heaven-stage martial warrior with a physique wouldn't be able to compare to him. Also, ancient god's body activate. 5-element divine physique activate. True dragon battle physique pseudo activate. Divine constellation physique activate. Heishan emperor physique activate. Devil bone activate. In an instant, Wang Teng roared in his heart. He activated all his powerful physiques, whether it was the light physique or the dark physique. All of them appeared in his body, strengthening his physical body and giving off a terrifying aura. The wounds healed instantly. Wang Teng's body remained perfect, as if there had never been any wounds. The next instant, a shadow sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed it out. The 12 swords of Tyrant, the 4th sword, boom! 100 feet long sword glow shot into the sky, piercing the colorful mist around it. It was almost at the same level as the pillar of light from the 11 planets. This sword glow was golden in color. It was majestic and domineering like the sword of an overlord. It swept through the sky and earth with astonishing power. Wang Teng slashed his sword out, and the terrifying sword glow cut into the 5 pillars of light. The metal element integration phase domain exploded instantly. At the same time, strange golden runes appeared on the sword glow. It was as if a large hand had carved it on the sword glow and linked it together to form chains. It was a divine sight. Wang Teng seemed to have merged with the sword glow. He kept rushing into the 5-element pillar of light and got closer and closer to the giant face. Unity of man and sword. Wang Teng had already executed the unity of man and sword. His unity of man and sword was comparable to a universe-level talent. Once he executed it, it was enough to fight with martial warriors below the 3rd level of the universe level. He was the sword, and the sword was him. Boom! The 5 pillars of light were forcefully destroyed. They couldn't stop Wang Teng's sword glow. The giant face's attack was too hasty. In addition, it had already released its power twice. This time, even if it gathered all the 5 forces, it wouldn't unleash half of its most powerful strength. If not, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to cut his way in so easily. Everything was within Wang Teng's calculations. He had already thought of this when he was enveloped by the origin of chaos. The giant face seemed to be extremely confident in its attack. In that case, he might as well beat it at its own game and pretend to be weak. Then he would take the chance to launch his own attack and catch his opponent off his guard. That way he could get close to his opponent. A tinge of panic finally appeared in the giant face's eyes as if it sensed the imminent threat. Chapter 3621, 11-Colored Lotus Flower. Wang Teng's craziness. It seems too much. 1. Boom. The space trembled. Wang Teng merged with the golden sword glow and slashed the 5-colored beam of light continuously. He charged towards the giant face. Roar panic finally appeared in the giant face's eyes. It roared in anger and started absorbing the forces around it. Even the wind, lightning, poison, ice, light, and dark force were sucked into its mouth. The five-colored pillar of light got bigger and bigger. The other forces merged into the pillar of light, allowing the color of the light pillar to increase gradually. Wang Teng immediately felt pressurized. The resistance in front of him became extremely frightening. He slowed down instantly. All kinds of strength poured out from the pillar of light. Lightning, wind blades, ice, poison, light, darkness. Any other martial warrior would have been blasted into pieces by this strength. But Wang Teng was still able to resist it. Demon Lotus, Poison Body, activate. Divine Frost Physique, activate. Lightning Spirit Physique, activate. Heart of Darkness, activate. Divine Light Physique, activate. In an instant, Wang Teng activated 5 physiques at the same time. Except the Demon Lotus Poison Body, these physiques weren't high enough. They were at most first rank to second rank. In terms of improving the physique, they couldn't be compared to the talent physiques he activated. However, they were all top-notch physiques, so their resistance to all kinds of attributes was extremely strong. Normal talents couldn't be compared to them. Thus, after Wang Teng activated his physique, the energy in the Pillar of Light had a lesser effect on him. Wang Teng turned serious. He didn't dare to be careless and continued charging forward. Crack! A series of cracking sounds were heard. He squinted and saw clear cracks on the sword glow. The sword glow released by the 12 swords of Tyrant finally couldn't withstand it anymore. Wang Teng didn't have the time to care about this. He tensed up and changed his battle sword into a battle blade. Boom! The instant the sword glow shattered, a dazzling blade glow erupted from his battle blade. There seemed to be a yellow sky above his head, covering the entire space. The forces gathered by the 11 planets were blocked in the sky. This scene was astonishing. Even the giant face turned and looked up. Boom! Wang Teng didn't hesitate. The instant the sword glow dissipated, he slashed his battle blade out, and the blade glow merged into the Pillar of Light. This was an immortal-level battle technique, the Huang Heaven Blade. This attack wasn't weaker than the 12 swords of Tyrant's 4th sword. The integration phase domain and the power of origin merged into the blade glow, giving off a terrifying power. Boom. The beam of light was cut open once again. Wang Teng's body shot forward. The will of the void wouldn't have thought that after Wang Teng's sword glow was destroyed, it would release a powerful blade glow that was no weaker than the sword glow. He didn't know much about other living creatures, but he knew how long it would take to master a skill to a powerful stage, yet this puny creature had exceeded his understanding. He had too many skills, and all of them were powerful. He couldn't imagine how he did it. Roar! The giant face couldn't maintain its composure anymore. It kept roaring in anger and released a terrifying suction force. It wanted to suck more force to stop Wang Teng from advancing. Boom! 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 The 11 planets gradually collapsed. More and more broken rocks cracked from the planets and floated in the universe. Some broken rocks couldn't be tied around the planets anymore and started floating towards the depth of the void. Even so, fewer and fewer forces could be absorbed. Due to the previous explosion, there wasn't enough force left in the 11 planets. What's more, with the yellow sky blocking his path of absorbing the force, it wasn't as easy as before. The giant face was in a dilemma. It could either continue to stop Wang Teng or split its attention to destroy the yellow sky above it. However, when it saw Wang Teng getting closer and closer, it didn't have the time to care about other things. "You're scared." At this moment, Wang Teng shouted. His gaze was filled with mockery as he stared coldly at the eye sockets of the giant face and stared at the consciousness behind it. "Aren't you high and mighty? Aren't you the ruler of this void? Why are you afraid now?" Wang Teng sneered. The battle blade in his hand cut through the Pillar of Light like a hot knife through butter. It got closer to the giant face and gave off an immense pressure. The distance between them got closer and closer. The distant space was no longer able to stop Wang Teng's footsteps and blade glows. At this moment, he was as sharp as a blade. He could even create a huge hole in the space. Roar, the giant face gave an ear-shattering roar. It was infuriated. Its unchanging emotions were like raging waves, creating endless waves. Afraid. He was the ruler of this void. He wasn't afraid of a weakling. Boom. In an instant, outside the void sealed by the 11 planets, the colorful mist started churning violently. Endless force was born from within and congregated in this area. Chapter 3622, 11-Colored Lotus Flower. Wang Teng's craziness, it seems, too much, too. The colorful mist was originally maintaining an extreme balance as if it was brewing something. However, it was destroyed by Wang Teng, so the consciousness had no choice but to use the power of the entire void. He felt an indescribable danger. If he couldn't overcome this danger, he wouldn't be able to protect himself, much less this void. He might be beaten back to his original state. This wasn't what he wanted. He spent countless time to reach this stage. He had intelligence and had even found his own path. Although he was still exploring this path, if he went back to the beginning, everything would turn into bubbles. He would never return to his ignorant state. However, he never thought that this puny little creature in front of him could force him to this stage. Boom. Amidst the violent churning of the colorful mist, forces of different colors congregated like a torrent. This was a majestic scene in the cold and lonely space. Wang Teng turned around abruptly. His pupils constricted slightly, but his expression remained calm. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Wang Teng, the balance of the void is broken. The void will probably fight with you. Isith's grim voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. She sensed something, too. I know, Wang Teng replied calmly. In that case, I can't hold back anymore. Hold back? Isith was stunned. This fellow held back a moment ago, really? From his words, it wasn't hard to tell that Wang Teng was well prepared. He even predicted this situation. Wang Teng didn't care what Isith was thinking. He took a deep breath and stretched out his empty left hand. He clenched his fist slightly. Space, physique, activate. An extraordinary space power erupted from his body and congregated on his palm. An invisible wind blew around him, sweeping through the air. This was the wind of space. A continuously spinning energy current formed on Wang Teng's palm. Endless space power, as well as the power of time, merged into it. The energy stream got bigger and bigger. Within a few seconds, it had expanded to the size of Wang Teng's body. It engulfed him and spun around him. Besides the power of time and space, all kinds of attributes surged out of Wang Teng's body. They gathered below his feet and gradually formed a lotus flower. This lotus flower was strange. At first, there were only 5 colors. They represented the 5 elements, namely metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. After these 5 forces merged, 2 other colors appeared. They were the green wind force and the purple lightning force. Wang Teng merged the wind force into the tornado to make it spin faster and more powerful. But after some careful consideration, he decided that he should merge the wind force with the other forces like the rest and achieve a final equilibrium. Then he would merge with the tornado, space tornado, and release its full potential. This way there might be unexpected surprises. After all, this time he planned to add dark force into the lotus flower to form an unprecedented force lotus. In the past, he couldn't use this complete force lotus flower because he was either in the light universe or the dark universe. If he used all the attributes, it would arouse suspicion. But now he didn't have this worry anymore. There was no need for Wang Teng to hold back when facing the void conscious that possessed all the attributes. If he wanted to reach a real equilibrium, he needed wind force. Wang Teng had a premonition that once he gathered all his forces, the force lotus he condensed would undergo a qualitative change. Its power would be terrifying. Of course, this was just his guess. This was the first time he used this skill. The endless tornado had never been used ever since it was created. Even the blood god lotus he used in the Darkland wasn't the real endless tornado. It was just an incomplete version. However, this time was different. He didn't hold back in order to deal with the will of the void. He wanted to instill all his power into this attack and give it a huge surprise. Boom! At this moment, the space started trembling. Terrifying cracks appeared around the tornado and energy fluctuations swept out. After the seven forces merged into the lotus flower, the tornado turned extremely violent. The energy inside seemed as if it would explode at any moment. It was terrifying. The giant face in the distance was astounded when he saw this scene. He felt an extreme threat from the tornado. This threat was many times stronger than before. It could even obliterate his consciousness and make him feel a little uneasy. Boom. His gaze was cold as he frantically absorbed the forces from all directions. Since he had reached this stage, he knew that there was no turning back. He could only give it his all. In an instant, the atmosphere turned extremely tense. It was filled with an indescribable sense of danger. It was as if anyone who stepped into this void would be in life-threatening danger. This feeling was enough to make one's head turn numb. Wang Teng didn't waste any time. As the wind and lightning force merged into his body, the 5-colored lotus flower turned into 7 colors. He continued merging other forces into it. At the same time, his spiritual power surged out and entered the lotus flower. It turned into a root and tried its best to maintain the balance. This was the first part that was indispensable. Next were the constellation Poison Force and the constellation Ice Force. These two forces used a special method to maintain a balance with the 7 attributes. They turned into 2 new petals on the 7-colored lotus flower. They were dark green and ice blue. The 7-colored lotus flower turned into a 9-colored lotus flower. It looked divine and divine. However, Wang Teng didn't stop. 2 different forces erupted from his body. They were light and dark. Just as the black and white force was about to merge into the 9-colored lotus flower, Wang Teng suddenly thought of the mysterious beast skin. There were 11 patterns on the mysterious beast skin. The 9 patterns represented metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, and ice. They were similar to the lotus flower Wang Teng had formed. The 2 patterns in the center represented light and dark. The 11 patterns maintained the balance in a unique way. In that case, could he use the same method to merge the force lotus he had condensed so that it could reach the same equilibrium as the beast skin? When he thought about this, Wang Teng suddenly had an urge. He wouldn't merge them using the original method. Instead, he would merge them using the beast skin method. Everybody had to admit that Wang Teng had always been a crazy person. Now that he had this thought, he decided to give it a try without any hesitation. Boom. Light and dark force surged towards the 9-colored lotus flower. At the same time, the 9 forces started moving too. Under the control of his spiritual kinesis, they extended towards the center. The light and dark forces formed a black and white circle, spinning slowly in the center. The other 9 forces were connected to the black and white circle. Boom. The 9-colored lotus flower underwent another transformation. It turned into an 11-colored lotus flower and vibrated abruptly. A powerful energy fluctuation erupted. This energy fluctuation was many times more terrifying than when he condensed the 9-colored lotus flower. It seemed to have transformed into another form of energy. It had undergone a sublimation and transformation. Success. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He smiled uncontrollably. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful suction force erupting from the lotus flower. The force in his body surged into the lotus flower uncontrollably. Fuck, Wang Teng cursed instantly. He could clearly feel that within a split second. The lotus flower had absorbed most of the force in his body. Even his spiritual power was flowing towards the center of the lotus flower uncontrollably. Based on this frightening speed of absorption, he would be sucked dry within a few breaths. I think I went too far. At this moment, Wang Teng swallowed his saliva. This was the only thought that appeared in his mind. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Chapter 3623, The Completed Endless Tornado. You lost. The blood cocoon in the void. 1. Boom. A terrifying suction force erupted from the 11-colored lotus flower below his feet. This 11-colored lotus flower was inextricably linked to Wang Teng. It was able to suck away the force and spiritual power in his body continuously. Wang Teng could forcefully cut off his connection with the 11-colored lotus flower, but if he did that, all his efforts would be in vain. The endless tornado that he took so much effort to form was going to go to waste. Wang Teng wouldn't allow this to happen. His gaze was firm as he allowed the 11-colored lotus flower to absorb the force and spiritual power in his body. "I want to see how long you can suck." He gritted his teeth and released a portion of his spiritual power. It swept towards his surroundings. Attribute bubbles started gathering around him. The explosion of the void conscious gave birth to many attribute bubbles. They floated around Wang Teng, giving him a chance. Wood, Constellation Force, 580 Neverd. Constellation Force, Wood, 6,500. Water Constellation Force, 620 Surd. Water Constellation Force, 5500. Constellation Force, Wind, 8500. Heaven Realm Spirit, 12,000. Heaven Realm Spirit, 10,500. Origin of Life, 2600. Origin of Life, 320 Surd. Origin of Soul, 2500. Origin of Soul, 2800. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He heaved a sigh of relief. He expected this, but before he picked up the attribute bubbles, he felt a little guilty. All the attribute bubbles contained the attributes he received in the past. There were all kinds of forces, including every kind. He didn't miss any of them. If he was facing other presences, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to get such comprehensive attributes. However, the will of the void was the same as him. Both of them had all the attributes. The attribute bubbles they dropped were the same as his. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about his force not being enough for the 11-colored lotus flower to absorb. Now, it was time to see who could last longer. Then, there was the spiritual power attribute, the origin of life, and the origin of soul. These attributes allowed Wang Teng to maintain his spiritual power. If not, he would have a hard time because of the high demand the 11-colored lotus flower had for spiritual power. The endless tornado was powerful, but it required too much force and spiritual power. Normal people wouldn't be able to execute it. If Wang Teng's spiritual power hadn't reached the peak of the Heaven Lord realm and was comparable to a universe-level martial warrior, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Wang Teng didn't waste any time either. The power of domain in his body merged into the 11-colored lotus flower below. If he wanted to release the endless tornado that could threaten universe-stage martial warriors, his force wasn't enough. He needed a higher level of energy, too. The power of domain and the power of laws of origin were indispensable. Fortunately, the merging of the force attributes was a prerequisite now. He just needed to follow the steps for the power of laws of origin and the power of laws of origin. As long as they merged with the same amount, there wouldn't be any problems. As expected, all kinds of domains and the power of laws of origin merged into the 11-colored lotus flower. No accidents happened. Within a few seconds, the 11-colored lotus flower below Wang Teng's feet became even more divine. Strange patterns appeared on the petals of the lotus flower. Some looked like lightning, some looked like flames, some looked like water, and some looked like plants. It was as if there was an invisible hand carving these patterns on the petals. The workmanship was exquisite. This lotus flower didn't look like a lotus flower formed from force. It looked like a real lotus flower born in the void. No one could tell that it was an illusion. However, the lotus flower was still absorbing the force in Wang Teng's body. It showed no signs of stopping. Both parties were at a standstill. Both Wang Teng and the Void Conscious needed time to execute their most powerful attack, especially the Void Conscious. It wasn't easy to transfer all the attributes over from the Void. If not, he would have done it a long time ago. He wouldn't have waited until the end. There was no other way. If Wang Teng didn't force him to this point, he wouldn't have chosen to mobilize the power of the entire Void. This was a huge loss for him. Boom. Deafening explosions resounded in the air. The attacks that were about to erupt enveloped the entire space, especially the two similar forces. They seemed to have merged into one and were intertwining in the space. There was no boundaries between them. The explosions merged together. No one could tell which side made the sound. Endless rays of light exploded from both sides, enveloping the entire space. If anyone saw this scene, they would be flabbergasted. They might think that this was a battle between formidable martial warriors. The terrifying tornado outside Wang Teng's body got bigger and bigger. As the 11-colored lotus flower absorbed his force and spiritual power, the energy fluctuations in the tornado got more and more violent. It seemed as if it would explode at any moment. It was terrifying. The giant face was expanding continuously, covering a large area of space. More and more energy gathered in its mouth, forming a ball of light that couldn't be looked at directly. There were all kinds of attributes inside. Although they hadn't merged into the origin energy of chaos, they were amalgamated in a special way and gave off a terrifying power. Chapter 3.6, Tune 4, The Completed Endless Tornado. You lost the blood cocoon in the void. 2. The dazzling light was like a star that was about to explode. It was dazzling, but it also contained unimaginable danger. Iseeth looked at the situation outside and didn't make any sound. She was afraid of disturbing Wang Teng. Her expression turned grave, too. However, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. She was astounded when she saw Wang Teng's tornado. It was unbelievable that this fellow had such terrifying skills. 11 forces, power of space. There was even a special power. It seemed to be the power of time. The most mysterious power of time. Did someone really grasp this forbidden strength? And this person was right in front of her. It felt like a dream to her. Iseeth felt that she had wasted her years of life. As an immortal-level martial warrior, she felt that her eyes were opened today. Wang Teng was too unexpected. He exceeded all common sense and was a monster. Time passed slowly in this tense state. Boom. After some time, a violent explosion suddenly came from the space in front. The entire space seemed to have trembled violently. The forces gathered from all directions froze for a moment, as if time had stopped. Wang Teng squinted. The void conscious had already finished congregating. This was out of his expectation. The 11-colored lotus flower below his feet was still absorbing the force and spiritual power frantically. It would probably take some time. The situation became extremely disadvantageous for him. Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar came out of the giant face's mouth. Then a glaring ball of light shot out from his giant mouth. This time, it wasn't the pillar of light. Instead, it was the terrifying ball of light that looked like a star. It crashed towards Wang Teng. Boom! Terrifying dimensional rifts appeared wherever the ball went. The space around him couldn't withstand the frightening energy, and terrifying dimensional rifts appeared. Terrifying turbulence swept out around the light sphere. Wang Teng turned grim. His entire body tensed up. The lotus flower below his feet was still absorbing the light sphere furiously. If he couldn't finish absorbing it before the light sphere arrived, he would have to break it forcefully and launch this attack. He could only pick up the attribute bubbles around him frantically in an attempt to let the Force Lotus finish absorbing them quickly. No one could see it. Not even the void conscious attribute bubbles were gathering from all directions and surging into his body like swallows returning to their nest. However, the consciousness of the void could feel the forces around it getting devoured by the weak little creature in front of it. It found it unbelievable. He was just a small and weak creature. How could he absorb so much force? What's more, his speed was comparable to its own. This operation overturned its understanding. But it didn't matter. No matter how outrageous this creature was, it was all in vain. He didn't have the advantage. The void conscious could tell that his opponent's attack wasn't completed, and he had already completed his own attack. The void conscious's gaze was cold, as if it was looking down on an ant struggling at the brink of death. Wang Teng got nervous when he saw the terrifying ball of light getting closer and closer. Cold sweat appeared on his palms. Crack, crack, crack. A clear cracking sound was heard. Wang Teng felt the corners of his eyes twitching. Cracks had already appeared on his blade glow. It was collapsing continuously. At the same time, the beam of force light released by the void conscious collapsed too. At this moment, the light sphere was attacking indiscriminately. Wang Teng's 100-feet-long blade glow couldn't resist the energy invasion of the light sphere. Before the other party arrived, the blade glow was already dissipating. Bang. Suddenly, before Wang Teng could react, the blade glow disintegrated and turned into countless droplets of light. Fortunately, Wang Teng had the power of the tornado protecting him. The energy around him couldn't hurt him at all, as it spun at high speed. However, the disintegration of the blade glow meant that the light sphere was extremely close. "Wang Teng!" Isith, the divine-level martial warrior, got nervous. She shouted uncontrollably. As the terrifying ball of light got closer and closer, she felt an unparalleled pressure. She felt a sense of danger. She had experienced this feeling once. That was when she was killed. Thinking back about it, she still felt her soul trembling and her body turning cold. As an immortal-level martial warrior, it didn't feel good to get killed. Now she only had one soul left. She didn't expect to experience it again. This was frustrating. Wait! Wang Teng seemed to be speaking to Isith, but at the same time he seemed to be speaking to himself. His eyes widened as he stared at the light sphere that was getting closer and closer. He could already feel a terrifying pressure sweeping towards him. With the tornado protecting him, the energy couldn't hurt him temporarily. However, the pressure was real. Even the tornado couldn't stop it. One could imagine the pressure Wang Teng felt when he saw it for the first time. However, he didn't forcefully break the connection with the 11-colored lotus flower. He allowed it to continue absorbing the force and spiritual power in his body. Chapter 3625, The Completed Endless Tornado. You lost the blood cocoon in the void. 3. At this moment, another unique strength surged out of his body, eternal matter. After using all his skills, Wang Teng still had the most powerful strength. This was eternal matter. This was a power only eternal-level martial warriors could grasp. However, because of Wang Teng's uniqueness, he grasped this power beforehand. At the same time, this was his final trump card. Only by merging with the eternal matter could he pose a real threat to the will of the void. As expected, when the eternal matter appeared in Wang Teng's body, the giant face's gaze changed again. His roar became a little agitated. Under his control, the light sphere increased its speed and crashed towards Wang Teng. "Wang Teng, dodge!" Isith shouted. Her life was closely linked to Wang Teng's, so she didn't want him to die. "Wait," Wang Teng said in a low voice. "You're crazy!" Isith was shocked and furious. She didn't expect Wang Teng to be so crazy. At the same time, she felt helpless. She couldn't do anything to Wang Teng. She could only watch the light sphere sweeping towards her. The threat of death was getting closer and closer. This fellow was too dangerous, even as an immortal-level martial warrior. She had never done such a crazy thing in the past. Wang Teng ignored her. The eternal matter in his body kept surging into the 11-colored lotus flower below his feet, causing it to evolve continuously and become even more divine. Boom! The space trembled. As the eternal matter surged in, the 11-colored lotus flower finally gave off a powerful force. It swept towards all directions. This power was no weaker than the light sphere that was closing in on him. It felt as if it was his equal. Isith's gaze changed again. She wasn't outside, but Wang Teng was inside, so she could sense this powerful force. She was flabbergasted. Wang Teng was able to execute this attack to such an extent. What kind of monster was he? She had never seen such a talented martial warrior in her life. From the looks of it, all the top talents she had seen in the past couldn't be compared to Wang Teng. At least they wouldn't be able to execute such a terrifying attack at the cosmos realm. Wang Teng didn't know what Isith was thinking. The third-rank eternal matter in his body had already merged into the 11-colored lotus flower. He had done everything he could. Now he just needed to see when the lotus flower would stop absorbing. He raised his head abruptly. The huge and dazzling ball of light was reflected in his eyes. His eyes were filled with the light sphere. There was a dazzling glow in front of him. It was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. However, his eyes were still wide open as he stared at the light sphere. Veins of blood appeared in his eyes. 30,000 miles, 25,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 18,000 miles, 15,000 miles. As the light sphere got closer and closer, Wang Teng felt the space around him solidifying. It was as if a large hand was grabbing the space, causing the space to freeze. "Bro, can you hurry up? If you don't, we're all dead." Cold sweat appeared on Wang Teng's forehead. He looked at the lotus flower below him and muttered to himself. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually extremely nervous. If he didn't have the backup plan of rebuilding his body, he would have turned and run away. He wouldn't be able to remain calm. 10,000 miles, 8,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 1,000 miles. The light sphere got closer again. The frightening energy caused the tornado to slow down. The surrounding space seemed to have been sealed, affecting Wang Teng's endless tornado. "It's over," Iseth was flabbergasted. There was a hint of despair in her eyes. A thought appeared in her mind. This fellow is really getting himself killed. Boom! The instant this thought appeared in his mind, the gigantic ball of light arrived and slammed into the tornado. In an instant, the entire tornado seemed to have stopped spinning. Time and space froze, and a terrifying explosion occurred. It was like the explosion of the universe. The sound caused Wang Teng to lose his sense of hearing. He was the first to bear the brunt since he was in the tornado, so he was affected the most. Crack! The tornado spun furiously. However, under the impact of the light sphere, it gave off a jarring sound like a rusty gear. It became extremely slow. Roar. Angry roars were heard in the air. Oh no! Wang Teng's expression changed entirely. He immediately felt the boundless energy in the light sphere outside the tornado turning extremely violent. It seemed as if it would explode at any moment. The next instant, the ball of light gave off a dazzling glow, illuminating the surroundings like a celestial explosion. Terrifying energy swept out from it. Some distance away, the giant face looked at the tornado that was submerged by the terrifying energy. A hint of pride appeared in its eyes. In the end, it won, however. Boom! A strange buzzing sound was suddenly heard in the universe. It was extremely clear, even amidst the terrifying explosion caused by the light sphere. The giant face's gaze froze. It seemed to have seen something unbelievable. Boom! Chapter 3626. The completed endless tornado. You lost the blood cocoon in the void. 4. At this moment, in the center of the energy formed by the explosion of the light sphere, another powerful energy swept out. It was like a tornado. Boundless energy was sucked in, forming a huge tornado in the void. One could faintly see a divine lotus flower blossoming in the center of the tornado. A figure could be seen faintly on the lotus flower, 11-colored lotus flower. The colors were all different. The 11-colored lotus flower blossomed in the tornado. The rhizomes fell and the 11 petals disintegrated. Boom! 11 different and terrifying energies swept out. Ice, fire, lightning, darkness, light, and many other strengths spun at high speed along with the tornado. They merged into the tornado in an incredible way. Sword and blade glows appeared one after another. Even the ice, flames, lightning, darkness, light, and other strengths turned into blades and swords. Under the influence of this strange power, these different forms of energy gave off an unparalleled sharpness. This was the essence of the blade sword tornado. Wang Teng's endless tornado was a combination of the space tornado, the blade sword tornado, and many other tornadoes. One could imagine how powerful it was after it exploded. Roar. The giant face was shocked and furious. Panic appeared in its eyes as it roared in anger. It didn't expect its most powerful attack to be blocked. How was this possible? Boom! The next instant, amidst the roar, the ball of light shot towards Wang Teng's tornado and crashed into it. Frightening force fluctuations swept out in all directions. They seemed to have solidified, forming circles of fluctuations that swept through the air. Boom, boom, boom! The 11 planets sealed in this area were affected by the sweeping energy and froze for a moment. Then they exploded and turned into dust. The giant face didn't expect this. Cracks started to appear on its face as if it was struck by lightning. Roar. Angry roars of shock and anger came out of the mouth again. Indeed, these 11 planets will affect you. Wang Teng's mocking voice came from within the tornado. He guessed this a long time ago, but he didn't make a move until he finally found an opportunity. While the consciousness was focused on the light sphere, he channeled the power of the endless tornado towards the 11 planets and caused them to explode. As expected, he caught the enemy off its guards. The explosion of 11 planets affected the consciousness of the void greatly. "You lost?" A calm voice suddenly came from within the tornado. Roar. The giant face bellowed in anger. There was unwillingness in its eyes. It couldn't accept this result. How could it lose to an ant who was many times weaker than it? A soft laughter came from within the tornado. He seemed to have heard the unwillingness in its voice. "Since you're unwilling, I'll make sure you're convinced." Wang Teng's voice was heard calmly. Then he raised his hand slightly and pointed in front. Go. There was only one word. However, the terrifying tornado seemed to have heard the king's order. It swept forward and formed a majestic scene in the void. Boom! The energy released by the light sphere collided violently with Wang Teng's endless tornado, whittling away the various strengths inside. Unfortunately, as cracks appeared on the giant face, the energy of the light sphere got weaker. It kept retreating under the endless tornado. The endless tornado swept towards the giant face. Thousands of miles seemed to be within reach. Roar. The giant face was filled with unwillingness when it saw this scene. However, panic appeared in its eyes uncontrollably. Then it turned and dashed into the depth of the void. "Trying to leave?" Wang Teng sneered. "I took so much effort to lure you out. How can you leave?" Explode. The moment he finished speaking, the terrifying endless tornado paused for a second before exploding. Boom! Terrifying explosions were heard. The entire tornado exploded, and all kinds of strength swept out, sweeping towards the giant face. It wanted to escape, but under the terrifying suction force of the endless tornado, it got sucked in. It couldn't escape at all. The consciousness of the void was originally merged into the void, but it was attracted by Wang Teng and appeared on the giant face. Wang Teng didn't know if the consciousness inside the giant face was the complete consciousness of the void, but he was certain that even if it was incomplete, it still took up an important part of the consciousness. Once the consciousness inside was injured, it would be heavily injured. This was enough. Wang Teng didn't want to kill it. He just wanted to understand the mysteries of this void. Boom! As the endless tornado exploded, the entire space was enveloped by the violent energy. Even Wang Teng was submerged in it. He didn't come out. Amidst the violent energy, the giant face suffered damage. Sword and blade glows swept over from all directions and landed on its face, leaving marks behind. Lightning, flames, poison, ice, gale, darkness, light, and even the power of time and space. The strange force finally overwhelmed the giant face. The cracks that had already appeared started to spread until they covered the entire face. Roar. It kept roaring in anger. It wanted to break free from the violent energy, but it was useless. Bang. Suddenly, the giant face couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. It shattered and an illusory ball of light appeared. The endless violent energy didn't let go of the illusory ball of light. It swept over again and engulfed it. The illusory energy darted left and right, but it couldn't escape from this place no matter how hard it tried. It seemed extremely helpless. Who would have thought that the ruler of this void would end up in this state? Its aura got weaker and weaker. The ball of light was illusory to begin with. As the violent energy wore it down, it became even more illusory, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Buzz at this moment. A strange buzzing sound was heard within the violent energy. Then blood-red rays of light shot out and charged towards the illusory ball of light. The ball of light paused for a moment, Before it could react, it was engulfed by the blood-red light and gradually turned into a huge blood cocoon. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard continuously within the blood cocoon. From the surface, one could see something colliding inside, causing the blood cocoon to protrude continuously, as if it was trying to break free from the restraints of the blood cocoon. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the creature struggled, it couldn't break free from the blood cocoon. It was controlled by it. Time passed slowly. The violent energy outside calmed down and dissipated in the universe. Only the dimensional rifts proved that something had happened here. The blood cocoon floated silently in the air, giving off a faint glow as if it was in deep sleep. The colorful mist gathered and submerged the blood cocoon. The space turned cold and lonely again. Chapter 3627, Arrival of the Confident 7 Stellar Academy's Geniuses. So many people are waiting for you, one light universe. Solar Dragon Territorial Domain, Mika Territorial Domain, Tianlan Territorial Domain, and Solar Dragon Territorial Domain. Battlecrafts were parked outside the intersection of these 3 territorial domains. Martial warriors could be seen everywhere. At this moment, a few ancient warships flew over from afar. These warships were different from most of the battlecrafts here. There were some special symbols on the warships. It was the Paleo clan language. When they arrived, an ancient aura spread over. Many martial warriors stopped in mid-air and looked over, the warships of the 7 stellar academies. The talents from the 7 stellar academies are here. They're finally here. The talents from the Virtual Universe Corporation are here too. I wonder which one is stronger. It must be the Virtual Universe Corporation. The Virtual Universe Corporation covers the universe and includes many talents. Also, they have money. Silence. Speaking of money, many martial warriors were envious. It would be amazing if they could enter the Virtual Universe Corporation. They wouldn't have to worry about resources. To many normal martial warriors, the 7 stellar academies were too mysterious. On the other hand, the Virtual Universe Corporation was more down to earth. It could be seen everywhere and was widely known. You can't say that. The talents from the 7 stellar academies are also selected from the various territorial domains in the universe. Only the top talents can enter. Also, the talents from the 7 stellar academies can enter the Stellar Arbitration Council. Do you know about the talents there? Gasp. These talents are indeed terrifying. I wonder if they will appear this time. It's hard to say, however. If we can't deal with these talents, the formidable warriors from the Stellar Arbitration Council will probably appear. Anyway, Saint Wang Teng, who rose in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, seems to have signed a contract with the Virtual Universe Corporation. The discussions around them suddenly turned silent. Many martial warriors looked at the person who spoke. "Why are y'all looking at me like this?" The person asked in embarrassment. Sigh. Saint Wang Teng isn't just a 7-class secondary profession. He's a talent from the 7 stellar academies and even signed a God-stage contract with the Virtual Universe Corporation. No one knows if he's still alive. A regretful voice was heard among the crowd. The martial warrior was enlightened. Everyone felt pity for Saint Wang Teng and didn't want to talk about him. It was said that no one knew if he was dead or alive, but everyone knew that in that situation, the chances of Saint Wang Teng surviving was negligible. Some people just weren't willing to accept this reality. After all, even though Saint Wang Teng was a genius, he was only a Cosmos stage martial warrior. How could he survive this ordeal? Even universe stage martial warriors and eternal level martial warriors had died. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. No one spoke anymore. At this moment, the ancient warships had arrived in front of them. They slowly parked at the dock of a void battle fortress. Young martial warriors alighted from the warships one by one. They hid their auras so no one could see anything. However, from their extraordinary auras, one could tell that these were the talents of the 7 stellar academies. Normal martial warriors couldn't be compared to them. Everyone's gaze was attracted by them again. They looked at the talents and started discussing in low voices, as expected of the talents from the 7 stellar academies. "Looking at his aura, he's much stronger than us." Many of them are Heaven Stage martial warriors. There are even many Universe Stage martial warriors, and they all look very young. Only the 7 stellar academies can do this. I take back my words. The talents from the 7 stellar academies might not be weaker than the talents from the Virtual Universe Corporation. How do you know? Go away. I didn't see the talents from the 7 stellar academies just now. Meeting them is better than hearing their names. We might be able to see the competition between these talents in this war. I hope they don't die on the battlefield. This is the reserve of our light universe martial warriors. There was an awkward silence. The atmosphere turned a little tense. Everybody knew that many people would die in this war, and there would be no lack of powerful martial warriors. This was a serious topic. No one was willing to speak anymore. They started discussing the identity and ability of these talents. Some distance away among the talented martial warriors, someone turned and looked at the martial warrior in the distance. He sniggered and said, "I didn't expect the fatty to be called a genius one day." They're all talking about heaven realm and universe level talents. What does that have to do with you? A beautiful lady wearing a moon-white dress said calmly, "Sister Yue, can't you make me happy?" The fat young man said with a bitter expression, "We're going to the battlefield soon. Let me give you a warning in case you get too arrogant," Yue Qiao said. They were Wade, Yue Qiao, Yu Yunxian, Baishuan Lu, Reynolds, and the other members of the Constellation Society. They were the most outstanding talents in this batch of students, so they had to participate in the war. Also, they didn't want to miss this chance to gain experience. As for the Heaven Realm and Universe Stage talents, there was no need to talk about them. They would definitely participate. "Ha, don't you understand me? Everyone can be arrogant, but I won't. I won't seek death," Wade sniggered. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 36288, Arrival of the Confident 7 Stellar Academy's Geniuses. So many people are waiting for you. 2. They knew how shameless this fatty was. Some talents who didn't know Wade turned and looked at him with a strange gaze when they heard his words. "All right, stop embarrassing yourself." Yue Qiao was speechless. "Oh," Wade glanced around him and smiled in embarrassment. There were many Heaven Realm martial warriors and universe-level talents accompanying him today. He didn't dare to be impudent. "Yue Qiao, there are only freshmen in the Constellation Society. How dare you come to the battlefield? Aren't you afraid of getting annihilated?" A cold voice was heard from the side. "Wen Ningfu." Yue Qiao turned and squinted. The other party was from the Qingyan Society. He had tried to stop the Constellation Society in the past, but he was defeated by Yue Qiao in the arena. He was humiliated. There were a few familiar figures beside her. They were the freshman talents like Gadon and Qi Lianfeng. Originally, after they lost to the Constellation Society, they would be locked up in the Qingyan Society. They would either leave the society or continue being a lowly figure in the society. However, most of the talents were taken by Wang Teng, so the Qingyan Society had nothing to do with them, especially the top 10 talents. 6 to 7 of them had joined the Constellation Society, so the other factions could only make do with the rest. For instance, top 20 talents like Wen Ningfu, Gaiden, and Qi Lianfeng had become the object of competition for the top 30 talents. No matter how stupid the Qingyan Society was, they wouldn't let them leave. Instead, they continued grooming them and let them stay in the Qingyan Society. The Qingyan Society was a powerful faction, too. Their leader, Feng Qingyan, was at the peak of the universe stage and had a chance of advancing to the eternal level. Wen Ningfu and the others weren't stupid. They knew that they mustn't offend him, so they stayed behind. They had the resources that they deserved. It didn't matter where they were. Sometimes, freshmen had to choose to compromise. If not, they would have to fight their way out of the old factions like Wang Teng. However, this was undoubtedly difficult. Very few people could do this every year. Only one would appear in many years. Besides that, they needed someone to support them. With someone supporting them, they wouldn't have to compromise. With a big tree supporting them, they would be able to cultivate in peace. But there were only a few talents like him. How many people had the support of a judge like Yuan Mu? Didn't you lose to me? You should worry about yourself. Yue Chi-Chao wasn't someone easy to bully. She refuted instantly. A cold glint flashed past Wen Ningfu's eyes. She sneered and said, "Do you think I'm still the same person? I have many resources in the Qingyan Society. The Constellation Society can't be compared to me. I asked you to disband the Constellation Society and join the Qingyan Society. Look, even your arrogant president is dead. What benefits can you get? He's at the peak of the Grand Master level. Oh, right, he's already at the divine level. He's a divine-level alchemist, but so what? He's already dead. Do you think you can get a divine-level pill from a dead person?" Ha ha ha! Peals of laughter were heard. The members of the Constellation Society glared at the members of the Qingyan Society, who were laughing. The talents around them were attracted by the commotion, too. They were all interested and wanted to watch the show. Many people knew about the Qingyan Society and the Constellation Society, especially the president of the Constellation Society. He was a famous figure in the entire Stellar Academy's 7-class saint. It was scary just thinking about it. They didn't know how he did it. When the news came back, no one dared to believe it. However, after some time, it was confirmed and everyone had to believe it. It was a pity that this monster had died. What a pity. A saint-level alchemist. Impressive. Unfortunately, he's already dead. Gadon shook his head in pity. When Ningfu Gadon, Yue Chi-Chao's face turned cold. She stared at them with her cold eyes and continued, "The president of the Constellation Society, Wang Teng, hasn't been found yet, but you're cursing him to death. Are you afraid of seeing him?" Ha ha ha! Wade burst out laughing. His laughter surpassed that of the members of the Qingyan Society. "A bunch of cowards. You don't dare to speak normally and only know how to talk behind someone's back. To think that you're the talents of the Stellar Academy. How embarrassing." "Stupid fatty, what did you say?" Gadon glared at him and shouted, "You're despicable. If the upper beam isn't right, the lower beam will be crooked. You're the same as your boss, Feng Qingyan. If my boss is here, will you dare to speak?" Wade said. "How dare you? What did you say? Stupid fatty, you're looking for death." Angry shouts were heard among the members of the Qingyan Society. No matter what, Feng Qingyan had a high prestige in the society. How could they bear with it when someone pointed at them and scolded them? If they bore with it, the Qingyan Society would become a joke. Why do you want to fight? Wade wasn't afraid at all. He puffed up his chest and said, "Come up and try. Let's see if the instructors care about you." Fuck, this fatty is shameless. Many people laughed when they saw this. Who would look for an instructor for such a matter? What's more? He sounded extremely unyielding, even though he was a coward. What a weirdo. Chapter 3629. Arrival of the Confident 7 Stellar Academy's Geniuses. So many people are waiting for you. 3. The faces of the members of the Qingyan Society turned green. They looked at the instructors from the academy in the distance. Without any doubt, if they dared to act, the instructors wouldn't spoil them. They would give them a deep lesson. After all, the war was imminent. How could students like them create trouble internally? Stupid fatty, you're ruthless. A Heaven Realm martial warrior from the Qingyan Society glared at Wade. He gritted his teeth and said, "I hope you can remain stubborn in the 3 territorial domains." "Hey, I have a sharp tongue. If you don't like it, bite me," Wade said slyly. He had already learned from Wang Teng. Fuck, the members of the Qingyan Society were fuming, but they couldn't do anything. They felt so frustrated they wanted to vomit blood. The Constellation Society was full of crooked people. Wang Teng and this fatty were both despicable. They wanted to beat him up. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice was heard behind him. The members of the Qingyan Society turned around. When they saw who it was, they cleared a path for him. A beautiful lady walked out from behind the crowd. It was the vice president of the Qingyan Society, Ruan Banlian. Although this lady was only at the peak of the Heaven Lord realm, she was able to become the vice president of the Qingyan Society. Besides having an affair with Feng Qingyan, she was good at management too. Thus, she would appear whenever the Qingyan Society was in trouble, especially when Feng Qingyan wasn't around. Vice president. The members of the Qingyan Society greeted her respectfully. Even some talented martial warriors at the peak of the Heaven Lord stage treated her politely. Ruan Banlian nodded, then she looked at the members of the Constellation Society and fixed her gaze on Yue Chicao's pretty face. Jealousy flashed past her eyes. We don't know if Wang Teng is dead, but it's useless to be stubborn. If he was alive, he would have appeared a long time ago. He wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. She almost said that Wang Teng was dead. Actually, many people felt that Wang Teng was already dead. The Qingyan Society wasn't the only ones. If not, they wouldn't have brought this up. What a joke. Yue Chichao wasn't someone to be trifled with. She snorted and refuted. Once a martial warrior encounters an opportunity during his cultivation, it can take as short as a few years or as long as a few hundred years. How can you say that our leader is dead after such a short time? Should I say that you're ignorant, or should I say that you're ignorant? Ruan Banlian had seen Yue Chichao's mouth before, but she didn't expect her to refute in this situation. Her face turned black, and the corners of her eyes twitched violently. What's more, she was the vice president of the Qingyan Society. Yet this young lady, who was much younger than her, said that she was ignorant in front of so many people. This was a slap in her face. The talents around them had strange expressions on their faces. They looked at Ruan Banlian mockingly. Many people looked down on Ruan Banlian. They felt that she relied on her beauty to become the vice president of the Qingyan Society. To the talents from the Stellar Academy, everything depended on ability. Ruan Banlian's management ability might be good, but her ability was impressive. If Feng Qingyan wasn't hard to deal with, Ruan Banlian would be nothing. Since you haven't given up and think that he's still alive, let's wait and see. Ruan Banlian took a deep breath, but remained calm on the surface. I hope that you won't be disappointed in the end. How do you know that you won't be disappointed? When our boss comes back, I will tell him everything you said. I hope that you won't hide and not dare to see him. Yue Chichao gave her a meaningful look and smiled. The muscles on Ruan Banlian's face twitched violently. She seemed to have remembered something unpleasant. Her face was swollen from that bastard slap. It was still fresh in her memory. She could even feel the burning pain on her face. This pain wasn't just on her face. It was in her heart, too. Wang Teng had made her suffer the greatest humiliation in her life. Hence, she hated Wang Teng and hoped that he wouldn't come back. Ever since that incident happened, no one dared to talk about it in front of her. However, now that Yue Chiao had exposed it mercilessly, she could almost feel the mocking gazes of the people around her. Hatred appeared in Ruan Banlian's eyes. She glared at Yue Chiao and turned to leave. She didn't want to argue with this stupid girl anymore. She had ways to deal with the members of the Constellation Society in the 3 territorial domains. As for the other talents, since they chose the Constellation Society, they shouldn't blame her for being heartless. Wang Teng was seeking death. This was a good time to deal with the Constellation Society. Yue Chiao turned serious. She knew that Ruan Banlian wouldn't let go so easily. Ever since news of Wang Teng's whereabouts came back, the Qingyan Society had been looking for trouble with the Constellation Society. If Wang Teng didn't leave enough medicine behind and didn't have Tong En and the other seniors protect them, the Constellation Society wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure from the Qingyan Society. Now that they were on the battlefield, the higher authorities had explicitly instructed the martial warriors from the light universe to put down their personal grudges and not kill one another at this crucial moment. However, there were still some people who couldn't understand the situation. Ruan Banlian was blinded by hatred and would definitely attack in the 3 territorial domains. Chapter 363 there, Arrival of the Confident 7 Stellar Academy's Geniuses. So many people are waiting for you. 4. Sister Yue, I think that ugly lady will create more trouble. Wade leaned over and whispered. She's not ugly, right? Yue Chikiao was speechless. She's not as pretty as you, Sister Yue. She's just an ugly lady. What's more, her heart is too vicious, Wade said. Silence. The members of the Constellation Society were speechless. Why didn't this fatty look at the people beside him when he was flattering others? He was so brazen and thick-skinned. You have a bright future. Yue Chiao patted Wade's shoulder and praised him. Honestly, the fatty's flattery was amazing. No one else could be compared to him. Silence. Everyone stared at Yue Chiao strangely. When did this fairy become so vulgar? The one who stays close to you will be contaminated by you. A face appeared in everyone's mind. They shook their heads. Do you think the president will come back? A member of the Constellation Society suddenly asked. The members of the Constellation Society turned silent. Bullshit. Don't you know what kind of person our boss is? Wade waved his hand and said confidently, Everyone might die, but our boss will never die. Have you heard of the news from the 5 burial stars? I heard that eternal-level martial warriors attacked our president. What happened in the end? They couldn't do anything to him. Also, I heard that our president has an extremely powerful master who's above the god stage. Do you see the dark shield in front? I heard that the dark apparition who created this shield almost got killed by our president's master. With that support, will our president be all right? After Wang Teng disappeared, not only did news from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters reach the Stellar Academy, but what Wang Teng did on the 5 burial stars was also sent back. Wang Teng's achievements became known to the students of the Stellar Academies one by one. Everyone was astounded and in disbelief. Putting aside what he did in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, the commotion he caused on the 5 burial stars was enough to astound many universe-level talents and eternal-level martial warriors. The 5 burial stars was one of the hardest places to manage in the eyes of the 7 Stellar Academies' Academy Arbitration Association, especially the counselors they sent. Almost all of them died there. In the end, Wang Teng went and the matter was solved. Not only did the young talents of the 5 burial stars bow down to him, but even the higher authorities of the 5 burial stars viewed him as a distinguished guest. They also heard that one of the most mysterious and powerful races in the universe, the Haishan royal clan, had appeared. There were even talents from the Haishan royal clan and Eternal Stage, martial warriors among them. What was the result? All of them lost to Wang Teng. Even eternal-level martial warriors couldn't do anything to him. It was hard to imagine that a Cosmos Stage martial warrior could do this. Many talents knew that the Haishan royal clan was one of the 10 most powerful races in the universe. They were definitely renowned. All the talents from this race were top-notch presences. Even the talents from the 7 stellar academies didn't dare to say that they could be compared to them. But the geniuses from the Haishan royal clan still lost to Wang Teng in the end. This showed how powerful and talented Wang Teng was. Many people in the Constellation Society didn't believe that a talent like him would die in the hands of the dark apparitions. That's right. I trust that he won't die so easily. Wu Yan suddenly opened his mouth. When his brother Wu Ming asked him to join the Constellation Society, he was unwilling to accept it. They were both freshmen and top 10 talents. Why did he have to join the Constellation Society and be below Wang Teng? Even though he lost to Wang Teng during the freshman leaderboard battle, he was still unconvinced. He wanted to raise his ability and regain his reputation, but the news that came later convinced him completely. He suddenly admired his elder brother. In terms of eyesight, he wasn't as good as his elder brother. No wonder his elder brother was able to take over the Witch Tower Alliance. He couldn't be compared to him. Hence, he believed that Wang Teng wouldn't die so easily. A talent like him would definitely rise after all the hardships. We don't believe it either. Baichuan Liu, Tai Beisha, and the other talents smiled. Their expressions were calm as if they were talking about an ordinary matter. However, this showed their confidence in Wang Teng. Ha 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 ha! Without that fellow, what's the point of us fighting? Reynolds laughed. He will definitely come back when he sees us waiting for him. He won't die. Yuan Shan opened her mouth. This was a rare moment. Wang Teng's vitality is strong. He's hard to kill. Barrett scratched his head with his branch-like hand and replied honestly. Silence. Everyone stared at him strangely. They knew that what he said made sense, but it still felt weird. Why are you looking at me like this? I'm speaking the truth. I'm not lying. He's the most vigorous Cosmos stage martial warrior I've ever seen. Even some universe stage martial warriors can't be compared to him. Barrett thought that they didn't believe him, so he explained hurriedly. Even some universe stage martial warriors are weaker than him. Everyone was astounded. At first, they found it a little strange, but after hearing Barrett's words, they were dumbfounded. Was this fellow one of the cockroaches? His vitality was so strong. However, when they saw how confident the top talents were, the members of the Constellation Society felt more confident. Wang Teng, did you hear that? So many people are waiting for you. Don't die outside. A relieved smile appeared on Yue Chikiao's face. She looked into the universe and thought to herself. Chapter 3631, Battle Blade, Blue Moon, Holy Light, Mercenary Team, Universe Bank, Mysterious Old Man. 1. The arrival of the talents from the 7 stellar academies caused a huge commotion outside the 3 territorial domains. The conflict between the Constellation Society and the Qingyan Society only spread to a small area. No one paid much attention to it. The war was imminent. Who would care about the conflict between the 2 factions of the Stellar Academy? Not long after, a new faction arrived. Large battlecrafts flew over from the depth of the universe like steel beasts roaming the universe. There was a shield at the bottom of the battlecraft's metal shell. It was a special symbol of the intersection of blade and sword. It was extremely obvious the Mercenaries' Alliance. The talents from the Mercenaries' Alliance are here too. Good riddance. The talents from these factions don't want to be left out. When the war comes, they will appear one by one. What's strange about that? It would be strange if they didn't come. Wait? That's? Discussions were heard in the space around them. But soon the martial warriors started exclaiming uncontrollably. Someone seemed to have discovered something. Gasps were heard. Many martial warriors widened their eyes in surprise as they looked at the battlecrafts in the Mercenaries' Alliance fleet. Besides the special symbol of the Mercenaries' Alliance, there was another special symbol on the battlecraft. It was a huge flaming battle sword. It hung upside down below the symbol of the Mercenaries' Alliance. Strange flame patterns covered its entire body. Even though it was just a symbol, one could still feel the scorching heat from afar. Battle Blade Mercenary Team. Finally, a shocked voice erupted from the crowd. It was filled with disbelief. It's the No. 5 Battle Blade Mercenaries Team in the Mercenaries Alliance. Even the Battle Blade Mercenary Team is here. That's great. The Battle Blade Mercenary Team is extremely powerful. There are many powerful martial warriors in the team. Since they are here, we will be able to have more fresh troops. That's right. I heard that there are many talented martial warriors in the Battle Blade Mercenary Team. They are all groomed by the Mercenary Team. They are out on missions all year round and engage in battles. Their battle power is terrifying. Normal martial warriors can't be compared to them. It means that if the talents from the 7 stellar academies and the Virtual Universe Corporation meet them, they might not gain any advantage. Who knows? Everyone has their merits. Many people recognize the origins of the battlecraft marked with the flaming battle sword. Discussions erupted. It was obvious that they held the Battle Blade Mercenary Team in high regard. The talents from the 7 stellar academies looked over with grave expressions. No matter how proud they were, they didn't dare to look down on the top 10 mercenary groups. Not to mention how powerful these mercenary groups were, they didn't dare to underestimate the talents that came out of them. Many talents had interacted with these talents before and knew that they were all extremely powerful geniuses. Look, it's not just the Battle Blade Mercenary Team, there's also the Blue Moon Mercenary Team. The Blue Moon Mercenary Team, No Face 6. They're as powerful as the Battle Blade mercenary team. 2 of the top 10 mercenary groups came. The Mercenaries Alliance really put in a lot of effort this time. Of course, the Mercenaries Alliance won't stay out of such an important matter. They will send anyone that can come. There was a white-silver moon symbol on the battlecraft. It was eye-catching and gave off a cold vibe. As the battlecraft got closer, the expressions of many primary-rank martial warriors changed slightly. They felt uncomfortable and hurriedly retreated. Just the symbol on the battlecraft was enough to awe all the martial warriors below the cosmos stage. One could imagine how powerful these top 10 mercenary groups were. Of course, this was the work of a formidable martial warrior. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to do it. From this, it could be seen that there were indeed many powerful martial warriors in these mercenary teams. If not, they wouldn't have laid their hands on this symbol. I didn't expect these 2 mercenary groups to come. A strange look appeared in Yue Qiqiao's eyes as she lamented. Battleblade Blue Moon. The talents of these 2 mercenary groups are not simple. It looks like we will have to compete with them. Reynolds had some understanding of these 2 mercenary groups. He sniggered and said, "I know many talents. This is a good chance to have a duel with them. Let's see who kills more dark apparitions." I heard that the talents in the mercenary team came from killing. There's a mountain of corpses behind them. I wonder if it's true, Yue Qiqiao asked curiously. Of course their talents were sent to some desolate planets at the start and fought with all kinds of powerful star beasts. They walked out from the star beasts. If they failed, they would be buried on those desolate planets without any help. Reynolds nodded. So cruel, there's no help at all. Wouldn't it be a waste if there were some extremely talented martial warriors? Bai Xuanlu said. That is nothing. Reynolds glanced at him and shook his head. I've already said that this is just the start. In the end, they will be sent to some planets where wars are happening. They will receive missions and join a side. They will enter the battlefield to fight with the enemy and help those factions to unify the planets. They can only leave if they succeed. Chapter 3632, Battle Blade, Blue Moon, Holy Light Mercenary Team, Universe Bank, Mysterious Old Man, 2. Each of them participated in at least 1,000 battles. They went from the planetary realm all the way to the cosmos realm. Heaven Lord's universe-level martial warriors and other talents have been through terrifying battles. It's not something we can imagine. To the Mercenaries Alliance, countless formidable warriors are sent out every time, and many talents are lost during this period. However, they will never feel heartache and will always tell the real situation to the talents. Whether they want to participate is up to the talents. They will never force anyone. Whether they want to become stronger depends on themselves. Reynolds shook his head and lamented. It was indeed cruel, but it was a good choice for those talents with ordinary backgrounds. Everyone exchanged glances with one another. At first, they thought that sending these talents to the Desolation Planet was already cruel enough. Who would have thought that things would get even crazier? The Mercenaries Alliance actually sent these talents to the various battlefields where they experienced more than 1,000 battles. At first, they felt that their cultivation was extremely hard-working and even arduous. However, compared to the talents from the Mercenaries Alliance, they were still lacking. Only few people had experienced this extreme cultivation method. Oh, right, Lu Tian, the Holy Temple of Slaughter's cultivation method should be the same, right? Reynolds suddenly looked at Lu Tian and asked. More or less our cultivation is killing, Lu Tian replied calmly with a sharp glint in his eyes. Indeed. Reynolds gave an I guessed so expression. Everyone stared at Lu Tian with a strange gaze. They had witnessed his ability before. Not many people were his match. They had heard of Lu Tian's cultivation method before, but when they heard that his cultivation method was similar to the talents from the Mercenaries Alliance, they had a better understanding of it. How many people did he kill? As they were conversing, the battlecrafts from the Mercenaries Alliance got closer and closer. Finally, they stopped around the Void Battle Fortress. As the battlecrafts around dispersed, the battlecrafts in the center revealed themselves to everyone. Holy Light Mercenary Team. The martial warriors around them widened their eyes in shock. They swallowed their saliva uncontrollably and started stuttering. There was a special symbol on the walls of the battlecrafts. The symbol looked like a combination of crystal clear, white prismatic crystals. They looked like holy swords piled on top of one another. It was a beautiful sight. Above the prismatic crystals, a ball of dazzling white light shone down like holy light. At the bottom of the symbol was a pair of pure white wings. They were stretched out and were extremely beautiful and holy. It was impossible to look at them directly. It's the real Holy Light mercenary team. The third-ranked mercenary group, the Holy Light mercenary team. I heard that they have many light element martial warriors. They formed a special team and accepted the authority of their commander directly. That team is not only powerful, but it also has a powerful healing ability. With that team, the Holy Light mercenary team has never been defeated, a team formed by light element martial warriors. This is a huge investment. Wouldn't they be able to deal with the dark apparitions better? Of course. Only light element martial warriors can deal with dark apparitions. I heard that the leader of the Holy Light mercenary team is an extremely powerful light element martial warrior. If he acts, he will be able to kill 1 or 2 devil god level martial warriors. I wonder if he will come. Everyone was extremely curious about the commander of the Holy Light mercenary team. However, these top 10 commanders weren't people ordinary martial warriors could meet. Their level was too high. Normal people wouldn't be able to know them. Gasp. It's the Holy Light mercenary team. On the 7 Stellar Academy's side, many talented martial warriors gasped again. They found it unbelievable. The Nopa 5 and Nopa 6 mercenary group had appeared, and the Nopa 3 mercenary group was here too. It looked like the Mercenaries Alliance had played a huge role. It wasn't easy to mobilize these top 10 mercenary groups. Also, some of them wouldn't be able to come if they were out on missions. They wouldn't be able to make it in time, especially the top 3 mercenary groups. They were on the same level as the 5th and 6th mercenary groups. The top 3 mercenary groups were all mysterious and powerful presences. They were renowned in the universe and almost everyone knew about them. However, very few people knew their exact ability, much less how many formidable warriors they had. This was why many people said that they were mysterious. What's more, their ranking had never been shaken. Whether it was the 4th or 5th place, they couldn't push the Holy Light mercenary team down from the 3rd place. It had been like this for so many years. They couldn't even touch the 3rd place, much less the 1st and 2nd mercenary groups. You could imagine how powerful the top 3 mercenary groups were. The Holy Light mercenary team is known for their holy light. I think that there are many light element martial warriors, especially their leader, Tai Beisha. You're a light element martial warrior too. Have you heard of him? Yui Kiao turned and asked a beautiful lady who had long golden hair and was wearing a platinum battle armor. There was a pair of pure white wings behind her back. She looked like a goddess of war. Chapter 3633, Battle Blade, Blue Moon, Holy Light, Mercenary Team, Universe Bank, Mysterious Old Man. 3. Everybody had to admit that the appearance of the Constellation Society attracted many people's attention. There were many beauties with different styles here. To normal martial warriors, even beauties 2 or 3 levels lower than them were enough to be their goddess, much less beauties like Yue Chao and Tai Beisha. Even Ruan Ban Lian, a beauty of high status, paled in comparison to Yue Chao and Tai Beisha. It wasn't that Ruan Ban Lian wasn't pretty, but she was too narrow-minded and scheming. The heart would always manifest on the face, so these qualities would show on her face and make people uncomfortable. On the other hand, Yue Chikiao and Tai Beisha weren't that kind of people. They did what they were supposed to do, so it was more comfortable to watch them. Did you see the wings on the back of the symbol? Tai Beisha didn't rush to reply to him. Instead, she smiled and asked, "That is..." Everyone was stunned. Then they regained their senses and looked at Tai Beisha's back. "That's right. This is the symbol of the feather race," Tai Beisha said. Could it be? A spiritual light flashed past Yue Chao's eyes. She understood something, but she didn't say it out loud. I heard it from my elders, but I don't know much, Tai Beisha replied. Everyone nodded and didn't probe further. They were amazed. They didn't expect the commander of the Holy Light mercenary team to have such a relationship with the Feather race. Boom, as they were chatting, a loud explosion attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, many martial warriors had already alighted from the Mercenaries Alliance's battlecraft. All of them gave off a valiant aura. It was easy to tell that they came from mountains of corpses. They heard the commotion in the distance and immediately turned to look. A huge array appeared out of nowhere. Numerous divine and occult runes appeared in the array as if they were carved in the void. Invisible space power swept out. Space fluctuated and distorted. Then a pillar of light shot into the sky. Space Teleportation Array. This is a movable space teleportation array. Which faction is it? They used a movable space teleportation array. Everyone stared at the array that suddenly appeared in astonishment. There was a huge commotion. Mobile space teleportation arrays couldn't be compared to normal space teleportation arrays. This array required a high level of rune mastery. Even a saint-level rune master might not be able to create it. Mobility meant that the space array could move along with the battlecraft. It was similar to dimensional rifts. Of course, the user needed to know the coordinates of the space in advance. If not, they wouldn't be able to reach the exact location. The other requirement was the space crystals. Mobile space teleportation arrays had high requirements for space crystals. Not only did they need more crystals, but their purity had to be higher too. Normal people wouldn't be able to afford such space crystals, thus very few people would use this kind of movable space teleportation array. The cost-performance ratio was too low. It wasn't worth it at all. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the pillar of light suddenly flickered violently. Large and extravagant battlecrafts flew out and appeared in front of everyone. These battlecrafts were gorgeous and decorated with extravagant crystals. They shimmered in the universe and looked like constellations from afar. However, this was just the surface. Underneath the glamorous exterior, there were terrifying steel behemoths. Whether it was the strange metals on the outer walls or the complicated runes carved on the spacecraft, they were telling others that these battlecrafts were extraordinary, an eternal-level battlecraft, and, oh my God, an immortal-level battlecraft. Exclamations were heard. There was an exceptionally huge battlecraft among the battlecrafts. The fluctuations it gave off prevented the eternal-level battlecrafts around it from getting close. Many people recognized it. This was an immortal-level battlecraft. An eternal-level battlecraft couldn't be compared to it. In the past, whether it was the 7 stellar academies or the Mercenaries Alliance, the battlecrafts and warships they used were all eternal stage. However, the battlecraft that dashed out of the array was a divine-level battlecraft. The difference between an immortal-level battlecraft and an eternal-level battlecraft was like the difference between an eternal-level martial warrior and a real god-level martial warrior. Although there seemed to be a difference of 1 level, the difference was huge. Anyone could imagine it. From a certain point of view, 1,000 eternal-level battlecrafts might not be as powerful as a divine-level battlecraft. That was why everyone was in disbelief when they saw the immortal-level battlecraft. Universe Bank. This is the battlecraft from the Universe Bank. No wonder. I was wondering who's so wealthy. It's the Universe Bank. They're the only ones who can afford to use an immortal-level battlecraft to transport talents. Damn it. The Universe Bank is too extravagant. Not only are those eternal-level battlecrafts extravagant, but they also have an immortal-level battlecraft. Who are they showing it to? They're surpassing the Virtual Universe Corporation. The Virtual Universe Corporation does have immortal-level battlecrafts, but they're not as high profile. The Universe Bank is the best. It's amazing to have money. Many martial warriors noticed the symbol on the battlecraft. It was a gold coin. They immediately recognized that this was the Universe Bank's battlecraft. They were enlightened. Chapter 3634, Battleblade, Blue Moon. Holy Light Mercenary Team, Universe Bank, Mysterious Old Man, 4. Only the Universe Bank could use an immortal-level battlecraft to transport talents. They were recognized as the richest faction in the universe. Even the Virtual Universe Corporation didn't dare to say that they were richer than the Universe Bank. I've broadened my horizons today. Yue Chikiao and the others were flabbergasted. They didn't expect the Universe Bank to be so powerful. "Oh my God, how wealthy is the Universe Bank?" Wade asked. "Everyone's money is with them." "How much money do you think they have?" Reynolds asked. "Is it too late for me to join the Universe Bank?" Wade's eyes lit up. "Go and ask them. As the talents of the 7 stellar academies, they will probably be happy to accept you. You can be their guest in the future," Yue Chikiao said. "I'll ask them when I have the chance." Wade touched his chin. Everyone shook their heads and laughed. They didn't expect the fatty to consider it seriously. However, it wasn't a problem. The talents from the 7 stellar academies either had their own factions or found various powerful factions to join them after they came out. Thus, no one was surprised by the fatty Wade's plan. On the other side, the people from the Mercenaries Alliance looked at the Universe Bank's battlecraft in astonishment, an immortal-level battlecraft. They couldn't ride it, but the Universe Bank was willing to give it to the talents. Wasn't it afraid of getting robbed? But considering its status, not many people would dare to rob the Universe Bank. Boom! The arrival of the battlecrafts from the Universe Bank caused a huge commotion. One by one, the battlecrafts parked in the spacecraft parking lot, especially the immortal-level battlecraft. When they docked, loud explosions were heard. The parking lot couldn't withstand the impact and started shaking violently. In the end, the immortal-level battlecraft had no choice but to stay in space. Many figures flew out and landed in the parking lot. "Jared, the ruler, your Universe Bank is still as high profile as ever," a voice suddenly came from the Mercenaries Alliance. Everyone was stunned. Ruler? Many people looked at the Mercenaries Alliance and the Universe Bank with curiosity and astonishment in their eyes. Was the leader of the Universe Bank an eternal stage ruler? Ha 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 ha. Laughter resounded in the sky above the Universe Bank's crowd. A tall and handsome man wearing golden battle armor suddenly appeared in the air. He looked in the direction of the Mercenaries Alliance and said, "Emperor Feng Tai, long time no see." Long time no see. A figure appeared above the Mercenaries Alliance and cupped his fists at the dashing man wearing golden battle armor. Battle Blade, Blue Moon, and the Holy Light mercenary team, the ruler of the Mercenaries Alliance, scanned the battlecraft and exclaimed, "3 of the top 10 mercenary teams are sent out. This is a huge move. The Mercenaries Alliance can't stay out of this calamity." Feng Tai the ruler glanced at the martial warriors from the Universe Bank and said in a meaningful tone, "Also, your Universe Bank sent many talents. They're not weaker than us. The Mercenaries Alliance has sent so many talents. How can our Universe Bank lag behind? Also, we have many people in the Solar Dragon territorial domain, the Mecha territorial domain. We can't ignore them, Jared," the ruler said calmly. Feng Tai the ruler sniggered. He looked at the 7 stellar academies and said, "The 7 stellar academies sent more talents than we do. Isn't this normal? Of the 7 stellar academies, each has many talents." Jared also looked in the direction of the 7 stellar academies and sized up the talents from the 7 stellar academies. His eyes shimmered. Interesting. Feng Tai the ruler placed his hands behind his back. There was an ambiguous look in his eyes. Under the gaze of these 2 eternal stage rulers, the students from the 7 stellar academies felt an invisible force enveloping their bodies. Their faces turned pale. Even universe-level talents couldn't resist the gazes of these 2 rulers. "You are at the ruler level. If you keep staring at the students from the 7 stellar academies, it will give them immense pressure." An old voice suddenly sounded among the 7 stellar academies. Everybody saw an elder in gray gown walking out from the 7 stellar academies. He was staggering and looked as if he would collapse at any moment. His face was full of wrinkles, and he looked extremely old. However, when Feng Tai and Jared saw this elder, their expressions changed. They were both ruler-level martial warriors, but they couldn't see through this elder. However, they could sense that the elder in front of them hadn't taken that step. He wasn't at the immortal level. "May I know who you are?" The two rulers exchanged glances with one another and cupped their fists. "I'm just an old fart from the 7 stellar academies. It's not worth mentioning." The elder waved his hand. "You must be joking." Feng Tai and Jared didn't believe him. How could someone who could give them pressure not be worth mentioning? But no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out who this elder was. This made them even more fearful of the foundation of the 7 stellar academies. There were rumors that there were many formidable warriors hidden in the 7 stellar academies from the looks of it. It was true, even an eternal stage ruler was so powerful. If the two of them felt pressured, what about the other formidable warriors? Chapter 3635, Commander Jingxi. The Gamble Between the Powers. The Evolution of Wang Teng. 1. At first, the Mercenaries Alliance and the rulers of the Universe Bank were a little fearless. At their level, what was there to be afraid of when they sized up the younger generations? Also, at the start, they didn't sense any formidable warriors from the 7 stellar academies. They thought that they only sent some Marcus or Eternal Stage Dukes. However, the sudden appearance of this mysterious elder made the two rulers fearful. They couldn't stare at the talents from the 7 stellar academies anymore, in case they angered him. This old man wasn't easy to deal with. The talents from the Stellar Academy are indeed outstanding. I've finally seen it for myself. Jared the ruler cupped his fists and smiled at the mysterious elder. "You're flattering me." The Stellar Academy elder glanced at the talents from the Mercenaries Alliance and the Universe Bank. His gaze was muddy, like an old man who was about to die. He didn't give anyone any pressure. He chuckled and said, "Your talents are not bad either." The two rulers were even more shocked. They felt that they couldn't understand this old man anymore. The talents from the Mercenaries Alliance and the Universe Bank didn't feel anything. The elder just glanced at them as if there was nothing special. "Everyone should be here, right?" Feng Tai the ruler changed the topic. The Stellar Academy elder from the Stellar Academy suddenly turned and looked at the emptiness. That was the center of this void battle fortress. "Since everyone is here, please have a gathering." A calm voice came from the void battle fortress. It echoed in the surrounding space and entered everyone's ears. Jared and Feng Tai's gazes froze. They put away their arrogance and flew over with the talents from their factions. "Let's go," the mysterious elder said to the Stellar Academy talents behind him without turning his head. His shriveled and scrawny body flew up. His speed wasn't much slower than the two rulers, but it still felt a little unstable. They were afraid that he would fall. Swoosh, swoosh. The talents from the 7 stellar academies knew that this elder wasn't simple, especially after seeing the reactions of the two rulers. They started to respect him even more when they heard the order. They quickly followed him. Even the universe-level talents were as obedient as kittens. "Sister Yue, do you know who this old man is? He's so impressive." Wade couldn't help but ask, using voice transmission. Yu Chikiao's face turned black. This fatty is really daring. "Can't you see that the two rulers are afraid of this elder? How dare he call him old man? He's tempting fate." She rolled her eyes at Wade and ignored him. Wade didn't know how he offended Sister Yue again. He scratched his head in confusion. After everyone entered the battle fortress, someone arranged lodgings for them. The eternal-level martial warriors were gathered in a great hall in the battle fortress. This was an extremely spacious great hall. There were all kinds of crystals decorating the roof, giving off a gentle glow that lit up the entire hall. There were thrones in the great hall. Powerful martial warriors with different appearances were sitting on the thrones with restrained auras. Although they didn't reveal any auras, they looked like terrifying universe behemoths just sitting there. No one dared to look at them directly. Fortunately, there were no weaklings in the great hall. Everyone was calm. "All the talents from the different factions are here. Let me explain the situation here," an eternal stage ruler of the human race said. It was a valiant-looking man wearing purple battle armor. He was middle-aged and had long purple hair. His expression was cold and his gaze was sharp. He gave off a faint aura of vitality, but his aura gave people the feeling that he was sheathing his sword. He was extremely reserved. All the martial warriors turned to look at the valiant-looking man when they heard this. There was a hint of seriousness in their eyes. They were afraid of this valiant-looking man, but there was a hint of respect in his seriousness. This was unbelievable. If their juniors saw this scene, their eyes would probably pop out. These eternal stage rulers were normally high and mighty like gods, looking down on the planetary sectors. Yet they were showing respect to someone at the same level as them. This was rare, Commander Shing-Si. If you have anything to say, you can say it. Time is tight. Since we're here, we will do our part. A ruler opened his mouth and said, "This was a tall man with a horn on his head." There was a special mark on the throne behind him. It looked like a multi-dimensional universe. It was unreal, but real. It gave people an indescribable, strange feeling. This was the symbol of the Virtual Universe Corporation. The ruler on the throne was a formidable warrior from the Virtual Universe Corporation. If other people heard the name of Commander Shing-Si, there would be an uproar. This Commander Shing-Si was none other than the commander of the No. 3 Defense Fortress. A defense fortress was different from a defense planet. A defense planet was just a planet with a limited area. On the other hand, a defense fortress was an important place made up of many planets and stars in a vast planetary sector. They couldn't be compared as the commander of the No. 3 Defense Fortress. There was no doubt about Shing-Si's ability and methods. Chapter 3636, Commander Shing-Si. The Gamble Between the Powers, the Evolution of Wang Teng. Too, everyone knew that the higher the ranking of the defense fortress, the more important it was and the worse the situation there was. However, the third defense fortress managed to repel numerous dark apparition invasions and attacks under the command of Commander Shing-Si. There were even a few times when the dark apparitions couldn't retaliate at all. From this, one could see how great this Commander Shing-Si's achievement was. No wonder many eternal stage rulers respected him. They weren't weaker than him, but they couldn't do what he did. You could say that the value and usefulness of Commander Shing-Si had exceeded that of an eternal stage ruler. Such an existence was worthy of everyone's respect. This time, the 3 territorial domains were invaded by dark apparitions. The light universe placed high importance on this, so they sent the most powerful figure to command this war. Only someone like him could convince most formidable warriors and make them willing to listen to his orders. Commander Shing-Si nodded when he heard this. He scanned the eternal stage rulers' faces and opened his mouth again. "I won't be polite with you. Now, let's get to the main topic." He briefly explained the situation here before continuing. "The people from the 3 territorial domains sent us a request. They hope that we can transport a batch of spiritual herbs into the 3 territorial domains for the alchemists in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters to make pills. This will reduce casualties. Now that the spiritual herbs have been transported here, I need to ask the talents from the various factions to send them to the 3 territorial domains silently." "You're asking the talents to transport spiritual herbs?" Some eternal stage rulers frowned. They brought these talents here because they wanted them to participate in the battle. Yet Commander Shing-Si wanted them to transport spiritual herbs. Wasn't this a waste of their talent? If the person in front of them wasn't the famous Commander Shing-Si, they would have refuted him on the spot. It's too dangerous to let normal martial warriors transport them. It's easy to suffer losses. If eternal-level martial warriors transport them, it will be too conspicuous, and it will attract Devil-Titan-level dark apparitions. Commander Shing-Si knew what everyone was thinking. So he explained, "Everyone, you should know the importance of these spiritual herbs." "Commander Shing-Si makes sense, Jared," the ruler said in deep thought. The 3 territorial domains and the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters came up with this plan together. It might be a waste of talents to send these talents to transport the spiritual herbs, but this mission isn't easy. There's a high chance that it will be dangerous, Commander Shing-Si uttered calmly. "What do you mean?" The Feng Tai ruler frowned and asked. We might not be able to hide the fact that we are transporting spiritual herbs from the dark apparitions, Commander Sing Si said in a meaningful tone. Everyone tensed up. They immediately understood what Commander Sing Si meant. They had met many dark apparitions and participated in many battles since they were able to grow to this stage. Hence, they knew how sly and strange these dark apparitions were. It means that the spiritual herbs must be transported by the talents from the various factions, and eternal-level martial warriors can't interfere. The elder from the 7 stellar academies opened his mouth at this moment. At this moment, many people finally noticed his presence. This old man was scrawny and inconspicuous as he shrunk on his throne. His aura was restrained and his presence was low. Many people unconsciously ignored him. Many eternal stage rulers' expressions changed slightly. They didn't think that there would be such a presence here. They were astounded. Feng Tai and Jared exchanged glances and saw a smile in each other's eyes. They got frightened a little bit once, and now the other rulers got frightened too. They were even, if not, they would be embarrassed. Elder Ji, Commander Sing Si looked at the elder who spoke and was stunned for a moment. Then he said respectfully, "I didn't expect the 7 stellar academies to send you." "Ha ha, I had nothing to do, so I came out for a walk," Elder Ji said. Elder Ji? The formidable warriors looked at the elder in surprise. It looked like Commander Sing Si knew this elder and respected him. Elder Ji is right. Commander Sing Si didn't explain further. He nodded and continued. In order not to attract the attention of the dark apparitions, eternal stage martial warriors won't act during the delivery of the spiritual herbs. Is this too risky? What if the dark apparitions send devil titans to stop our talents? The ruler of Jared asked. As long as our eternal-level martial warriors don't act, the chances of the dark apparitions sending devil titans will be lower. We will also let the talents split up and take different routes. That way, the dark apparitions won't have the time to take care of them. After all, they won't have so many devil titans, Commander Sing Si said. There were obvious changes to the plan. By right, based on the plan of the great elders in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, all the spiritual herbs would be transported at the same time through an extremely secretive star path. However, Commander Sing Si scattered the talents and allowed them to enter the 3 territorial domains separately. This method was undoubtedly to minimize the risk. This is feasible. But what if the dark apparitions sent their talents too? I heard that the dark apparitions' talents are extremely powerful. Our talents. Some of the powerful martial warriors nodded while others remained apprehensive. They didn't dare to let their talents take the risk. Chapter 3637, Commander Sing Si. The Gamble Between the Powers, The Evolution of Wang Teng, 3. Of course, they were worried for a reason. Dark apparitions were powerful and mysterious, and their talents were hard to deal with. The talents from the light universe might not be their match. At that time, the spiritual herbs might land in the hands of the dark apparitions. All their efforts would be in vain. We still have to take this risk. Elder Ji opened his mouth and said calmly, "If we don't even have the confidence to face the dark apparitions, our talents are like flowers in a greenhouse. They are useless." The formidable warriors were speechless. The elder made sense. They couldn't refute him. But soon they understood. They sent the talents from their factions here to train and let them grow in the fire and blood. How could they back down now? Don't worry. There will be eternal-level martial warriors waiting for them in the 3 territorial domains. There will also be eternal-level martial warriors patrolling the universe. Normally, we won't give Devil Titans the chance to act, Commander Sing Si said. That's right, the eternal-level warriors in the light universe aren't to be trifled with. The formidable warriors agreed. They stopped hesitating and agreed to Commander Sing Si's decision. All right, let's arrange this matter like this, Commander Sing Si said. The powerful martial warriors chatted about the details of the delivery and the battles in the 3 territorial domains before leaving. Jared, shall we have a duel? Let's see who's the first to arrive and who transports the most spiritual herbs. Feng Tai, the ruler, suddenly said to Jared the ruler not far away when they walked out of the great hall. "You want to have a duel with our Universe Bank?" Jared the ruler was surprised. "That's right, can't I?" Feng Tai the ruler smiled. "Ha ha, if you want to compete, I'll accompany you to the end." Jared the ruler smiled. "There must be some rewards for a duel." "I wonder what rewards will you have?" Feng Tai the ruler asked. "Is this your real motive?" Jared the ruler gave him a meaningful look. He gave a mysterious smile and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? You can't say that. If I lose, I will have to pay the corresponding price. Why don't I say it first? I have a piece of blazing light dark metal that's useless to me. I can use it to make a bet with the ruler." Feng Tai the ruler waved his hand and a huge oar suddenly appeared in front of him. It was more than 10 feet tall, and there were golden patterns on its surface. It offered off a sharp and mysterious feeling. Blazing light dark metal. A sharp glint appeared Jared the ruler's eyes. He was attracted by the oar. Even the eternal stage rulers around them looked over. There was a strange look in their eyes. This oar was extremely attractive to these eternal stage rulers. Blazing light dark metal was an extremely rare eternal level treasure. It could be used to forge saint-level weapons. If the blacksmith's mastery was high enough, he could forge a 5th level or above weapon. Thus, even for eternal stage rulers, this was a rare smithery material. However, this was a metal element ore. It was only useful in the hands of metal element martial warriors, and Jared the ruler was a metal element martial warrior. Feng Tai the ruler, you have a good stake that I can't reject. Jared the ruler looked at the other party intently. "Ha ha, if not, I won't dare to show off in front of an expert. The Universe Bank is the richest. Jared the ruler must be rich too." Feng Tai the ruler sniggered. "Since you're so sincere, I'll give you the same price as the blazing light mystic metal as a stake. This should be what you want, right?" Jared the ruler said. "My ore will fetch a higher price if I put it up for auction," Feng Tai the ruler said. "I'll give a 30% premium as the stake." "What do you think?" Jared the ruler said, nonchalantly. His wealthy appearance made the powerful martial warriors around him jealous. "So what if you have money? A 30% premium?" If he wasn't a fool, what was he? "Ha ha ha. As expected of the Universe Bank, you're so forthright." Feng Tai the ruler laughed. "Since you're so interested, let this old man chime in too." Elder G from the 7 Stellar Academies suddenly opened his mouth. "Oh, Elder G is interested too?" Feng Tai the ruler raised his eyebrows. He didn't know Elder G's identity, but this guy's ability couldn't be faked. Even Commander Singsi called him Elder G. It wasn't wrong for him to call him that. Why can't I? Elder G glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "Of course, why not? If Elder G is interested, we will accompany you." Feng Tai, the ruler, smiled. "Do you have any objections, Jared?" "I have no objections. It's fun to have more people," Jared the ruler replied nonchalantly. "This is the star core of a Titan-level wood cloud rhinoceros. It can be used to forge a 5th level or above saint-level weapon. It's worth as much as your piece of blazing light, dark metal." Elder G took out a star core with green and mysterious patterns. "Titan-level wood cloud rhinoceros," Feng Tai the ruler nodded. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Coincidentally, he had wood element attributes, so this star core was very useful to him. At first, his target was Jared the ruler from the Universe Bank. He didn't expect to attract this old man from the 7 Stellar Academies. Chapter 3638, Commander Sing Si. The Gamble Between the Powers, the Evolution of Wang Teng, 4. He loved that wood element star core, however, while he had some confidence against the Universe Bank, but didn't have much confidence against the 7 Stellar Academies. "Why don't you count me in?" A soft laughter was heard beside him. It was the eternal stage ruler of the Virtual Universe Company. He flipped his hand, and an ancient beast-skin scroll appeared. "This is an eternal level battle technique, the Calamity Lightning Palm technique. It's an extremely powerful lightning element battle technique, Calamity Lightning Palm Technique. Everyone's gaze landed on the beast skin scroll. They were interested. An eternal stage battle technique, and it was lightning element. This battle technique wasn't simple. From a certain point of view, it was more precious than the star core of a Titan-level star beast or the blazing light dark metal. The Virtual Universe Corporation was impressive too. A normal person wouldn't be able to do this. What do you think? Do you dare to compete with the talents from the Virtual Universe Corporation? The eternal stage ruler of the Virtual Universe Corporation smiled. All right, the powerful factions haven't met in a long time. This is a good chance for us to compete. Jared the ruler laughed. He was completely interested. Feng Tai the ruler felt a little awkward. At first, he just wanted to trick Jared the ruler, but he attracted so many factions. Things wouldn't end well. The 7 stellar academies was one thing, but now there was the Virtual Universe Corporation. Even the Mercenaries Alliance didn't dare to say that they could win against the other party. This time, there were even more variables. Damn it, he glanced at Jared the ruler bitterly. Where did this fellow get his self-awareness? Your Universe Bank might have a lot of money, but in terms of talent, you might not be able to defeat the 7 stellar academies and the Virtual Universe Corporation. Don't you know what you're doing? The ruler of Jared didn't care about this. He was blindly confident. My Universe Bank is rich with money. We have resources. Is the talent we groomed bad? It couldn't be bad. It was just a duel. He wasn't afraid. It's decided then. The eternal stage ruler of the Virtual Universe Corporation turned and left. Elder G, Jared, Feng Tai, and the others dispersed too. As for the weaker factions, they didn't participate. They might be interested in the treasures of the eternal stage rulers, but they knew their limits. They weren't afraid of a one-on-one duel, but they didn't care about the duels between the talents. They weren't on the same level as the top factions. They knew that they couldn't win against the other party, so participating in it was just sending treasures to the other party. Half a day later, battlecrafts flew out of the void battle fortresses and headed towards the 3 territorial domains. After passing through the Dark Shield, the battlecraft scattered and took different paths. No one knew where they were heading. There were many factions and talents. After splitting up, there were at least a few hundred battlecrafts. It wasn't easy to track them, Dark Universe. There was a huge blood cocoon floating aimlessly in the colorful area that looked like a huge palm time, passed slowly. The blood cocoon seemed to have a life of its own. It shimmered occasionally as if a heart was beating. There were even strange and fine blood-red patterns on the surface of the blood cocoon. As the light shimmered, the patterns shimmered too, as if there was a divine power circulating them. Another strange scene appeared in the blood cocoon. This seemed to be a starry sky. Wang Teng's body had turned into a ball of blood mist and merged with the illusionary ball of light. Planets appeared and spun according to a specific method. Blood God Rebirth Skill. This was the divine-level scripture Wang Teng received from the vampire ancestor. Blood God Rebirth Skill. He wasn't dead, but that didn't prevent him from using this divine-level scripture. In the past, the vampire ancestor wanted to use this scripture to occupy his body and get reborn. In the end, Wang Teng used a blood crow clone to deceive him and cause the vampire ancestor to suffer a double loss. The blood crow clone was the blood god clone. At that time, Wang Teng's self-consciousness was hiding in the blood crow clone's body, secretly observing the operation of the blood god rebirth skill. He also received related attribute bubbles, so his mastery of this divine-level scripture reached the specialized stage. Thus, Wang Teng had a deep understanding of this scripture. Even if the vampire ancestor was still alive, he would be astounded when he saw Wang Teng's mastery of this scripture. Based on Wang Teng's understanding of this scripture, he immediately thought of its uses. The blood god rebirth skill allowed him to occupy other people's body and give himself a new lease of life. To a certain extent, it was similar to Wang Teng's thief. However, this immortal-level scripture wasn't just stealing the spiritual body. It could also reconstruct one's body and give him a body that was full of vitality and met his requirements. It was many times more high rank than thief. Wang Teng was reconstructing his physical body. He used the blood god rebirth skill to turn his body into a blood mist and merged with the consciousness of the void. It was like Thief, occupying the enemy's consciousness and understanding the secrets within. This was Wang Teng's plan. From the start, he planned to occupy the consciousness of the void and understand its secrets. There was no other way that was more convenient and specific than this enlightenment. He searched for a long time, but he couldn't find the secrets of this void. He only noticed some clues after he met the strange planets. Then the will of the void appeared and wanted to stop him. It even wanted to kill him. At that time, Wang Teng finally realized that something was wrong. He also aimed at the void conscious. The void conscious thought that it was a hunter, but it didn't know that its prey wanted to be a hunter too. The change between a hunter and his prey happened within a split second. The consciousness of the void could only blame itself for appearing voluntarily. If it had been hiding, Wang Teng might not have discovered it. After all, this place was huge. Wang Teng would need much time to find the 11 planets. Even if he discovered the 11 planets, he might not be able to detect the presence of the void conscious. What's more, the battle that followed allowed the will of the void to step into the trap that Wang Teng laid for him. The consciousness of the void was powerful, but it didn't mean that it was scheming. Compared to the scheming Wang Teng, it was still lacking. Of course, it was also because Wang Teng had enough skills. If not, all his plans would be useless. Without support, he was nothing. One could only say that the void conscious was extremely unlucky to have met Wang Teng. That was how it landed in this state. The consciousness was heavily injured by Wang Teng's endless tornado. Now it was being pestered by Wang Teng's blood god rebirth skill and was gradually losing its sense of self. It was about to be assimilated by Wang Teng. Within the blood cocoon, the strange starry sky was undergoing an evolution. It was slowly moving in an unknown direction. A faint consciousness filled up the space. Chapter 3639, Devil Mind Races, Shao Jie, Start of the Hunt, The Black Hole Transformation, One Light Universe. The remains of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was now in the Dark Void Battle Fortress. All the vampire dark apparition talents, including the Blood God clone, were gathered in the plaza above the battle fortress. Your Highness Blood Son, the vampire dark apparitions bowed when they saw the Blood God clone. The Blood God clone only nodded indifferently. He would only be polite to Zalanbo, Zanir, Zasiri, and the other vampire talents he was close with. Of course, this was just on the surface. He had already left a trump card in the bodies of these vampire talents. It was enough to make them obedient. However, this wasn't the time to shed all pretense. He needed to continue acting as the vampire blood son. Of course, if he could, he would continue acting the vampire blood son identity. Was quite useful. It would be troublesome if he had another identity. The talents from the other races are here too. Zanir looked into the distance and asked curiously, I wonder why they called us over. We're going to start a war with the light universe, right? Zazalun from the blood slaughter race asked. That's great. I can't wait any longer. Red light appeared in Zanosky's eyes. He licked his lips and gave a sinister smile. The blood god clone shook his head secretly. A cold glint flashed past his eyes. These dark apparitions would die sooner or later. Unfortunately, he couldn't act now. He could only let them live for a few more days. He felt helpless for the past few days. Although he had arrived at the light universe, he couldn't leave this void battle fortress. There were too many powerful dark apparitions here, so he couldn't leave easily. Don't treat these formidable warriors as idiots. He was a mid-tier devil emperor, but it was impossible for him to fool the dark apparitions. Thus, he could only remain unchanged. Fortunately, he had been traveling around recently, so he managed to get some information about dark apparitions. He might be able to use them in the future. After some time, the talents from the various dark apparitions arrived and started discussing. They were all guessing their next move. I heard that you killed Gush. The blood god clone was resting with closed eyes, waiting for the order to be given. Suddenly, a cold voice that sounded like metal rubbing against each other entered his ears. He opened his eyes slowly and looked at the person indifferently with his crimson eyes. He raised his eyebrows slightly under the mask. Giazidi. The dark apparitions around him turned silent. They looked in his direction. Almost all the dark apparitions knew about the death of Gush and the talents from the giant devil race, the devil moth race, and the sheephead devil race. After all, the arrival of the talents from the various races caused a huge commotion at that time. Almost everyone was watching the show. Then they received news that the vampire blood sun managed to kill the top talents of the 4 races as a mid-tier devil emperor. It was hard to see through his ability and talent. Many dark apparitions started to get interested in the blood god clone. They tried to find out more about him, but the blood god clone only appeared for a short time, so there was limited information. Most of the time he stayed in the vampire's ancestral ground. How could the other dark apparitions get the news? Now the devil armor race's Giazidi took the initiative to speak to the vampire blood sun. He might be able to get more information out of him. So many dark apparition talents paid close attention to him. That's right. The blood god clone looked at the tall, devil-armored dark apparition and nodded slightly. As a peak, mid-tier devil emperor, you managed to kill Gusha? Giazidi was still in disbelief. He looked at the blood god clone curiously. This vampire blood sun looked no different from a normal peak mid-tier devil emperor. However, he knew Gusha's ability clearly. In the end, Gush died in the hands of this vampire. Did this mean that he wasn't the vampire's match? No one would be convinced by this, much less a top-tier talent like Giazidi. Is there a problem? The blood god clone smiled ambiguously and asked calmly. Giazidi stared at the blood god clone for some time before he suddenly smiled. He said in a meaningful tone, Interesting. This is the first time I see a mid-tier devil emperor with such confidence. It looks like you're not weak. It's all right. I can deal with 1 or 2 high-tier devil emperors who just advanced. The blood god clone replied calmly. He accepted Giazidi's compliments without any humility. Giazidi was speechless. This fellow was honestly daring. Wasn't he referring to them when he said that he could deal with high-tier devil emperors who had just advanced? But they were the top talents of their races. How could an ordinary high-tier devil emperor be compared to them? The surrounding dark apparitions were speechless too. They felt that this vampire blood sun was a little arrogant. Even if he did kill Gushe, he would offend them if he said this in front of the talents from the other races. All the talents from the various races were proud people. It would be strange if they didn't feel good when they heard his words. Ha ha ha, you're quite arrogant. As expected, an ear-piercing and strange laughter was heard not far away. The dark apparitions turned their heads involuntarily. Huh? The blood god clone looked over and was stunned. There was a figure covered in a black gown. He had no feet and was floating there like a ghost. Chapter 3640, Devil Mind Races, Xiao Jie. Start of the hunt, the black hole transformation, too. This appearance was unconventional among the dark apparitions. The other dark apparitions had physical bodies, and all of them looked strange. However, this black gown looked like a black gown. It was empty inside. The blood god clone's eyes lit up. He remembered the dark apparitions he met in the past. Phantasma race? Lazy mist race? The dark apparitions from these 2 races were shrouded in black mist. Wang Teng had never seen their true appearance. He only saw their distorted appearance during their devil transformation. But there was no point of reference. After all, the devil transformation of dark apparitions was all like this. Unfortunately, Wang Teng wasn't here, so he couldn't use his real eye to observe the black gown, hence he couldn't see through it. But, devil mind race, a voice was heard in the crowd. Some dark apparitions recognized the black gown. Giazidi's gaze turned sharp, too. He looked at the black gown with fear in his eyes. Devil mind races, Xiao Ji. Oh, someone recognizes me. A surprised voice came from within the black gown. It's the devil mind race. The blood god clone squinted as he stared at the black robe. He wanted to see something from beneath the hood, but it was pitch black. He couldn't even see the other party's gaze. It was eerie. The only thing he could feel was a pair of cold and evil eyes staring at him from within the black gown. Jayazidi felt the other party's gaze and snorted. I've heard of you, Zhaoji. The devil mind race is pretending to be mysterious. Do you think everyone doesn't know about you? Ha ha ha. A strange laughter came from within the black gown. The devil mind race is used to this. We're not pretending to be mysterious. As for my information, you can know as much as you want. That's your ability. I don't care. Jayazidi felt exasperated when he heard the other party's nonchalant voice. He felt as though he punched a ball of cotton. The black gown ignored Jayazidi. Instead, it seemed extremely interested in the blood god clone. Everything was pitch black under the hood, but it was facing the blood god clone without hiding its evil intention. Your body must be delicious. If you continue staring at me, I will take off your black gown. The blood god clone said calmly, I want to see if you devil mind race really have brains. Silence. There was a moment of silence. The atmosphere turned a little tense. All the dark apparition talents looked at the blood god clone as if he was a ghost. This vampire blood son was really bold. He even dared to talk back to a talent from the devil mind race. Also, from his words, he was saying that Zhao Ji was brainless. This was the greatest humiliation to the devil mind race. The vampire blood son was tempting fate. You could say that most dark apparitions were afraid of the devil mind race because they would occupy other people's body without any warning. Even the dark apparitions were no exception. It would be troublesome if he got targeted by this race. Hence, normal dark apparitions didn't dare to offend devil mind dark apparitions. This Shao Jie was one of the top talents of the devil mind race. Offending him wasn't a good choice. Zalanbo, Euphilia, Zarosa, and the other dark apparitions looked at the blood god clone worriedly. They immediately turned vigilant of the black gown, afraid that it would attack them if they didn't get along. The devil mind race was one of the strangest and hardest dark apparition races to deal with. Even vampires like them had to deal with them carefully. If the other party acted, the consequences were unpredictable. However, the blood god clone remained calm. He stared at the black gown indifferently, without any fear. It's been a long time since someone spoke to me like this. The voice under the black gown turned cold. Until today, the blood god clone replied calmly. You're not just arrogant. You're bold, too. The guy in the black gown continued staring at the blood god clone fearlessly. He smiled and said, It looks like I need another vampire body. Come and try then. The blood god clone attacked abruptly. He took a step out and disappeared on the spot. Boom! Explosions resounded in the air. A dark red fist mark exploded and appeared in front of the black gown. It smashed down. There were black patterns on the dark red fist mark. Powerful domain power erupted from it, as if a domain had merged into the fist mark. Crazy, bloody, all the dark apparitions felt the power of the dark red fist mark. Their expressions changed. Ha ha ha, you're too slow, and your fist mark isn't powerful enough. The man in black gown retreated quickly and evaded the attack of the fist mark. He gave a strange laugh. Really? The blood god clone gave a look of contempt. He stood on the spot and stopped chasing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sonic booms were heard behind the black gown. More than 10 dark vines had circled behind the black gown and shot towards it. A cold snort came from beneath the black gown. He moved his body quickly and evaded the vines. Its footwork was strange. It didn't seem to have a physical body. It was just a black gown. The black vines flew past the black gown without hurting it at all. Chapter 3641, Devil Mind Races Shao Ji. Start of the Hunt. The Black Hole Transformation 3. Many dark apparitions shook their heads. There was contempt in their eyes. It looked like this vampire blood son was nothing. He only knew how to use his mouth, but in front of a talent like Zhao Ji, he was nothing. Euphelia, Zarosa, and the others didn't expect the blood god clone to act. Their expressions changed and they became even more worried. They knew that the blood god clone was powerful, but Xiao Jie was the top talent of the devil mind race. He wasn't a simple talent. The other party might be stronger than goose shake crack. However, at this moment, a tearing sound was heard abruptly. All the dark apparition talents were stunned, their eyes widened. 3 of the vines changed their direction abruptly, as if they were passing through space. They went against the normal attacking pattern and twisted in mid-air, preventing the black gown from evading in time and hitting its body. Splat! Another 2 tearing sounds were heard. 3 clear cracks appeared on the black gown. They were exceptionally glaring. Oh my God! Xiao Ji got hit. What happened just now? Why did the 3 vines change direction? How was that possible in that situation? This doesn't make sense. Good riddance. I didn't expect Zhao Jie to suffer in the hands of this vampire blood sun. The dark apparitions regained their senses and exclaimed in astonishment. Their voices were filled with disbelief. Even Zalonbo, Zarosa, Euphelia, and the others who were familiar with the blood god clone were astounded. They stared at the 3 cracks on the black gown in disbelief. The man in black gown lowered his head and looked at the 3 cracks on his body. He fell into silence. The atmosphere turned tense for some reason. The commotion gradually died down. All the dark apparition talents looked at Black Robe before turning to look at the blood god clone. At this moment, black vines were circling his body like spiritual snakes. The tips of the vines were pointed at the Black Robe, as if they would attack him at any moment. Everyone's gaze changed when they looked at the blood god clone. The contempt in their eyes disappeared, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes. This vampire blood sun wasn't simple. You tore my gown? The voice under the black gown was heard again. It gave off a chilling vibe. It can't be helped. Your speed is too slow. I just wanted to play with you, but I didn't expect you to collapse after a few moves. The blood god clone said calmly. Silence. The dark apparitions were speechless. They felt that this fellow was boasting, but they didn't have evidence. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man gave a shrill and strange laugh. However, his laughter was interrupted halfway. Stop laughing. Your laughter is too ugly. Why is everyone's laughter so ugly? The last one was Goosh. I killed him because he was too noisy. Do you want to try? The blood god clone asked. Gasp. The dark apparitions gasped uncontrollably. They suddenly felt that this fellow was arrogant. The black gown was interrupted halfway through his laughter. He felt exasperated and almost couldn't breathe properly. He raised his head abruptly and a deep gaze shot out from beneath the pitch-black hood. He stared intently at the blood god clone. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Boom, after he finished speaking. A ball of strange black light shot out from under the black gown. It swept towards the blood god clone like tentacles. But at this moment, boom, a powerful aura arrived abruptly and bore down on him. The black-robed guy's attack paused for a moment. The blood god clone was just about to act when he saw this. He was stunned. Do you all have nothing better to do? A stern and cold voice resounded above the dark apparitions. The expressions on the faces of the talents changed. They looked up but didn't see any figures. The talents from the light universe have appeared since you're so free. Go and bring the corpses back. Vampire Shui, Jue, Devil Mind Race Xiao Jie, if you bring less than 100 talents back, I will make sure you suffer. The blood god clone's expression changed. He felt a chill in his heart. This was a devil titan. The other party wanted him to kill 100 talents from the light universe. How crazy was he? Blackrobe's gaze flickered too. He sensed the difficulty, but he didn't dare to refute. Many dark apparitions looked at them mockingly. 100 talents from the light universe. Even the vampire blood sun and the devil mind races Zhao Jie would have a hard time dealing with them. If they couldn't reach this target, the devil titan wouldn't let them off easily. He said it in front of so many people. How could it be a joke? They deserved it. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Many dark apparition talents didn't like the blood god clone and Zhao Jie, hence, when they saw them suffering a setback, they felt delighted. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and get lost." The majestic voice was heard again. When it reached the last word, it turned into thunderous roars that shook the sky. The expressions of the dark apparitions changed slightly. They knew that the devil Titan was enraged, so they didn't dare to be careless. They turned into rays of light and shot into the sky. Chapter 3642, Devil Mind Races, Xiao Ji, Start of the Hunt, the Black Hole Transformation. 4. A cold snort entered the blood god clone's ears. He saw the person glaring at him from beneath the black gown. His gaze was cold and icy. "You're lucky. However, I hope that you can stay alive." "It's hard to say who will die," the blood god clone sneered. Both parties didn't speak anymore. They stared at each other intently before turning into rays of light and soaring into the sky, flying into the depth of the universe. The vampire dark apparitions followed the blood god clone roar. Geniuses from the light universe die. The hunt has started. Very soon, angry roars of excitement erupted from the mouths of the dark apparitions. They were extremely excited, as if a banquet was about to start. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. In the colorful dark universe, the blood cocoon floated somewhere and continued roaming aimlessly. In the past few days, the patterns on the surface of the blood cocoon started flickering more violently and at a faster frequency. At first, the blood-red glow was extremely faint, but now it became extremely glaring. Even the colorful mist couldn't stop the blood-red glow. It could be seen from afar. The evolution in the blood cocoon was at the crucial moment. This seemed to be another space. From the outside, the blood cocoon was smaller than a planet, but the internal space was ridiculously huge. It was like the real void. Blood-red mist filled up the air. The 99 planets could be faintly seen. They represented 11 different attributes. Wang Teng was already at the peak of the cosmos stage. Every force would form 9 constellations. 11 types meant 99 constellations. The density of these force planets couldn't be compared to the force planets formed when he was at the celestial realm. After advancing to the cosmos realm, all of Wang Teng's force turned into force crystals and got absorbed by the black hole in the center. Now the force in his body had congregated into constellations again. Based on the pattern of advancing to the Heaven Lord stage, these constellations would all merge into the black hole, allowing the density of the black hole to reach a frightening level. Finally, it would collapse and explode, turning into a real planetary sector. This planetary sector could give birth to life. This was the heaven realm. At the same time, it was a precursor to the evolution of a small world. However, Wang Teng's advancement was destined to be different from other martial warriors. At this moment, the 99 force planets were operating at a certain rhythm to maintain the balance of this illusory universe. Wisps of spiritual kinesis floated in the void. In the deepest part of the void, the black hole was spinning at high speed. Wisps of spiritual power seeped out from it. Also, there were countless dots of light in the black hole. They gave off an eternal stage aura. It was a magical sight. This was an eternal matter. Boom! Violent explosions suddenly occurred in the space. The entire space seemed to be shaking, and the blood-red mist started churning violently. Boom, boom, boom. The 99 force planets spun furiously. Their speed increased exponentially. In an instant, only lingering shadows could be seen. It looked like when the Void Conscious attacked Wang Teng. However, it only used 11 force planets at that time. It wasn't as terrifying as Wang Teng. All 99 planets were activated at once. The 99 force planets revolved around the black hole. This black hole was equivalent to the consciousness of the void, which was the giant face, if you observed carefully. Boom, boom, boom. Then wisps of force erupted from the 99 planets. They turned into pillars of light and soared into the sky. These force pillars didn't merge into the black hole at the start. Instead, they merged and evolved above the black hole. In the end, the 11 different attributes turned into a special and divine energy. This was the origin energy of chaos. Boom. The next instant, The merged origin energy of chaos surged towards the black hole below and surged into the center. This scene was like a strange pillar of light emerging from the void and congregating into a huge mouth. The origin energy of chaos was absorbed by the black hole continuously. There seemed to be no end to the black hole. When the beam of light entered it, it disappeared without a trace. The forces on the 99 planets merged continuously. Within a few seconds, 11 planets disappeared, which corresponded to 11 force attributes. Within a few seconds, the black hole had absorbed the force equivalent to a first-level cosmos realm, martial warriors. This was terrifying. However, the first planet to be absorbed would definitely be the one with the least force. The first-level cosmos realm and the ninth-level cosmos realm couldn't be compared. Boom. The absorption of the origin energy in the second round was much slower. As expected, more origin energy of chaos was formed from the 11 missing planets. Actually, this amount of force was enough to make most Cosmos stage martial warriors feel ashamed. Or rather, it was enough to make Heaven stage martial warriors feel ashamed. It was impossible to find a martial warrior who could cultivate his force to such a high level like Wang Teng's. It was terrifying. Wang Teng was able to do this because he picked up too many attribute bubbles. The extra forces merged into these force planets, so the density of his 11 forces had reached an inhuman level. Chapter 3643, Devil Mind Races, Shao Ji, Start of the Hunt, the Black Hole Transformation. 5. Not only that, his constellation force was extremely pure because he picked up attribute bubbles, thick and pure. He had both. Who could be compared to him? Boom! The space within the blood cocoon kept trembling. As time went by, the force planets merged into the black hole and dissipated. However, the black hole was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much origin energy of chaos was thrown in, it would be sucked and devoured. There was no sign of saturation. After some time, only 11 of the 99 force planets were left. Finally, there was a slight change in the black hole. Its color seemed to have turned darker, and it gave off an indescribable pressure. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand the mass of the black hole. Dimensional rifts appeared and silently spread in all directions. The devouring process of the black hole was still ongoing. The last 11 planets were bigger than the previous ones. The amount of force in them was frightening. Wisps of constellation force erupted from them and merged into the origin energy of chaos. Then they were instilled into the black hole. It had been maintained for a long time. However, even though there were some changes to the black hole, it didn't look saturated. No matter how much origin energy of chaos came, it would still absorb it. If anyone saw this scene, they would be anxious for Wang Teng. From the looks of it, the black hole wasn't enough. They wondered how much origin energy of chaos was needed. Wang Teng only had 11 planets left. They weren't enough to satisfy the requirements of the black hole. The atmosphere in the void tensed up. Wang Teng probably knew that the force reserves of the 11 planets couldn't hold on much longer and couldn't satisfy the needs of the black hole. Boom. Suddenly, above the blood cocoon, a huge black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere and started spinning furiously. The space trembled and the colorful mist started churning violently. Then it turned into a torrent and got sucked into the black whirlpool by a powerful suction force. World Devourer. The colorful mist was formed by forces and contained 11 different forces. It was a little troublesome, but it was suitable for Wang Teng's current situation. Also, this wasn't a problem for him. With the World Devourer, he could digest any force. His speed wasn't slow. Wisps of force appeared in the blood cocoon and merged into the 11 force planets. This time, the dissipating force planet condensed again. It had reached the balance of payment and wouldn't dissipate immediately. The origin energy of chaos was being generated continuously and merged into the black hole. Time passed again. A few days passed in a blink of an eye in the void outside. The colorful mist became thinner. The black whirlpool above the blood cocoon had expanded to a frightening extent. It enveloped a large area of the void and sucked in large amounts of colorful mist. This was because the mist in the entire void had thinned. It wasn't just a certain area. No one knew how much force the black whirlpool devoured and refined. The black hole inside the blood cocoon was shrinking. That's right, shrinking. The black hole was 10 times the size of a normal star. When Wang Teng advanced to the cosmos realm, this black hole was the same size as a normal star. As his ability increased, it reached the peak of the cosmos stage and became 10 times the size of a normal star. However, with the addition of the origin energy of chaos, the black hole started shrinking and collapsing towards the center. It became the size of a normal star again. The mass and density of the bubbles had probably reached an inhuman stage. Everything around the black hole, whether it was the light or the origin energy of chaos, was sucked in and disappeared. Its density had reached an unimaginable level. Its transformation was about to reach its peak. The entire space in the blood cocoon was boiling. Boom! The black hole, which had been silent all this while, suddenly gave off an explosion. It couldn't withstand the frightening density, and an unbelievable change occurred inside. The explosion lasted for a long time. The black hole kept collapsing and shrinking. It got smaller and smaller. It went from the size of a normal star to a few hundred meters, and then a few dozen meters. Finally, it was only a few meters wide. However, the collapse of the black hole didn't stop. It continued. Large amounts of origin energy of chaos were thrown down and merged into the black hole. Bang! Amidst the vibration, the black hole shrank from a few meters to 1 meter. Then it became the size of a fist and the size of a chicken. Finally, it stopped. The entire process was extremely slow and arduous. It was even more arduous than shrinking from the size of a celestial body to a few meters. But it was still completed in the end. It was unbelievable. From 10 times the size of a normal star to the size of a needle tip, the difference was frightening. The difficulty of compressing it was like climbing the sky. Normal martial warriors might want to take this step, but they wouldn't be able to shrink the black hole to this extent. A normal martial warrior would at most be able to shrink the size of the planetary sector from 10 times that of a normal celestial body to the size of a celestial body. Then, an explosion would occur and the planetary sector would be formed. It was rare enough for a top-tier talent to shrink the black hole to a few meters. Legend has it that few could shrink a black hole to the size of a fist. Only a few people in the universe could do this. This meant that the shrinking of the black hole was like a pyramid. It screened the martial warriors layer by layer. This represented the potential of a martial warrior. Wang Teng had shrunk the black hole to the size of a needle tip. The tip of the needle was the peak of the pyramid. If this piece of news spread, even the God Stage martial warriors would be alerted. Unfortunately, in the depths of the dark universe, no one knew. A buzzing sound was heard. The needle-sized black hole was like a black dot. However, this black dot was enough to make one's heart palpitate. As the buzzing sound was heard, a terrifying fluctuation swept out. A terrifying suction force erupted. The entire space within the blood cocoon was sucked in, whether it was the spiritual power, the residual constellation force, or the blood-red mist. Everything belonged to the black hole. Boom! The next instant, an unimaginable explosion occurred. Endless rays of light shot out from the needle-like black dot. They swept in all directions and engulfed everything. Chapter 3644, Heaven Realm. Thick Force, Heaven Realm Chaos Constellation Scripture, Chaotic Planetary Sector, 1, in the blood cocoon. The entire space was submerged by the light. Nothing could be seen. Violent energy fluctuations swept out from the center continuously. These energies were special. They seemed to be the origin of all matter and could evolve everything. It was the origin energy of chaos. But there was a hint of vitality mixed in it, too. There was even the eternal stage aura. It was normal for there to be signs of life. After advancing to the heaven realm, one needed to give life to their planetary sector and give it the power of life. Without the power of life, it was no different from a dead land. There was no potential to speak of. This was a qualitative leap. This was also the most crucial and difficult process. Letting the planetary sector have the power of life wasn't as simple as integrating the origin of life into it. It was inseparable, so that the planetary sector could operate on its own and the power of life could circulate on its own. This was the enlightenment Wang Teng received from the 11 planets. At first, he didn't understand, but gradually he understood why the will of the void didn't interfere with the origin of life on the 11 planets. To a certain extent, they were a whole, but every planet was an individual. It was mysterious. Interfering too much wasn't a good thing. If he wanted this planetary sector to grow, he must make it independent. If he didn't manage to snatch the void conscious, Wang Teng might not be able to understand its secrets. This was a path that the void conscious had found after countless years. Yet Wang Teng had picked the fruit. However, the eternal stage aura was undoubtedly special. Who would be able to grasp the eternal power after advancing to the universe level, much less the heaven realm? Yet Wang Teng grasped eternal matter at the cosmos realm. This was abnormal. He couldn't use this eternal power as easily as an eternal stage martial warrior, but the difference was huge. As long as it was available, it would be a great help to him. Under this special energy, the entire space underwent an unimaginable transformation and sublimation. Gradually, the light faded, revealing the emptiness. Wisps of gray mist floated in the air. They could be seen everywhere, as if they had enveloped the entire space. There were many shadows inside, but nothing could be seen clearly. This was the mist formed by the origin energy of chaos. This scene was similar to what Wang Teng saw in the chaotic secret realm. There was a hint of vitality mixed in the gray mist. It was everywhere. It seemed to be brewing something. This proved that it wasn't a land of death. It was a land of life that was breeding living creatures. The evolution was in progress. Time passed slowly. 3 days passed in a flash. Some celestial bodies gradually appeared in the gray mist. There were irregular asteroids, planets, and nebulae formed by thin gases and dust. However, even though there were signs of life on these celestial bodies, there were no living creatures. This was destined to be a long process. It couldn't be completed in a short time. After these celestial bodies were born, a special power suddenly appeared in this chaotic void. Domain power, all kinds of domains filled up the air. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5-element domains merged into the celestial bodies, silently. Wind, lightning, poison, ice, light, dark, and many other domains appeared too. They played different roles in this space, but all of them were extremely important. Some merged into the planet while others spread out in the void and became part of the chaos. This integration was perfect. There were no flaws at all. Wang Teng's domain was mostly at the integration phase. The integration phase wasn't just a mastery of one's domain. It allowed one to merge all kinds of domain power into one's attacks. When one advanced to the heaven realm, the power of these domains would merge perfectly into one's planetary sector. This was an invisible benefit. However, most cosmos stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to reach this stage after advancing to the heaven realm. After all, a cosmos stage martial warrior was already extremely talented. To be able to grasp a domain, much less an integration phase domain. Only a small portion of the top talents in the heaven realm could grasp the integration phase domain. Wang Teng grasped the integration phase domain at the cosmos realm. It wasn't impossible, but there weren't many people like him in the universe. After all the element domains merged into his body, a special domain appeared silently and filled up the entire chaos space. Magnetic domain. This was the magnetic domain at this moment. The magnetic domain appeared on every planet, giving them a special power that allowed them to operate on their own. At the same time, it appeared in the void and maintained the operation of all the celestial bodies. Everyone knew that a perfected universe wouldn't be maintained with such a small amount of power. However, this chaotic void had just evolved. This was just the start. As Wang Teng got stronger, the chaos void would become more and more perfect, and the magnetic domain would rise too. But in summary, no heaven stage martial warrior could grasp the power of domain of all elements like Wang Teng. This was Wang Teng's greatest advantage. This was why he was able to create this chaotic void. It was completely different from the other martial warriors. Chapter 3645, Heaven Realm. Thick Force, Heaven Realm Chaos, Constellation Scripture, Chaotic Planetary Sector. 2. The other martial warriors could only form planetary sectors with their attributes. For instance, if a metal element martial warrior created a metal element planetary sector, everything inside would be transformed from the metal attribute. It was relatively monotonous. Of course, as they got stronger and their life force got thicker, other attributes would still appear in the void. However, this was just the basics. Their real strength was still their attributes. Let's not talk about this. As the power of domain merged into the surrounding void, a mysterious and profound power appeared in the chaos void. The power of laws of origin. Strange patterns appeared one after another. They seemed to be carved into the chaotic void by an invisible hand. They shimmered with different colors. Some looked like flames, some looked like water, some looked like lightning, some looked like ice. The patterns shimmered for some time as if they had merged with the chaotic void. In the end, they disappeared into the depth of the void. This was unbelievable. Ordinary Heaven Stage martial warriors could only grasp the power of domain. There were very few who could grasp the power of laws of origin, especially martial warriors who had just advanced to the Heaven Realm. It was almost impossible for them to grasp the power of laws of origin. Only talents who had advanced to the Heaven Realm for a long time would slowly grasp the power of laws of origin after reaching the peak of the Heaven Realm. This was a gradual process. It required a large amount of time for enlightenment and cultivation. No one could grasp it in a short time. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, darkness, light. All his attributes were here. All the power of laws of origin merged into the void, making this chaotic space even more perfect and stable. It didn't look like a planetary sector that had just been born at all. No martial warrior could make their planetary sector reach this stage when they just advanced to the Heaven Realm. No, it should be said that even a martial warrior at the peak of the Heaven Lord stage wouldn't be able to make his planetary sector reach such a frightening level. If a formidable warrior saw Wang Teng's planetary sector, he would be flabbergasted. The planetary sector in Wang Teng's body had completed its transformation. It was only a matter of time now. The giant black whirlpool had disappeared, and the blood cocoon was no longer shimmering. All the runes on it had disappeared as if they had never existed. Even the blood cocoon had turned dull. It had lost its blood-red luster, and the essence in it seemed to have been absorbed. From afar, it looked like a gray-white meteorite floating in the universe. Crack. A crisp cracking sound was heard. This voice seemed to have turned into a fuse. It was followed by a series of cracking sounds. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds were exceptionally clear in this cold and lonely space. However, no one heard them. Within a few seconds, the entire surface of the blood cocoon was covered with cracks. It was densely packed like a cracked eggshell. Beams of glaring blood-red light blossomed from the cracks and shot out in all directions. Boom! The next instant, a violent explosion occurred. The blood cocoon exploded and turned into droplets of light in the sky. Amidst the glaring blood-red light, a human figure could be seen faintly. He was naked, and his figure was well proportioned. His muscles were perfect, as if they were carved by an axe. They gave off a faint glow like immortal jade. His thick black hair danced in the air even though there was no wind, revealing his handsome face. He looked like a real god. Both his body and his appearance were perfect. The beauty of heaven and earth merged into his body, and he seemed to have walked out of a painting. This was Wang Teng, who had advanced to the Heaven Lord stage. He opened his eyes gradually and stared into the emptiness with his pitch-black pupils. There were stars shimmering in them, forming a strange planetary sector. They twirled in the depth of his eyes. It looked divine. Ah! A soft sound came from his throat. The image of the planetary sector gradually disappeared and returned to normal. He whispered, "I've finally advanced to the Heaven Realm." His voice was calm, but there was a hint of emotion in it. It wasn't easy for Wang Teng to take this step. He had accumulated many scriptures and domains in the early stages. If he wanted to reach his current level, it would take more than a day. Without these foundations, he wouldn't be able to advance further. Earlier, in order to find a chance to achieve a breakthrough, he didn't hesitate to fight with the terrifying void conscious to find its weaknesses and loopholes. He took the risk to seek fortune. Every single process was fraught with danger. A single mistake, and you would die. He had a trump card, but the price was high. No matter what, it was worth celebrating that he managed to advance to the heaven realm safely. He took a deep breath to suppress the happiness in his heart. Then, he closed his eyes again to feel the changes in his body. When he felt the force in his planetary sector, he was stunned. It was so majestic. After advancing to the heaven realm, his force would definitely be more powerful than the cosmos realm. However, he felt that the force in his planetary sector was extremely powerful. This feeling was on par with a universe-level martial warrior's. It wasn't the sum of all the attributes. Half of them were comparable to the universe level. This was incredible. The abundance of Heaven Lord force was comparable to that of the universe-level force. How terrifying was this? Even talents born in powerful factions and born with all kinds of resources wouldn't be able to do this. The higher the realm, the harder it was to cross the gaps. The difference between the heaven realm and the universe level was huge, but now Wang Teng had overcome this obstacle. He felt that he could fight with a first-level universe-level martial warrior without using any powerful skills. My foundation is too strong. I absorbed too much force to fill up the black hole. That's why the black hole exploded, and my force reached this stage after I advanced to the heaven realm. Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes as he looked at the space around him. The colorful mist in this space had become extremely thin. The difference was visible to the naked eye. This was all absorbed by him. If the colorful mist was 100% at the start, there was only 10% left now. The force in the entire space was sucked away. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The more powerful your foundation is, the more benefits you will get. Wang Teng was in deep thought. Also, he immediately looked at the attributes board. The Chaos Constellation scripture had reached the heaven realm. The evolution of the blood cocoon wasn't just his own evolution. It was also the derivation of the Chaos Constellation scripture. It went from the cosmos realm to the heaven realm. This meant that Wang Teng had no obstacles in advancing from the heaven realm to the universe level. He could use this scripture to raise his ability. However, he still needed to continue developing the universe-level scripture. The density of my force is terrifying. It must be related to the Chaos Constellation scripture. Wang Teng smiled. He understood. The reason why the black hole absorbed so much force was related to the Chaos Constellation scripture. Wang Teng's cultivation path seemed similar to the other martial warriors. They released their black holes and formed their own planetary sector. However, in reality, they were entirely different. The details were too different. They couldn't be compared at all. He used the Chaos Constellation scripture to advance to the heaven realm, so naturally, he needed to absorb all the forces. Also, the amount of forces needed was frightening. If not, based on his original abundance of forces, he wouldn't need to absorb the forces outside. But in the end, he still managed to absorb 80% to 90% of the colorful mist. He almost sucked the entire space dry. It was terrifying, just thinking about it. My planetary sector should be called the Chaos Planetary Sector. Wang Teng muttered to himself as he looked into his body. Chapter 3646, Powerful Physique, 18 Level of Realm Power. Departure, Strange Figure, 1, Chaotic Planetary Sector. This was the name Wang Teng gave to the planetary sector in his body. The planetary sector in his body was a little different. The chaos aura that pervaded the air said everything. Normal martial warriors only had 3 to 5 forces, but no one was able to form chaos. Force Wang Teng's planetary sector was the first form of the universe. That wasn't all. In his planetary sector, there was the power of domain and the power of laws of origin for all his attributes. There was also the aura of eternal matter. He was in a hazy state during the evolution process, but his subconscious was the one leading the entire process. Hence, he knew the changes in the planetary sector. Clearly, you could say that his planetary sector contained too much special energy. It was extraordinary. Hence, his planetary sector couldn't be described as a simple planetary sector anymore. Coincidentally, there was chaotic energy inside. Everything was derived from the origin energy of chaos, so it was most suitable to be called the chaotic planetary sector. Of course, his planetary sector was just the start. He needed to slowly raise the power of his domain and the power of laws of origin so that they could reach the perfected stage. Actually, his domain was already extremely powerful. It had almost reached the integration phase, but he couldn't stop there. If he could push his domain to the perfected stage, his future would be smoother. The perfected domain meant that his chaos planetary sector had reached the perfected stage. This would help him to break through to the universe level and open his own universe world. The more perfected the planetary sector, the stronger its owner. This was almost universally acknowledged. And my body. Wang Teng retracted his thoughts and lowered his head to look at his body. He clenched his fist uncontrollably and immediately felt a powerful force surging out from the depth of his body. It perceived as if a light punch was enough to destroy a planet. He glanced around him. His hand was a little itchy, but he couldn't find a target to practice with. Oh, he shook his head in frustration. In the end, he still punched the space in front of him. Boom! An abrupt explosion resounded in the air. Then the space around Wang Teng's fist cracked instantly, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared. They spread in all directions. Wang Teng didn't use any force or domain in this punch. He relied solely on his physical strength to create dimensional rifts in the void. He could feel that his physical body had exceeded the limit of the cosmos realm. There was a lot of origin of life energy in the void conscious, which benefited Wang Teng. He used the blood god rebirth skill to absorb it and reconstructed his physical body. His physical body became extremely perfect and powerful. He wasn't dead, so his body was still the same. It had undergone a transformation and sublimation. The strength of his physical body had exceeded the limit of the cosmos realm. Wang Teng found a special usage of the blood god rebirth skill. Even the vampire ancestor wouldn't have thought of using the blood god rebirth skill if he wasn't dead. This scripture was too special. Normal people wouldn't think of using it. They would only think of using this scripture after he died. However, Wang Teng wasn't restricted by this condition. He did what he thought of and dared to try. In the end, he succeeded. However, the consciousness of the void was a special presence. The origin of life energy it contained was extremely thick. He wondered how much origin blood was needed to reach this stage. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Teng was able to succeed. If not, even if he used the blood god rebirth skill, the effects wouldn't be as good. From the looks of it, my physical body is at least at the 16th level of realm power. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered as he calculated in his heart the toughness of the 18th level realm power. After absorbing the origin of life from the lightning light and dark planets, his physical body had reached the 10th level realm power. Now his physical body had reached the 18th level of realm power. This was a huge leap. The 18 levels of realm power broke through the limit of the cosmos realm and entered the heaven realm. However, he was already at the heaven realm and his physical body had undergone a transformation. It was normal for his physical body to reach the heaven realm. In the past, when Wang Teng released all his powerful physiques, he could only barely reach the 11th level of realm power. His body was on the verge of collapsing. If he executed the 11 levels of realm power now, his physical body would be able to withstand it. It was more than enough. After all, his physical body was at the 18th level of realm power. He wondered how strong the physical body of a heaven lord was. He was a little curious. However, this limit was extremely rare, so there wasn't much information. Not many people knew about it. In the past, he had checked the relevant information, but he didn't manage to find the limit of a Heaven Realm martial warrior's body. He only knew what the limit of the Cosmos Realm was because of his master. Chapter 3647, Powerful Physique, 18 Level of Realm Power. Departure, Strange Figure. 2. Never mind, I will know when I have the chance. Wang Teng shook his head. He stopped thinking about it. Either way, his physique was extremely strong now. There were very few Heaven Realm martial warriors who could match him. If he released all his powerful physiques, he wouldn't have a problem fighting a universe stage martial warrior head-on. In summary, his ability had taken a qualitative leap after advancing to the Heaven Realm. In the past, he was able to fight with universe stage martial warriors, but it was a stretch. He needed to use all kinds of powerful skills, but things were different now. His force and physical strength were enough to fight with normal third-level and below universe-level martial warriors. If he released his powerful skills, he wouldn't be unable to retaliate even if he faced a middle-rank universe-level martial warrior. Round ball? How long did I take to advance? Wang Teng blinked and asked. About 15 days. Round ball's voice appeared in his mind. 15 days? Wang Teng touched his chin. That seems a little long. Round ball was silent for a moment. Then it said, 15 days is a short time for a Heaven Realm martial warrior's advancement. Ha ha ha, you're right. Wang Teng laughed. He completely ignored the normal advancement time of a Heaven Realm martial warrior. From his point of view, he felt that it was a little long. But 15 days wasn't long. Advancing to the Heaven Realm wasn't an easy process. Many martial warriors were stuck at this stage and couldn't advance. Not many people would believe that Wang Teng was able to advance to the Heaven Realm within 15 days. Even eternal stage rulers might take much longer than this when they advanced to the Heaven Realm. Round Ball rolled its eyes and said in a complicated tone, I didn't expect you to use this place to advance to the Heaven Realm. I was quite lucky. Wang Teng smiled. This isn't just luck. Isith appeared at the side and stared intently into Wang Teng's eyes. She could feel that Wang Teng's transformation was special. It was completely different from a normal martial warrior advancing to the Heaven Realm. No martial warrior could create such a huge commotion after advancing to the Heaven Realm. She had never seen it before. What surprised her was this fellow actually succeeded. The consciousness of the void was so terrifying that even an immortal-level martial warrior like her didn't dare to face it. Yet he managed to assimilate and devour it. How did he do it? When Wang Teng advanced to the Heaven Realm, the situation was special. The space fragment and other special spaces in his body were blocked so Isith and the others couldn't sense what was happening inside the blood cocoon. They didn't know how he advanced. They could only sense the situation outside, for instance, the appearance of the black whirlpool and the crazy devouring of forces. Wang Teng smiled. He didn't explain anything. It was good that some of the stuff was kept to himself. Oh, right, do you have a revealing fetish? Isith turned her head and suddenly asked. Wang Teng's face turned green. He regained his senses and disappeared on the spot. Truly embarrassing. The next instant he appeared in a wooden house in the space fragment. Even with the thickness of his face, he still felt his skin turning hot. He was so focused on feeling the change in his ability that he didn't notice that he wasn't wearing any clothes. It was embarrassing. He immediately put on his clothes and took a deep breath. Then he returned to the void with a stern face. Round Ball's expression turned strange. It suddenly remembered that Isith was a female dragon, even though she was a little old. Cough. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. We have been here long enough. The blood god clone should have returned to the light universe, right? Based on the time, he should have reached the light universe long ago. Round Ball turned serious when they talked about business. It means that the talents from Darkland have been sent to the battlefield. Wang Teng turned serious. We should go back. If it wasn't for the special circumstances here, he would have returned to the light universe. The vampire's warship has flown away. How are we supposed to go back? If we go through the dimensional rift, we will be discovered by the dark apparitions. Round Ball hesitated. Don't worry, I've already thought of a plan. Wang Teng smiled. He kept quiet and immediately took out the Flaming River spacecraft. He opened the cabin door and entered the spacecraft. He hadn't used this spacecraft for a long time, especially after entering the Darkland. He didn't have the chance to use it. Round Ball set sail. After entering the spacecraft, Wang Teng gave his order. Yes, sir, Round Ball smiled. It had finally reached its specialization. It immediately activated the spacecraft without wasting any time. Buzz, a buzzing sound was heard. Crimson patterns lit up on the surface of the Flaming River spacecraft. They looked like dragon patterns. It was a strange sight as the patterns on the surface of the spacecraft lit up. A powerful kinetic energy erupted. The next instant, the spacecraft turned into a dark red beam of light and shot into the distance. It was in the direction of the dimensional rift. Although he couldn't go back directly through the dimensional rift, Wang Teng could sense the location of the light world through the dimensional rift. Chapter 3648, Powerful Physique, 18 Level of Realm Power, Departure, Strange Figure. 3. Hence, before that, he needed to return to the dimensional rift to confirm the correct direction and prevent the space coordinates from deviating. After all, he had flown for a long time to reach this dimensional rift. Hence, he was heading in a different direction from the dimensional rift. After Round Ball's modification, the Flaming River's speed increased. Soon it rushed out of the colorful mist and flew further away. In the spacecraft, Wang Teng used the panoramic simulation to observe the situation outside. From afar, he realized that the giant palm had disappeared. Only an irregular area shrouded in colorful mist was left. What a pity, Wang Teng sighed. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. What's a pity? Round Ball turned and glanced at him curiously. The consciousness of the void has already been born in that area. If it can evolve successfully, its future will be limitless. It might be able to evolve into a chaotic uncharted, Wang Teng said. Indeed. Iceth Abyss nodded in agreement. This time, she gained some enlightenment too. That was why she knew how difficult it was for the Void Conscious to evolve. Hence, she felt a little regretful about the ending of the Void Conscious. Such an amazing presence had died in the hands of Wang Teng and became the stepping stone for him to advance to the Heaven Lord's stage. She didn't know if it was lucky or unlucky. Iceth could feel how special Wang Teng's path was. To a certain extent, Wang Teng was lucky to have the Void Conscious as his stepping stone, but it would be a huge misfortune for the Void Conscious. After all, no one wanted to be devoured. He's unlucky to have met you, Round Ball said. I wanted to solve this peacefully too, Wang Teng replied. Do you think I'll believe you? Round Ball rolled its eyes at him. You ate everything you laid your eyes on. Your misunderstanding of me is too deep. Wang Teng shook his head and pretended to be sad. You're a little shameless, Iceth said calmly. Wang Teng, ha 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 ha, Round Ball burst out laughing. Someone was finally on its side. Swoosh. The Flaming River spacecraft finally left that area. It flew further and further until the colorful mist could no longer be seen. The entire space turned dead silent. It was as if no one had ever come. After some time, a change occurred. The mist in the air suddenly started churning. Then it congregated towards the center. Boom, the air vibrated, as if the sky was turning upside down. The scene was astonishing. Time passed slowly. In the end, all the mist gathered in the center and turned into a colorful cocoon of light. If Wang Teng was here, he would realize that this cocoon of light was extremely similar to the blood cocoon he formed. This wasn't a similarity in appearance. It was a similarity in the way the internal energy worked. Even the patterns on the surface of the cocoon were the same as the patterns on Wang Teng's blood cocoon. They seemed to have been copied by someone. However, the blood cocoon was blood red, and the light cocoon was made of different colors. It was a little gorgeous. After all the mist was absorbed by the cocoon, peace resumed in this area. Only the cocoon of light floated in the void. Boom. Approximately 3 months after Wang Teng left, The colorful cocoon of light exploded, and a terrifying fluctuation swept out. It had reached the heaven realm. Then a figure stepped out from within. Thick black hair, a perfect body, and a beautiful face. However, his gaze was a little indifferent, and there was no expression on his face. He looked like an emotionless person. He lowered his head and looked at his body. Wisps of mist flowed out of his body and turned into a purple long gown. It wrapped around his naked body. The figure didn't leave in a hurry. He glanced at the spot with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, but soon the reluctance disappeared and turned into firmness. At the same time, he became even more indifferent. He remained silent for a long time. Then he turned into a beam of light and dashed in a certain direction. There was no mist in this void. There was no giant palm. It was the same as the other voids. Chapter 3649, Way of Return. Support of the Genius Vampires, carving the Space Teleportation Array Jr. Sister Qiansui, R1, a dark red spacecraft, was traveling at high speed. Only a dark red light could be seen. This was the dark universe. The spacecraft could travel faster than the speed of light, so its speed was extremely fast. A few hours later, the dark red light slowed down gradually and revealed the appearance of the Flaming River spacecraft. Then the spacecraft disappeared and a figure appeared. It was Wang Teng. This should be it. Wang Teng had already activated his space physique, so he could faintly sense the location of the dimensional rift. He didn't use his spacecraft again. He was afraid that the dark apparitions would notice him. At the same time, a black glow erupted from his body. It solidified on the surface of his skin and turned into a pitch-black armor. Devil armor. This was the Devil Armor race's devil armor. Ever since he had the Devil Armor divine physique, the Devil Armor became more realistic. Even Devil Titans might not be able to see anything wrong with it. After all, his physique was the top-notch physique of the Devil Armor race. It meant that his essence had changed. No one else would be able to tell. He took a step out and turned into a beam of pitch-black light as he dashed forward. After flying for more than an hour, a dimensional rift finally appeared in front of him. Wang Teng stopped and looked at the dimensional rift in front of him. His gaze flickered slightly, and he sat down cross-legged beside the dimensional rift without saying anything. He placed his hands on the dimensional rift and closed his eyes to sense it. Approximately half an hour later, he slowly opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes. "Did you find it?" Round Ball asked in his mind. Yes. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He nodded slightly. "That's great. We can finally go back," Round Ball said happily. In Darkland, it felt uncomfortable. It felt restricted everywhere. The light universe was its home ground. With the accurate coordinates of the dimensional rift, Wang Teng finally had some confidence. He heaved a sigh of relief and left the dimensional rift. He went deep into space again. He was always worried that the dark apparitions would lay their eyes on him if he was too close to the dimensional rift. Wang Teng flew for a long time until he couldn't sense the dimensional rift anymore. Then he stopped and looked around him. Actually, it was just a piece of emptiness. There was nothing special about it. However, there was less space turbulence, so it was very suitable for carving ancient space runes. "Let's do it here." Wang Teng nodded secretly. He wasn't in a hurry to carve the ancient space runes. Instead, he contacted the Blood God clone to confirm the location. This was the method he thought of previously first. He would find the coordinates of the light universe. Then he would use the Blood God clone to confirm the exact location. Finally, he would carve a space array and teleport back. He had done this before, so he had some experience. He wasn't afraid, however. The distance between him and the light universe was much further than when he went back to Earth from Darkland. If his space physique hadn't reached the 5th rank and he had ample space power, he wouldn't have dared to do this. The space control ability of a universe stage martial warrior wasn't weak. He closed his eyes again and reconnected with the Blood God clone. Light universe, Solar Dragon territorial domain. Ever since he left the Dark Void battle fortress that day, The Blood God clone brought the vampire talents into the Solar Dragon territorial domain. However, he didn't lead the vampire talents to kill the talents from the light universe. He wasn't a real dark apparition, so he couldn't accept it. Fortunately, traveling from the Dark Void Battle Fortress to the Solar Dragon territorial domain would take up much time. The space where the Battle Fortress was at was already taken over by dark apparitions, and there were very few martial warriors from the light universe. Hence, they needed to head to the heart of the Solar Dragon territorial domain to meet more talents from the light universe. This gave the Blood God clone much time to think of other ideas. The specific order he received from the higher authorities of the dark apparitions was to stop the talents from transporting spiritual herbs in the light universe. Killing 100 talents from the light universe was just a small punishment given to him by the Devil Titan. The top talents from the two races were fighting right in front of him. They were looking down on him. If they weren't punished, where would the dignity of a Devil Titan go? Of course, there was no conflict between killing talents from the light universe and stopping talents from transporting spiritual herbs. If they could snatch some spiritual herbs, it would be a great thing for the dark apparitions. They could use most of the spiritual herbs in the light universe as long as they weren't light element. Hence, they needed to head to the border region of the Solar Dragon territorial domain. It was further and required more time. They also needed to prevent themselves from getting discovered by powerful martial warriors in the light universe. The Blood God clone was a real vampire. If a formidable martial warrior from the light universe met him, they wouldn't show any mercy. They should be happy to kill a vampire blood son. That would be a tragedy. He didn't even have the chance to explain. There was no way he could. Who would believe that he was Wang Teng's clone? The Blood God clone became even more vigilant when he thought about this. He was afraid of getting discovered by the formidable warriors in the light universe. As for the other vampires, they didn't think so. Everyone got excited when they heard that they were going to kill talents from the light universe. They wished they could reach the border of the Solar Dragon territorial domain immediately. If it wasn't for the Blood God clone's high reputation among the vampire dark apparitions, some vampire dark apparition talents would have acted on their own. Chapter 3650, Way of Return, Support of the Genius Vampires Carving the Space Teleportation Array, Junior Sister Qiangshui. 2. The light universe actually sent those talents to transport spiritual herbs. The Blood God clone sat cross-legged on the vampire warship with a headache. He didn't expect the light universe to take such a risk. Weren't they afraid of getting intercepted by the dark apparitions if they sent talents to transport spiritual herbs? Also, how did the dark apparitions know that the light universe needed talents to transport spiritual herbs? Could it be? A sharp glint flashed past the Blood God clone's eyes. He had a guess. Unless the dark apparitions had already sneaked into the light universe, the dark apparitions wouldn't be able to know the internal news immediately. He didn't need to guess to know that the news that the light universe allowed talents to transport spiritual herbs was extremely confidential. However, the dark apparitions still knew about it. The higher authorities of the light universe or even some important figures might have been infiltrated. They were either contaminated or strange dark apparitions like the Devil Mind Race and the Dark Gods. The Devil Mind Race could occupy the body of a martial warrior from the light universe. As long as they hid well, it would be hard to discover them. The ghost transformation talent of the Nether God race allowed one to hide his aura and change his appearance. It would be hard to find him even if he sneaked into the light universe. At that time, Ming Ku hid in the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters for a long time, but no one discovered his true identity. If a more powerful dark apparition sneaked into the light universe, who would discover it? The Blood God clone's expression turned grave. The situation was worse than he thought. If the talents from the light universe were found, the transportation of spiritual herbs would be a failure. The dark apparitions sent so many talents this time. It was enough to defeat all the talents in the light universe. Without the spiritual herbs, the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters wouldn't be able to make effective medicines. The martial warriors in the light universe would suffer many casualties. Fortunately, I managed to subdue the talents from the devil moth race, the sheephead devil race, and the giant devil race. There are no other talents from these three races, so I can only use them. That way, even if they snatch the spiritual herbs, I can snatch them from them. Unfortunately, I can't stop them from hunting for talents in the light universe. This will expose my identity. Keeping a portion of the spiritual herbs is the greatest help I can give. It will be great if the main body comes back. With me as his spy, he can kill dark apparitions blatantly. He won't have to worry about getting discovered. Many thoughts went through the blood god clone's mind. He felt a little helpless. The vampire dark apparition's identity brought him many conveniences, but it also restricted his actions. He couldn't move easily. "Your Highness, blood son," a voice suddenly came from the side and pulled the blood god clone back from his thoughts. "What is it?" The blood god clone closed his eyes and didn't look at the person. He knew that it was Zasataf from the voice. Zasataf hated the blood god clone, but after the battle in the dark universe, he didn't dare to display his unhappiness and resentment. He remained obedient in front of the blood god clone and asked carefully, "Can we move freely?" He was afraid that the blood god clone wouldn't agree, so he explained, "With so many of us gathered together, we won't meet many talents from the light universe. If we split up, we might meet more talents from the light universe." That's right. The talents from the other races have probably started hunting. This is a competition, too. The Blood Sun doesn't want us to lose to the other races, right? The Devil Titan won't look good if that happens, Zacharias agreed. Are you getting impatient? The blood god clone opened his eyes and scanned the faces of the dark apparitions indifferently. Zataf and Zacharias were horrified. They took a step back uncontrollably. They opened their mouths because Zakiro, Zanoski, Zekins, and the other dark apparitions were instigating them. They had no choice but to do it. However, they were still a little afraid when they faced the blood god clone. This blood sun wasn't the same as when he first entered the vampire's ancestral ground. At that time, they still dared to challenge him. Now, if they were given another chance, they didn't even have the courage to do so. The blood god clone suddenly turned and looked in another direction. Zakiro, Zekins, and Zanoski were watching the show. The three vampire dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly when they saw his ambiguous smile. He knew. This was the first thought that appeared in their minds. How did he know this was their second thought? Ever since the battle in the dark universe, the blood god clone didn't keep an eye on them, but they realized that they were being watched all the time. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Zasataf and Zakirts were the ones who opened their mouths first, but the blood sun was looking at them. No matter how stupid they were, they understood. The blood sun never trusted them. "Zasataf, are y'all going to disobey the blood sun's order?" Zalanbo stood up abruptly and said coldly. He was completely convinced by the blood god clone, so he stood on his side. He stood up immediately when he saw Zasataf and Zakirts disobeying the blood god clone. The blood god clone was surprised, but he didn't say anything. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.